You are tuned in to Daily Story, bringing you true accounts from everyday people navigating modern dating. Thank you for choosing to listen today. If today's experience resonates with you, feel free to subscribe, leave a comment, or share the episode. It helps others discover these real stories. Let us get into the story. It started, as so many things do these days, with a swipe right. Liam's profile was perfect. A charming smile, a dog, and a vague but intriguing job description, and our messages quickly led to a first date at a cozy downtown cafe. I never imagined that a casual coffee would lead to me fighting for my life, trapped in a nightmare orchestrated by the man who seemed like a dream come true. I remember my fingers hovering over the send button, a familiar mix of excitement and apprehension bubbling in my chest. Online dating was a minefield, sure, but it was also how everyone met these days. Liam's profile had stood out. He was tall, with kind eyes and a smile that crinkled at the corners, suggesting a genuine warmth. His bio was short, witty, and he had pictures hiking with a golden retriever named Gus. I was a sucker for dogs. We matched, and his first message was charming, complimenting my profile picture and asking about my interests. We clicked instantly. Our conversations flowed effortlessly, covering everything from our favorite obscure bands to our dreams for the future. He seemed thoughtful, attentive, and genuinely interested in getting to know me. For once, I felt like I would found someone who was not just looking for a casual hookup. We planned to meet at the Daily Grind, a popular cafe downtown known for its artisanal lattes and cozy atmosphere. It felt safe, public, and relaxed, perfect for a first date. I spent an hour agonizing over my outfit, finally settling on a comfortable but stylish sweater and jeans. Wanting to look approachable but put together, my stomach did little flips on the bus ride over, a mix of nerves and hopeful anticipation. When I walked in, he was already there, nursing a black coffee at a small table by the window. He looked even better in person, if that was possible. Taller, broader shoulders, and those eyes, they were a striking shade of hazel. Intense, but still holding that initial warmth. He stood up as I approached, a polite, old-fashioned gesture that made my heart flutter a little. "Sarah, it is great to finally meet you," he said, his voice a low, smooth baritone that was even more captivating than I would imagined. He extended a hand, and his grip was firm, confident, not aggressive, just strong. A tiny, almost imperceptible shiver ran down my spine, but I dismissed it as first date jitters. We ordered our drinks, a vanilla latte for me, another black coffee for him, and settled in the conversation. He was a great listener, asking follow-up questions and remembering little details I would mention in our chats. He talked about his work as a freelance graphic designer, his love for hiking, and of course, Gus. He was everything I would hoped for, and more. The cafe was bustling around us, filled with the comforting hum of conversation, the clatter of cups and the gentle hiss of the espresso machine. It was perfect. Almost too perfect. Then, things started to shift, subtly at first, like a shadow lengthening in my peripheral vision. He would ask a question, and his gaze would linger a little too long, a little too intensely, holding my eyes even after I would finish speaking. It was not a charming intensity anymore, it felt possessive. "You know," he said, leaning forward slightly, his voice dropping just a notch, "I feel like I already know so much about you. Sarah, more than just what you put on your profile. It is like I can see into you." I laughed, a little nervously. "Well, I guess that is the magic of good conversation, right?" He did not laugh with me. His smile remained, but it did not reach his eyes. "No, it is more than that," he insisted, his voice still soft, but with an edge I had not noticed before. "It is a connection, a deep one. I knew it the moment I saw your profile. You are exactly what I have been looking for." My stomach did another flip, but this one was not from excitement. It was a cold, sinking feeling. The way he said exactly what I have been looking for felt less like a compliment and more like a declaration, like I was an object, a prize he would finally found. I tried to steer the conversation back to lighter topics, asking about Gus. He brightened for a moment, showing me a picture of the golden retriever, but then his focus snapped back to me, those intense hazel eyes locking on mine. "You have such beautiful eyes, Sarah," he murmured, and for a second, I felt a genuine blush. Then he added, "They tell a story I want to be a part of. Forever." The word forever hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. We would known each other for an hour. My heart began to pound a frantic rhythm against my ribs. This was not charming anymore. This was unsettling. "Liam," I said, trying to keep my voice light, "it has been a really nice time, but I should probably get going soon. I have an early start tomorrow." His smile did not waver, but something in his eyes went cold, like a switch had been flipped. "Oh, but we just got started," he said, his voice still gentle, but now with an undeniable steel underneath. "I thought we could go for a walk. There is a beautiful park nearby." "No. Really, I can't." I insisted, gathering my purse. My hands were shaking slightly. "It was great meeting you, though." I started to push my chair back, my mind racing. I needed to get out of here. My instinct was screaming at me. This was not just a bad date. This was something else entirely. Liam did not move. He just watched me, his smile fixed. "Do not be silly. Sarah, we are having such a good time, and I have something I want to show you." He reached across the table, his hand closing over my wrist. Not tightly, not aggressively, but with a possessive firmness that made my blood run cold. My breath hitched. The cafe around us, which had felt so comforting just moments ago, now seemed distant, a blur of oblivious faces. "Liam, please, let go," I said, trying to pull my hand away. His grip did not loosen. "Let us just finish our coffee, then we can go," he said, his voice still unnervingly calm. "You would not want to be rude, would you?" His eyes, which had held such warmth in his profile picture, were now devoid of any emotion, reflecting only a cold, calculating resolve. A shiver, colder than anything I would ever felt, traced its way down my spine. This was not a flirtatious gesture. This was a threat. My mind was a frantic hamster on a wheel going nowhere. I desperately tried to catch the eye of anyone in the bustling cafe, the laughing couple at the next table engrossed in their conversation, the young woman across the room, lost in her book, the practiced barista, expertly steaming milk. They were all just living, oblivious to the silent terror unfolding at my table. Their normalcy felt like a cruel joke, a spotlight on my terrifying reality. I tried to speak, to call for help, but my throat was tight, my breath catching in shallow gasps. A desperate plea formed on my lips, but Liam's imperceptible grip on my fingers tightened, a silent warning that choked the sound before it could even begin. To anyone watching, we were just a couple, perhaps having a minor disagreement, but ultimately leaving after a pleasant afternoon. He stood up, pulling me with him. My legs, still feeling like rubber, moved forward mechanically. Every step was a battle, every muscle screaming at me to fight, to scream, but the terror was paralyzing. His eyes promised swift, brutal consequences if I resisted. I could feel the heat of his gaze, a physical weight on me, pressing me down, silencing me. The chime above the door sang a cheerful tune as we pushed through, a stark contrast to the icy dread that had completely encased me. Aside, a sliver of irrational hope flickered. Maybe he would just let go, maybe he would just say goodbye and walk away. But Liam did not pause, simply tugging me with an almost gentle insistence towards the curb. The street was surprisingly empty, the sun dipping below the horizon, painting a beautiful backdrop to my unfolding nightmare. "It is just over here," Liam murmured, his voice both soothing and utterly menacing, guiding me towards a dark, nondescript sedan with tinted windows parked a little way down the street. It looked like any other car, blending into the twilight, yet it felt like a predator lying in wait. He opened the passenger door, a chivalrous gesture that twisted my stomach into knots. "Get in," he said, his voice softer now, but with an underlying steel that brooked no argument. His eyes held no warmth, no sympathy, just that cold, calculating resolve. A primal instinct to survive. surged through me, a desperate urge to run, to kick, to scream, but the thought of his violent reaction, the promise in his eyes, kept me frozen. I knew with chilling certainty that any resistance here, on this empty street, would only make things worse. I slid into the passenger seat, the leather cold against my legs. The door clicked shut with a heavy thud, sealing me inside. The interior was surprisingly clean, almost sterile, with a faint smell of new car and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood. Liam walked around to the driver's side and got in, the silence in the car deafening. He did not speak, just started the engine and pulled away from the curb smoothly. I risked a glance at him. His profile was calm, almost serene, as he navigated the darkening streets. The gentle streetlights reflected in the tinted windows, making it impossible to see anything outside clearly. I was trapped. Where are we going? I managed to whisper, my voice hoarse. He turned his head slightly, just enough for me to see the corner of his mouth curl into that unsettling, humorless smile. Somewhere quiet, he said. Somewhere we can really talk, get to know each other, without all the distractions. His words were laced with a chilling double meaning. Distractions like other people, like my ability to escape. The city lights slowly faded behind us, replaced by the encroaching darkness of rural roads. The trees on either side grew denser, their branches forming a tunnel over the asphalt. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. I tried to think, to plan, but my mind felt scrambled, a panicked mess. I looked down at my hands, clasped tightly in my lap. My phone. It was in my purse, which was still clutched to my chest. Could I reach it? Could I unlock it and send a text? Call 911. The thought was a tiny spark of hope in the suffocating darkness. As if reading my mind, Liam spoke, his voice cutting through the silence. Do not even think about it. Sarah, your phone's no good out here. And even if it was, you would not want to make things difficult, would you? I am a very patient man, but even my patience has its limits. He did not look at me when he said it, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. But I felt the weight of his words, the unspoken threat. He knew what I was thinking. The spark of hope was extinguished, replaced by a cold wave of despair. We drove for what felt like an eternity, the car devouring the miles, taking me further and further from anything familiar, anything safe. The road became rougher, gravel crunching under the tires. The trees grew even thicker, their shadows dancing menacingly in the headlights. Finally, he slowed the car, turning off the main road onto an even narrower, unpaved track. The track was barely visible, overgrown with weeds, leading into what looked like an impenetrable forest. My breath hitched again. This was it. This was where the real nightmare began. The car bumped and jostled for another few minutes before coming to a stop in a small clearing. In the dim moonlight, filtering through the dense canopy, I could make out the silhouette of an old, dilapidated cabin. It looked abandoned, forlorn, swallowed by the surrounding woods. Windows were dark, some boarded up, and the porch sagged precariously. A feeling of profound dread washed over me. This was not just somewhere quiet. This was a tomb. Liam cut the engine. The sudden silence was absolute, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. It was a silence that screamed of isolation. We are here, he said, turning to face me. The moonlight caught his eyes, making them gleam with an unnerving intensity. Welcome home. Sarah. My blood ran cold. Home. He got out of the car, and I heard his door shut with a solid thud. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. I fumbled for the door handle, praying it was not locked. It was. Of course it was. Then his face appeared at my window, his expression unreadable in the dim light. He tapped lightly on the glass. Come on. Sarah, do not be shy. My mind raced, searching for any way out. The door was locked. The windows, too thick, probably And what would I do if I got out? Run into a dark, unknown forest with him right behind me. He opened my door from the outside, the interior light momentarily illuminating his face. There was no trace of the charming man from the Tinder profile, or even the unsettling man from the cafe. This was someone else entirely. A predator. "Get out," he said, his voice now entirely devoid of its earlier soothing quality, replaced by a flat, cold command. My legs felt like lead, but I knew I had no choice. I slowly swung my feet out, planting them on the damp, leaf-strewn ground. The air was thick with the smell of pine, damp earth, and something else. Something stagnant and old, like decay. He took my arm, his grip firm, and led me towards the cabin. Every step was a battle against the overwhelming urge to collapse. The porch creaked ominously under our weight as we ascended the 3 rickety steps. The front door, made of dark, weathered wood, looked heavy and foreboding. He produced a key from his pocket, a heavy, old-fashioned skeleton key, and inserted it into the lock. The tumblers clicked loudly in the oppressive silence. He pushed the door open, revealing a gaping maw of darkness. A chill emanated from within, a cold, stale air that smelled of dust, mildew, and something else, something faintly metallic, like the car. I recoiled instinctively, but his grip on my arm tightened, forcing me forward. "After you," he said, his voice a low growl. I stumbled into the blackness, my eyes straining to see. He followed, closing the door behind us with a resounding thud that echoed through the empty space. Total darkness enveloped me. I could hear his breathing close behind me. Then a click and a faint, flickering light illuminated the room. It was a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting long, distorted shadows that danced around us. The room was sparse, dusty, and clearly long unused. A broken-down couch, a rickety table, and a couple of overturned chairs were all that furnished it. Cobwebs hung like ghostly lace from every corner. "Make yourself at home," Liam said, his voice oozing with false hospitality. He gestured vaguely at the dilapidated furniture. I stood rooted to the spot, my eyes darting around the room, searching for an exit, a weapon, anything. My breath came in ragged gasps. "You are probably wondering why you are here. Sarah," he continued, stepping closer. He reached out and gently touched my cheek, his fingers surprisingly soft, but the gesture felt utterly violating. I flinched away. "I told you," he said, dropping his hand, a hint of annoyance in his voice. "You are exactly what I have been looking for. Perfect, in every way. The hair, the eyes, the way you carry yourself. I saw it all in your profile. And then, meeting you today, it just confirmed it." His words were sickening. I was not a person to him. I was a collection of desirable traits, a blueprint for some twisted fantasy. "What do you want?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. He smiled, a slow, predatory grin that stretched too wide. "Everything. Sarah, I want everything." He paused, letting the implication hang in the air, a suffocating blanket of dread. "But first, we need to get to know each other properly. No more pretense. No more city distractions. Just you and me." He walked over to the rickety table, picking up something I had not noticed before. It was a thick, braided rope coiled neatly. My stomach churned, and a wave of nausea washed over me. "We are going to have so much fun together," he said, his voice a low, chilling purr. He started to uncoil the rope, his eyes fixed on me, gleaming with a terrifying, unhinged excitement. "You just wait and see." I took a step back, then another, my heart slamming against my ribs. This was it. This was the end. The primal instinct to survive surged through me again, stronger this time. I could not just stand there. I could not let him do this. My eyes fell on a heavy, rusted metal poker leaning against the fireplace, half hidden in the shadows. It was old, probably used for stirring coals, but it looked solid. My only chance. As he took another step towards me, the rope now unfurled in his hands, I lunged. Not towards the door, not towards him, but towards the fireplace. My fingers closed around the cold, rough metal of the poker. I pulled it free, spinning around to face him, my arm raised, the heavy iron, a desperate extension of my will to live. His smile faltered, replaced by a flicker of surprise, then something darker. Anger. "Sarah," he said, his voice now sharp, dangerous. "Do not be foolish. Stay away from me." I screamed, my voice raw, finally breaking free. The sound echoed in the small, dusty cabin, a desperate cry against the encroaching madness. He took another step, his eyes narrowed. "You are making a mistake." "No," I yelled, brandishing the poker. "You are—" My breath came in ragged gasps, my body trembling, but a fierce, desperate resolve burned within me. I did not know if I could fight him, but I knew I would not surrender. Not here. Not to him. This was not just about survival anymore. It was about defiance. It was about reclaiming myself from the nightmare he had so carefully orchestrated. The poker felt heavy in my hand, a cold, hard promise that if he came any closer, he would feel it. And for the first time since he would grab my wrist in the cafe, I felt a tiny, fragile spark of power. It was not hope, not yet, but it was something. It was a chance. Each moment leads us to the next one. The charming smile melted, revealing a chilling blankness in his eyes, like a predator's before the pounce. The air, once sweet with the scent of pine and damp earth, suddenly felt thin, suffocating. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. 5 years ago, I whispered, the words barely audible. My voice sounded alien, choked with a terror that was swiftly eclipsing the flattery I would allowed myself to indulge in. This was not a lucky guess or infatuation. This was something far darker, something that made every hair on my arm stand on end. Liam's gaze, those intense eyes that had once made me feel seen, now felt like a physical weight, pressing down on me. He did not reply, just watched me, a small, knowing smirk playing on his lips. The wild phlox, my favorite, seemed to wilt under his scrutiny, their vibrant purple suddenly ominous. "How did you know that—" I tried again, forcing the words out, my voice trembling. I took a step back, then another, my eyes darting around the dense forest. We were deep in the woods, miles from the trailhead, miles from anything. The path, once a winding invitation, now felt like a trap. He finally spoke, his voice low, almost a purr. "I told you, every detail about you is worth remembering. And sometimes, you leave little breadcrumbs, do not you? Anna, little bits of yourself scattered across the digital landscape, just waiting for someone to find them." My blood ran cold. Breadcrumbs? He had not just found them, he would followed them. Followed them for years, it seemed. This was not a spontaneous meet-cute. This was an elaborate, terrifying hunt. I felt a primal urge to run, to scream, but my feet felt rooted to the spot, my throat constricted. "I think we should head back," I managed, trying to keep my voice steady, to project an air of calm I was far from feeling. I forced a weak smile, hoping to diffuse whatever was happening. Liam's smirk widened, and he shook his head slowly. "Oh, we are not going back. Anna, not yet. We are just getting started." And that is when he reached for me. It was not a violent grab, not at first. His hand simply closed around my wrist, firm and unyielding. The gentle touch felt like a branding iron. I instinctively pulled away, but his grip was surprisingly strong. He did not hurt me, but the message was clear. I was not going anywhere. He did not want me to go. Panic flared, hot and sharp. "Liam, let go of me," I demanded, trying to yank my arm free. His eyes, once again, held that unnerving blankness. Now, Anna," he chided softly, as if I were a child throwing a tantrum. "Do not make this difficult." I have gone to a lot of trouble for us." He began to pull me, not back towards the main trail, but deeper into the woods, off the beaten path. The trees grew thicker, the undergrowth more tangled. Twigs snapped beneath my feet, leaves rustled, but it felt like the forest was holding its breath, watching. I stumbled, nearly falling, but he held me upright, his grip unwavering. "What are you doing? Where are we going?" My voice was high-pitched now, bordering on a sob. I struggled harder, twisting and turning, but he was too strong, too determined. "To our home," he said, his tone utterly devoid of malice, as if he were discussing a pleasant picnic, a place where we can truly be ourselves, away from all the noise, all the distractions. He dragged me deeper, the sun becoming a distant memory as the canopies swallowed us whole. The fear was a living thing in my chest, clawing its way at my throat. I tried to scream, but only a choked gasp escaped. He glanced back at me, a flicker of something in his eyes, not anger, but a strange, possessive concern. "No need for that. Anna, we are almost there." The almost there stretched into an eternity. My legs burned, my lungs ached, but he never slowed, never loosened his grip. Eventually, through a thick screen of pines, a structure began to emerge. It was a cabin, rustic indeed, built of rough-hewn logs. Nestled so deeply in the woods it looked like it had grown organically from the earth itself. No power lines, no visible road, just isolation. My rustic cage. He pushed open the heavy wooden door, revealing a surprisingly cozy interior, or what was meant to be cozy. A stone fireplace, a small kitchen area, a worn sofa and a table set for two. A vase of fresh wild phlox sat in the center of the table. My stomach lurched. "Welcome home, Anna," he said, his voice brimming with a disturbing sincerity. He led me inside, releasing my wrist only to gently push me towards a chair at the table. It was heavy, solid wood, and once I was in it, he moved quickly, securing a thick leather strap around my ankle, fastening it to the chair leg. It was not tight enough to cut off circulation, but it was tight enough to prevent escape. My breath hitched. "What is this?" "Liam, you can't do this." He ignored my pleas, moving with an unnerving efficiency. He placed a plate before me, adorned with a pancake and a sprig of wild phlox. The very same grotesque offering I would have been given countless times since. He then pulled out a chair opposite me and sat down, a fork extended. "I did not kidnap you," he would insisted later, his voice steel, his eyes unwavering. "I saved you." Saved me from what? From my life, or from my friends, from my freedom. The crushing horror dawned on me over the next few days, each morning a fresh wave of despair. He would told Jess, my best friend, that I was on some spontaneous, off-the-grid getaway, a digital detox I had been dreaming of. He had not just stalked me, he would replace me, erased me from my own life, leaving no trace, no alarm bells. I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. The cabin became my world, a beautifully crafted prison. Liam was my jailer, my provider, my tormentor. He cooked for me, always healthy, always my favorite things, or what he knew were my favorite things. Hazelnut coffee in the mornings, the cloying scent, once my favorite, now burned my nostrils, a constant reminder of how he had meticulously woven himself into the fabric of my life, then ripped it to shreds. He would talk to me, for hours sometimes, about us, about our future, about how perfect we were together. He spoke of my past as if he had lived it, recalling details I barely remembered myself. My high school crush, the name of my childhood pet, a specific embarrassing incident from college. It was all filtered through his memory, twisted into something he would, saved me from. Each revelation was a fresh stab of fear, a reminder of how deeply he had delved into my existence. My legs trembled constantly, not from weakness, but from a desperate, animalistic urge to shatter one of the small, paned windows of this rustic cage. But the glass was thick, the frame sturdy, and Liam was always there, always watching. Days bled into nights. I lost track of time. The sun rose and set, painting the forest in hues of gold and purple. but inside, I was trapped in an endless twilight of fear. I tried to reason with him, to plead, to even feign compliance, hoping for an opening. Liam, I would said one evening, trying to sound calm, almost conversational, my job, they will be wondering where I am. I have responsibilities. He merely smiled, a gentle, almost pitying expression. Anna, your job was a burden, a stressor. You always complained about it. Now you are free to pursue your true passions, to be with me. He picked up a book from the shelf, a first edition of my favorite obscure fantasy novel, of course, and began to read aloud, his voice a soothing, hypnotic drone. I realized then the depth of his delusion. He was not just controlling me. He was rewriting my reality, convincing himself that this was what I wanted, what I needed. He believed he was my savior, my protector, and in his eyes, I was simply confused, perhaps a little ungrateful, but ultimately, I would come around. One afternoon, while Liam was outside chopping wood, the only time he left me truly alone, though still tethered to the heavy chair, I desperately searched for a way out. My hands, surprisingly strong despite my lack of proper food and sleep, fumbled with the leather strap. It was buckled with a small, intricate clasp. I tried pulling, twisting, even trying to chew through it, but it was too thick, too sturdy. My eyes scanned the room. The fireplace, the iron poker. Could I reach it? Could I use it to break the window? The distance was just too far. I tried to unwedge the chair itself, but it was bolted to the floor. Liam had thought of everything. The only window I could reach was in the small, primitive bathroom. It was high up, barely a foot square, and covered with a thick mesh screen. Even if I could break the glass, the screen would hold. And where would I go? Deeper into the unknown forest, with no shoes, no water, no idea which way was out. The thought was terrifying, but less terrifying than staying when Liam returned, smelling of pine and sweat. He found me slumped against the chair, tears silently streaming down my face. He knelt beside me, his large hand gently stroking my hair. "You are upset, my love," he murmured, his voice laced with a concern that felt more like ownership. "You are still adjusting, but you will see this is for the best for us." He untied the strap around my ankle, allowing me to move around the cabin freely, but always under his watchful eye. He never left the cabin for long, never truly turned his back. Even when he slept, I felt his presence, a heavy, suffocating weight. I tried to stay awake, to plan, but exhaustion always won, dragging me into a restless, nightmare-filled sleep. The gaslighting was subtle, insidious. If I protested, he would say, "You are just stressed. Anna, you are not thinking clearly. Remember how you used to get overwhelmed? I am protecting you from that." If I tried to argue about my friends, he would respond. "Jess understood. She knows you need this time. She is happy for you." He even implied that my family was too demanding, that they did not truly appreciate me, and that he was the only one who truly understood my needs. He had a satellite phone, I discovered, tucked away in a locked drawer. He used it sparingly, mostly to check on the outside world for news that might affect us. I never saw him make a call, but I imagined him calling Jess, spinning his elaborate lies, solidifying my disappearance. The thought was a fresh agony. My life, my identity, meticulously erased. One evening, he left the drawer slightly ajar. My heart leaped. This was it. My chance. While he was absorbed in preparing dinner, his back to me, I stealthily approached the drawer. My fingers fumbled, and I managed to pry it open a little further. Inside, nestled among some tools, was the phone and a small, worn photo. I snatched the photo. It was me. Not a recent photo, but one from years ago, from my social media. I was standing by a river, my hair blowing in the wind, a carefree smile on my face. On the back, in neat, precise handwriting, were the words, "Anna, the 27th of August, 2018. The day I first saw her, my blood ran cold. He had not just been watching me for 5 years, he would have been stalking me meticulously, obsessively, for longer. Tinder had not been an introduction. It had been a carefully orchestrated trap. He had not taken a chance on that first hazelnut latte. He had been planning it for years. The casual swipe was merely the final step in a long, terrifying game. A noise behind me. I froze, the photo clutched in my hand. "Anna," Liam's voice, calm and even, cut through the silence. "What are you doing?" I slowly turned, a photo still in my grip. His eyes, usually so carefully guarded, held a flash of something akin to disappointment, but also a chilling possessiveness. He was not angry, he was simply reaffirming his ownership. "This," I stammered, holding up the photo. "You have been watching me for years." He walked towards me, his gaze never leaving mine. He gently took the photo from my trembling fingers, his thumb brushing over my image. "Of course, my love, I told you, every detail about you is worth remembering. I had to know everything, did not I? To make sure you were the one, to make sure I could save you. Save me from what?" I cried, my voice cracking. "Or from my own life, or from my friends, from my choices." He sighed, a long, patient sound. "From mediocrity, Anna, from loneliness, from the wrong people. I saw you, truly saw you, even before you knew I existed. I saw your potential, your beauty, your need for someone who understood you completely, and I knew that person was me." His conviction was absolute, terrifying in its unwavering certainty. He truly believed he was doing me a favor, that he was my destined partner, and that I was simply too blind, too confused to see it. It was then that I understood the true depth of my predicament. He was not a kidnapper in the traditional sense. He was a deluded predator who believed he was rescuing his prey. The cabin, once merely a prison, now felt like a tomb. I retreated into myself, feigning a sort of resigned acceptance. I ate what he gave me, answered his questions with monosyllables, and avoided eye contact. Inside, my mind raced, desperate for an opportunity. I observed his routines, his habits. He went out to check traps for small game every morning, sometimes for an hour or more. He always took his axe, and he always locked the heavy front door, but never the back door. I noticed, had a simpler latch, a single iron bolt. One morning, the sun barely peeking through the trees, Liam prepared to leave. He gave me my usual hazelnut coffee and a plate of berries, then meticulously locked the front door. He paused, looking at me, a soft smile on his face. "I won't be long, my love. Just a quick check. Stay safe." As soon as the heavy door creaked shut, and I heard his footsteps fading into Roosevelt, the distance, I sprang into action. My heart hammered, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. I rushed to the back door, my fingers fumbling with the iron bolt. It was stiff, rusted, and my hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip it. "Come on, come on!" I silently pleaded, with a desperate grunt. I pulled, and with a protesting groan, the bolt slid free. The door was heavy, but I managed to push it open a crack, letting in a sliver of cool, damp air. Freedom, it was within reach. I squeezed through the narrow opening, hitting the ground with a thud. My bare feet, calloused from weeks of walking on the cabin's rough floor, barely registered the cold earth. I did not know where I was going, but any direction away from that cabin was the right one. I ran. I ran through the tangled undergrowth, ignoring the branches that whipped at my face, the thorns that tore at my skin. My lungs burned, my muscles screamed, but I pushed harder, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. The forest was a maze, a terrifying labyrinth, but I kept moving, hoping to stumble upon a road, a trail, anything. The sounds of the forest, once so beautiful, were now menacing. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sounded like Liam's footsteps behind me. I imagined him emerging from the trees, his axe glinting in the dappled sunlight, his eyes holding that chilling, blank stare. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing beside a moss-covered boulder, gasping for breath. I looked around. Nothing but trees, endless trees. Despair began to creep in, cold and heavy. Had I just exchanged one cage for another? Then, through the dense foliage, I saw it. A faint, almost imperceptible glimmer. Water. A river. I staggered to my feet, renewed with a surge of adrenaline, and stumbled towards the sound. It was not a river, but a small, fast-flowing stream, its banks muddy and overgrown. But alongside it, barely visible, was a faint, overgrown path. A path, however old, meant human presence. It meant hope. I followed the path, pushing through thick bushes, my clothes tearing, my skin scratched and bleeding. The sun was higher now, filtering through the canopy in golden shafts. I focused on the path, on the hope it represented, trying to ignore the gnawing fear that Liam was close behind. Suddenly, a sound. Not the gentle rustle of leaves, but a distinct crack of a branch, too heavy to be an animal. My blood ran cold. He was there. He was following me. I plunged into the stream, the icy water shocking my system. It was shallow but fast, the current threatening to pull me off my feet. I waded through it, hoping to obscure my scent, to throw him off my trail. I scrambled up the opposite bank, dripping wet, and continued to run, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against the roar of the water. The path widened slightly, and then, through a clearing, I saw it. A faint plume of smoke rising in the distance. A house. A cabin. It did not matter. It was civilization. It was away from Liam. I ran towards the smoke, my legs feeling like lead, my lungs burning. The fear of being caught propelled me forward, faster than I thought possible. The smoke grew thicker, and then I saw a clearing. A small, dilapidated farmhouse, its windows dark, its porch crumbling. It looked abandoned, but there was a faint, lingering smell of wood smoke. I crashed through the overgrown yard, screaming, my voice raw and hoarse. Help! Please! Help me! The front door, surprisingly, was ajar. I stumbled inside, collapsing onto the dusty floor, gasping for air. The air inside was stale, filled with the scent of old wood and neglect. Hello, I choked out, trying to push myself up. Is anyone here? Silence. My heart sank. Abandoned. I was still alone, but at least I was inside, away from the immediate threat of the forest. I dragged myself to the window, peering out, scanning the tree line for any sign of Liam. That is when I saw it. On the mantelpiece, above a cold, empty fireplace, sat a small, familiar vase, and in it a sprig of wild phlox, freshly cut, its vibrant purple, a stark contrast to the dust and decay of the room. My blood turned to ice. My legs gave out completely, and I crumpled to the floor, a guttural scream tearing from my throat. He was here. He had been here. He knew I was coming. A shadow fell over the open doorway. I did not need to look up. I knew. Anna. Liam's voice, calm and gentle, filled the silence. You should not have run, my love. You are not thinking clearly. This wilderness is dangerous. But do not worry. I will always find you. I will always save you. I slowly raised my head, my eyes wide with terror. He stood there, framed by the sunlight, his axe casually resting against his shoulder. His clothes were barely rumpled, his hair perfectly in place. He looked as if he would just stepped out for a leisurely stroll, and in his hand, clutched carefully, was a freshly picked bouquet of wild phlox. I knew you would find your way to an old path, eventually, he said, stepping into the room, his eyes sweeping over me, a look of profound sadness on his face. But you must understand, Anna, there is no escaping us. Not anymore. I have made sure of that. He extended the bouquet towards me, the vibrant purple, a mocking symbol of my stolen life. Hazelnut coffee, your favorite flowers, a home. Just for us, I have given you everything. All you have to do is accept it. I did not take the flowers. I just stared at him, at the unwavering conviction in his eyes, at the fresh phlox, at the empty, abandoned farmhouse. That was now just another one of his meticulously prepared traps. The scent of hazelnut coffee, though absent, filled my mind, a phantom smell of a nightmare I could never wake from. He did not need to tie me up this time. He did not need to restrain me. He had broken me. He had shown me that his control was absolute, his reach endless. He had erased me from the world, and now he had erased my hope. He slowly knelt before me, his eyes locking onto mine, a soft, almost tender smile on his lips. "Do not worry, Anna," he whispered, his voice a chilling lullaby. "We will go back to our true home, and this time we will make sure you understand. You are safe with me. You are finally, truly, mine." The terror was not in the threat of physical harm anymore. It was in the crushing realization that he was right. I was his, utterly, terrifyingly alone and completely irrevocably his, and there was no escape. Not from him, not from the rustic cage, and certainly not from the terrifying truth that had been blooming like wild phlox in the darkest corners of my life for years. I was just another detail he had remembered, another part of his meticulously crafted plan. And I was never getting out. The next voice enters our storytelling today. The crunch of gravel under the tires finally stopped, a sound like bones grinding together in the suffocating silence. The car had been moving for what felt like an eternity, but also no time at all. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. My breath hitched, a ragged gasp caught in my throat. I squeezed my eyes shut, then forced them open, trying to make sense of the darkness outside the window. We were far from the city lights. The air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth, a scent that should have been peaceful, but now felt like the very essence of isolation. Towering trees, black silhouettes against the sky, bruised with the faintest hint of distant stars, pressed in on all sides. No other cars, no distant hum of civilization. Just the oppressive quiet and the chilling presence of Liam beside me. He turned off the engine, and the sudden silence was deafening. It was the kind of silence that screams danger. The kind where you can hear the frantic thumping of your own pulse in your ears. I wanted to scream, to pound on the windows, but my throat was a desert, and my limbs felt heavy, useless. Liam turned to me, a soft, almost tender smile playing on his lips. In the dim light filtering through the trees, his eyes seemed to glint with an unsettling satisfaction. "We are here, my love," he murmured, his voice a low, intimate hum that made my skin crawl. Home. Home. The word was a venomous lie. This was not home. This was a nightmare, and I was trapped right in the middle of it. He opened his door, and I flinched, instinctively pressing myself against the passenger door. The cool night air rushed in, carrying with it the scent of decay and something else. Something metallic, like old blood. I tried to push the thought away, to tell myself it was just my fear playing tricks, but the smell lingered, a cold dread seeping into my bones. Liam walked around the car, his movements fluid and unhurried. He opened my door, and I had nowhere to go. My legs felt like jelly, but he offered his hand, a gesture of chivalry that felt more like a handcuff. "Come," he said, his voice gentle, but with an underlying current of command that made it impossible to refuse. "Let us begin." I took his hand, my fingers cold and clammy against his warm, firm grip. He pulled me out of the car, and I stumbled, my balance shot. My eyes darted around, trying to find anything, any sign of life, any escape. But there was nothing. Just the endless suffocating forest and, directly in front of us, a house. It was not a cabin. It was an old 2-story farmhouse, painted a dark, faded green that blended into the surrounding foliage. Its windows were dark, like vacant eyes staring out into the night. A rickety porch stretched across the front, and a single, unlit lantern hung by the front door, swaying slightly in a non-existent breeze. It looked like something out of a horror movie, isolated and forgotten. A shiver, colder than the night air, ran down my spine. This place was not just old, it felt wrong. He led me up a short, overgrown path, my heels sinking slightly into the soft earth. Every step felt like walking into a trap, each crunch of gravel echoing the finality of my situation. We reached the porch, and he released my hand, reaching into his pocket. He produced a set of keys, the jingle sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. "I have been preparing this for us for a while," he said, his voice filled with a strange pride. "It is secluded, private. No one will bother us here. We can truly be ourselves." He inserted a key into the lock, and with a soft click, the heavy wooden door swung inward, revealing a cavern of darkness. A wave of stale, musty air, tinged with that metallic scent, washed over me. It smelled like secrets, like things that had been locked away for too long. Liam stepped inside, then turned, extending his hand to me again. "After you," he said, his smile unwavering. "There was no choice." I stepped across the threshold, into the unknown, into his home. The darkness inside was absolute, heavier than the night outside. I could feel the space around me, vast and cold. Then, with another soft click, a lamp on a side table flickered to life, casting a dim, yellowish glow over the entryway. It was a living room, or what used to be one. Dust motes danced in the faint light, suspended in the stagnant air. Old, heavy furniture draped in white sheets stood like ghostly figures. The floorboards creaked under our weight, a mournful groan. My eyes scanned the room, searching for anything familiar, anything that did not scream abandoned. But then I saw it. On a small, uncovered side table, nestled between two dusty leather-bound books, was a small silver picture frame, and inside it was a picture of me, my breath caught in my throat. It was a candid shot, taken from a distance, of me laughing, walking with Sarah in the park, probably last spring. My heart plummeted. He had not just known about Sarah, and last Tuesday he had been watching me, documenting my life. The horror of it was a physical blow, stealing the air from my lungs. Liam followed my gaze, his smile widening. "Is not it beautiful?" he whispered, as if we were admiring a work of art. "You are so radiant when you are truly happy. I wanted to capture that." My stomach churned. He did not just want to capture it, he wanted to possess it. He wanted to possess me. "Come," he said, gently taking my arm, his touch sending shivers of revulsion through me. "Let me show you the rest of our home." He led me through a narrow hallway, the floorboards groaning under every step. Each room was a new layer of dread. The kitchen was old, with a wood-burning stove and a pump for water, looking like it had not been used in decades. Yet on the small, chipped counter, there was a brand-new coffee maker and a bag of my favorite brand of coffee. "I know you like a good cup of coffee in the morning," he said, his voice soft, as if he were discussing a shared, intimate habit. "I made sure to get everything you would need." My head spun. He had planned this, meticulously, horrifyingly. He knew my habits, my preferences. He had built this cage around me, piece by agonizing piece. We moved on, past a dining room with a heavy, dust-laden table, and then up a creaking staircase. The air grew colder as we ascended. At the top, a narrow landing led to two doors. Liam opened the first one. It was a bedroom, and unlike the downstairs, this room was not draped in white sheets. It was prepared. A queen-size bed, freshly made with dark blue sheets, stood against one wall. A small dresser, a nightstand with a lamp, and a single plush armchair completed the sparse furnishings. But what truly froze me was the closet door, slightly ajar. Through the gap, I could see a rack of clothes. My clothes. My favorite blue sweater, my worn jeans, even the dress I wore to Sarah's birthday party last month. "This is your room," Liam said, his voice full of an unsettling pride. "I thought you would appreciate having your own space. I have brought some of your things over. I hope you do not mind. Mind? My entire life was being dismantled and reassembled by this man without my consent, without my knowledge. He had broken into my apartment, stolen my clothes, invaded my most private spaces. My breath hitched again. A silent scream caught in my throat. I walked numbly into the room, my eyes wide with terror. On the nightstand, next to the lamp, was my compass. The small, brass compass he had taken from me at the restaurant. The one he called a gift. A promise that I will always be with you, guiding your way. It sat there, gleaming faintly, a silent testament to his control, his chilling prediction. He had promised he would always be with me, guiding my way. And here I was, trapped, guided by him, to this isolated prison. I turned to him, finally finding my voice, though it came out as a desperate whisper. Liam, please. This is not right. Let me go. His smile did not falter. He simply stepped further into the room, closing the door behind him with a soft click that echoed like a death knell. But this is right, he said, his voice still gentle, still so horrifyingly calm. This is us. This is where our journey truly begins. Do not. You see, we are finally together, away from all the distractions, all the noise of the city. Just you and me. He reached out, his hand hovering near my face. I flinched, pulling back, but he did not touch me. His eyes, however, held me captive. They were intense, unwavering, filled with an emotion I could not quite decipher, but which terrified me to my core. It was not love, it was obsession, possession. You must be tired, he continued, completely ignoring my plea. It has been a long night. Why do not you get some rest? I will be just downstairs if you need anything at all. He backed out of the room, his eyes never leaving mine. He reached for the doorknob, and for a fleeting second, I thought he might actually leave. But then, just before he closed the door, his eyes dropped to the floor, and he picked up something I had not noticed. It was a small, ornate key. He held it up, a silent, chilling gesture. Just to ensure your safety, he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. This old house, it can be a bit drafty, and I would not want you to wander off in the dark. It is easy to get lost out here. With that, he stepped out and the door clicked shut. The sound of the lock turning was unmistakable, a metallic snick that severed my last thread of hope. I was locked in. Panic clawed at my throat. I rushed to the door, twisting the handle, but it was useless. It was locked from the outside. I pounded on the wood, my fists weak against its solid mass. Liam, let me out. Please. Liam, my voice cracked, raw with terror. Silence. Just the creaking of the old house and the frantic pounding of my own heart. I turned from the door, my eyes darting around the room, searching desperately for another way out. The window. I ran to it, my fingers fumbling with the latch. It was old, stiff, but I managed to pry it open. A gust of cold, pine-scented air rushed in. I leaned out, peering into the oppressive darkness. Below, it was a good 15 feet to the ground, a patch of overgrown weeds and tangled bushes. Even if I jumped, I could easily break an ankle, and then what? Crawl through the forest. I looked up at the dense canopy of trees, and then back down at the dark, unforgiving earth. There was no light, no road, no sign of anything but wilderness. And Liam was downstairs. He would hear me. He would find me. My gaze fell upon something else, something even more chilling. The window was old, with multiple panes. But on the outside, spanning across the entire window frame, were thin, almost invisible wires. They were expertly woven, barely noticeable in the dark, but they were there, forming a subtle yet impenetrable barrier. Like a birdcage. He had not just locked the door, he had caged me in. I stumbled back from the window, my legs giving out. I sank to the floor, tears streaming down my face, hot and useless. The reality of my situation crashed down on me with the force of a tidal wave. I was completely, utterly trapped, alone, with him. Hours passed, or maybe it was only minutes. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the suffocating silence of that room. I huddled in the armchair, listening, every creak of the house, every rustle of the leaves outside, making me jump. I tried to think, to plan, but my mind was a chaotic mess of fear and despair. What did he want? What was us? He seemed so convinced, so disturbingly normal in his delusion. He genuinely believed we were meant to be, that this was our new life together. As the first faint streaks of dawn began to lighten the sky, filtering weakly through the wired window, I heard footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate. My heart leaped into my throat. He was coming. The lock clicked again, and the door swung open. Liam stood there, holding a tray. On it, a plate of pancakes, a small glass of orange juice, and a steaming mug of coffee. My coffee. He smiled. A gentle, morning smile, as if this were the most normal thing in the world. "Good morning, my love," he said, his voice soft and warm. "I thought you might be hungry. I made your favorite." He walked in, placing the tray on the small dresser. The aroma of coffee and maple syrup filled the room, a cruel parody of normalcy. He turned to me, his eyes filled with that unsettling possessiveness. "Did you sleep well?" he asked, as if genuinely concerned. I stared at him, unable to speak. My throat was still raw from crying, my body rigid with fear. He sighed, a soft, almost paternal sound. "I know this is a lot to take in," he said, his voice laced with understanding. "But I promise you, in time, you will see this is where we belong. This is our beginning." He picked up the compass from the nightstand, turning it over in his hand. His thumb traced the smooth, cold brass. "Remember what I said," he murmured, his eyes fixed on the compass. "Not me. A promise that I will always be with you, guiding your way." He looked up, his gaze piercing. "And I always will, my love." "Always." He placed the compass back down, then picked up the cup of coffee. He walked over to me, offering it with a gentle, inviting gesture. "Here," he said, "it is still warm. Just how you like it." I looked at the coffee, then at his hand, then at his face. The fear was overwhelming, but a tiny flicker of defiance, a desperate need to reclaim some small piece of myself, sparked within me. I shook my head, my lips pressed into a thin line. His smile faltered, just for a second. His eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly, and the warmth in them cooled, replaced by something hard and unyielding. "You should eat," he said, his voice no longer gentle, but firm. "An order. You need your strength. We have a lot to do today." He did not need to elaborate. I knew what he meant. He was not just holding me captive. He intended to build a life with me here, in this isolated prison, in his twisted version of us. The days that followed blurred into a horrifying monotony. Every morning, Liam would bring me food, always my favorites, always with that unnervingly calm smile. He would sit and watch me eat, making small talk, discussing his plans for the house, for our future. He spoke of gardening, of reading by the fireplace, of long walks in the woods, always with the implication that I would be by his side, a willing participant in his delusion. I tried to resist, to refuse food, but he would simply sit there, patiently, his gaze unwavering, until the hunger became too much to bear. He never raised his voice, never physically forced me, but his presence, his absolute control, was a constant, suffocating pressure. He would leave me alone for hours, but I knew he was never truly gone. I could hear him moving downstairs, sometimes humming a tune, sometimes the faint sound of tools. And every time I tried to test a window, to rattle the door, to find some hidden weakness, he would appear as if from nowhere, his eyes holding a silent disappointment, a gentle yet firm reminder of my place. One afternoon, he came into my room carrying a large leather-bound journal. He sat in the armchair opposite me, flipping through the pages. "I thought we could start documenting our journey," he said, looking up at me. Our story, from the very beginning. He opened the journal to a fresh page, and then, with a flourish, he placed it on the small table between us, along with a pen. "Why do not you start?" he suggested, his smile expectant. "You are so good with words." I stared at the blank page, then at the pen. "Write our story, the story of my abduction, my imprisonment." My mind reeled. "What would you like me to write?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, trying to buy time to understand what he wanted. His smile widened. "Anything, my love, anything that comes to mind. Your hopes, your dreams, what you think about us." He leaned forward, his eyes shining with an almost manic intensity. "Perhaps you could start with how you felt when you first realized we were meant to be together, when you knew I was the one guiding your way." My blood ran cold. He wanted me to rewrite my own reality, to internalize his delusion. He wanted to break me, not just physically, but mentally, to force me to believe his twisted narrative. I looked down at the blank page. The terror was a living thing inside me, but something else stirred too. A spark. A dangerous, desperate idea. If he wanted me to write, then I would write, but not his story. I picked up the pen, my hand trembling. I looked at Liam, who was watching me with an eager, triumphant expression. I met his gaze, and for the first time since I had been brought to this house, I did not flinch. "All right, Liam," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "I will write." He beamed. "Excellent. I knew you would. This is going to be wonderful. Our story, together." I turned to the journal, the pen poised over the pristine paper. My heart hammered, but my mind was clearer than it had been in days. He wanted me to write. He wanted me to document. And I would. But I would not write about us. I would write about him. Every detail, every terrifying word, every chilling action. I would write my truth, my horror, in the hope that somehow, someday, someone would find it. I pressed the pen to the page, and the first word formed. It was not a word of love or of shared destiny. It was a single, defiant word, a silent scream etched into the paper. Help. I did not know if it would ever be found. I did not know if I would ever escape, but as long as I had a pen and a page and a breath left in my body, I would fight. I would document. I would resist, because even in the deepest, darkest cage, a small spark of hope, a desperate act of defiance, could still burn, and Liam, with all his chilling control, would never truly extinguish it. Not as long as I was still breathing. Not as long as I was still me. One story ends and another begins. My legs trembled, not from weakness, but from the overwhelming, primal urge to bolt, to smash through the window, to claw my way out of this rustic cage that masqueraded as a home. Liam stood there, a fork held out, a pancake adorned with wild phlox sitting on a plate in his hand, the smell of hazelnut coffee, my favorite, brewed fresh and strong, hung heavy in the air, a sickening reminder of how meticulously he had invaded my life. His eyes, fixed on me with an unnerving intensity, were a deep, dark pool of possessiveness. "Eat, my sweet," he urged, his voice a low, calm command. His normalcy was terrifying. My throat was a dry, constricted tunnel. I shook my head, a silent refusal. The refusal made a flicker of something dark cross his face, a wounded look that quickly hardened into an icy resolve. "I did not kidnap you," he insisted, his voice still low, but with an edge of steel. "I saved you. Saved me from what? Or from my own life, or from the choices I made." The real horror dawned on me then, a cold, crushing weight that stole my breath. He would told Jess, my roommate, that I was on a romantic getaway. He had not just stalked me, he would replaced me. He would built this prison brick by brick, and now I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. He still held out the fork, the pancake. a mocking symbol of his twisted devotion. How had it come to this? How had a simple swipe right on Tinder led me to this nightmare? It all started so innocently, like most horrors do. I remember scrolling through Tinder one rainy Friday night, bored, half-heartedly swiping left on most profiles. Then, Liam's picture popped up. Rugged, a little scruffy, but in a charming way, a genuine smile. His bio was witty, mentioning a love for hiking and old books, things I genuinely liked. I swiped right. Match. His messages were instant, articulate, and engaging. He did not just ask, "How are you?" He asked about my day, listened to my answers, and found common ground. He seemed perfect, like he actually saw me, even through a screen. We set up a coffee date for the following Tuesday. I remember walking into the daily grind, a little nervous, a little excited. He was already there, sitting at a small table by the window, a hazelnut latte already waiting for me. My favorite. I had not told him that. I mean, it is not a secret, but it is not something you usually mention before a first date. "I figured you would like this," he said, pushing it across the table with a warm smile. "You mentioned in your profile you like a little sweetness in your coffee." It was a small detail easily dismissed. A good guess, maybe. Or perhaps he would seen me there before. I went to that coffee shop almost every morning. I remember the first tiny bell of unease, a faint, almost imperceptible tingle at the back of my neck, but I quickly rationalized it away. He was just observant, charming, attentive, exactly what I would have been looking for. He listened intently as I talked, asked thoughtful questions, and never once interrupted. By the end of the date, I felt genuinely seen, cherished even. I walked away, feeling like I would hit the jackpot. Our second date was dinner at an Italian place downtown. Again, he picked it. He had made a reservation for a quiet corner table. The waiter came over, and Liam, without even asking, ordered for me a glass of the exact Pinot Noir I preferred and a pasta dish, specifically requesting no olives. "You remembered I do not like olives," I said, genuinely surprised and flattered. It was such a minor detail, something I would probably mentioned offhand during a long conversation on our first date. He just smiled, a soft, intimate smile that made my stomach flutter. Of course, I did. "Sarah, every detail about you is worth remembering." Another tiny bell chimed, a little louder this time. It was not just observant, it felt specific. Too specific. But again, I pushed it down. This was what I wanted, right? Someone who paid attention, who made an effort. I would spend too long with guys who barely remembered my name. Liam was a breath of fresh air, a whirlwind of attention and affection. His growing possessiveness, which I now recognize as a clear red flag, I then rationalized as infatuation. He was just really into me. How often did that happen? I was glowing. Jess, my roommate, even commented on how happy I seemed. The third date was a hike. His suggestion, we drove out to a nature preserve an hour outside the city. It was a beautiful day, sunlight dappling through the trees, the smell of damp earth and pine needles in the air. We were walking along a winding trail, talking about everything and nothing. I stopped by a cluster of delicate purple flowers growing by the path. "Oh, wild phlox!" I exclaimed, kneeling down to admire them. "These are my absolute favorite. They are so unassuming, but so beautiful." Liam knelt beside me, his hand gently brushing my hair away from my face. "I know," he murmured, his eyes holding mine. "I remember you mentioned them online in a comment on that old blog post about local wildflowers." My blood ran cold. The tiny bells of unease did not just chime, this time they crashed, a deafening clang in my ears. A blog post. I had written one years ago on an obscure nature photography blog I used to run. It was practically buried, not something a casual gut GU search would pull up. It was something you would have to dig for. My heart began to pound a frantic rhythm against my ribs. This was not charming. This was not attentive. This was stalking. Then he said it. His voice, usually so warm, now had a chilling, flat quality to it. I have been watching you. Sarah, before Tinder, the world tilted, the beautiful forest, the sunlight, the wild flocks. It all became a terrifying backdrop. My mind screamed. He was not just interested, he was obsessed. He was not just attentive, he was invading. I scrambled to my feet, my legs suddenly shaky. What are you talking about? I managed, my voice a thin, reedy whisper. He stood up too, his expression unreadable. I just mean I knew you were the one. I just needed to find the right way to meet you. Panic seized me, a cold, suffocating grip. I did not wait for him to say anything else. I turned and ran. I did not know where the car was. I did not care. I just ran, blindly, through the trees, the rustling leaves sounding like footsteps behind me. I do not remember much of the drive back, only that I somehow managed to get to my car, lock the doors, and speed away. When I got home, I was a trembling wreck. I blocked him everywhere, Tinder, phone, social media. I told Jess he was just too intense, downplaying the sheer terror of his confession. I made light of it because admitting the full scope of it, admitting that someone had been watching me, invading my privacy for who knew how long, was too horrifying to voice. I thought I was safe. I really did. I was wrong. The memory of the abduction itself is still a blur of terror and confusion. One moment, I was coming home from my evening shift, keys jingling, fumbling with the lock on my apartment door. The next, a heavy hand clamped over my mouth, a sickeningly sweet cloth pressed to my nose and mouth. The world spun, darkness encroaching around the edges of my vision. I struggled, kicked, tried to scream, but the world dissolved into black. I woke up here, in this rustic cage. The first thing I noticed was the smell of pine and something vaguely earthy, like a cabin. My head throbbed, and my mouth was dry. I was lying on a surprisingly comfortable bed, in a room that looked like it belonged in a magazine spread about cozy country living. Rough-hewn wooden beams crisscrossed the ceiling. A stone fireplace dominated one wall. There was a window, framed by thick plaid curtains, but when I tried to open it, it was bolted shut from the outside. The glass was thick, almost like bulletproof glass. The door, a heavy oak, had a simple iron latch, but I knew, just knew, it was locked from the other side. That is when he walked in, carrying a tray. Liam. He looked exactly the same, rugged and charming, but his eyes held a new, unsettling gleam. "Good morning, Sarah," he said, his voice soft, as if he were waking a sleeping child. "I made you breakfast, and that is how I ended up here, in this kitchen, the smell of my favorite hazelnut coffee, a sickening reminder of his meticulous invasion. He watches me now, the fork still extended, the pancakes with wild flocks, a grotesque parody of a loving gesture. I said, 'Eat,' he repeats, his voice losing its soft edge, becoming a command. My stomach churns, but I force myself to speak. I am not hungry." His smile falters. He lowers the fork, the plate still in hand. "You need to eat. Sarah, you are too thin. I worry about you." He says it with such genuine concern, it is chilling. It is like he truly believes he is doing something good, something loving. "Let me go. Liam," I plead, my voice cracking. "Please. This is not right." He shakes his head slowly, a sorrowful look on his face. "I can't do that." "Sarah, not yet. You do not understand. The world out there, it is not safe for you. People do not appreciate you. They do not see you like I do." He takes a step closer, and I instinctively flinch back, bumping into the counter. "I have saved you from all of that. Here, we can be together. Forever." The word forever hangs in the air, heavy and suffocating. My eyes dart around the kitchen. It is a beautiful kitchen, actually. Stainless steel appliances, rustic chic decor. It looks like it belongs in a catalog, but every surface, every detail feels like a trap. There are no obvious weapons, no easy escape routes. The windows are sealed. The back door looks as sturdy as the front. Jess knows. I try. A desperate gambit. She will call the police. She will find me. Liam laughs, a soft, almost pitying sound. Sarah, Jess believes you are on a romantic getaway with a wonderful new boyfriend. She thinks you are having the time of your life. I even sent her a text from your phone, telling her not to worry, that you would be back in a week or two. Just needing some space, you know. A little adventure. He shrugs as if it is the most normal thing in the world. She trusts you, Sarah, and she trusts me. That is when the full weight of my situation truly crashes down. He did not just stalk me, he replaced me. He inserted himself into my life, weaving a narrative that would explain my disappearance, buying himself time. Jess, my best friend, my roommate, thinks I am happy, in love. She won't be looking for me. No one will. I am utterly alone. Liam sets the plate down on the counter and picks up a knife, beginning to butter another pancake. Come on. Sarah, just a bite. You will feel better. I stare at the knife, then at his calm, expectant face. My mind races. I need to be smart. I need to play along, at least for now. If I resist too much, what will he do? His wounded look hardening into resolve earlier was a stark warning. Slowly, reluctantly, I reach for the fork he now offers again. My hand trembles as I take it. I cut a small piece of the pancake, trying to ignore the delicate purple petals of the wild phlox. The smell of the hazelnut coffee, once a comfort, now makes my stomach clench. I bring the fork to my mouth, forcing myself to swallow. The taste is bland, lifeless. Good girl, he says, a pleased smile spreading across his face. He watches me eat, his gaze never leaving me. It is not just surveillance, it is ownership. The days that follow blur into a monotonous, terrifying routine. Liam is always there, always watching. He sleeps in the room next to mine, the heavy oak door always locked from his side. During the day, he is a doting captor. He makes all my favorite meals, buys me clothes he thinks I would like, which, unnervingly, are exactly my style and size, and tries to engage me in conversation. He talks about our future, our life together. He talks about how happy we will be, how he will protect me. The house itself is beautiful, but it is a gilded cage. Every window is reinforced, every door secured with multiple locks. There is no cell service, and the landline is disconnected. He even has a generator for power, making it completely off-grid. He would truly thought of everything. I try to find weaknesses. I try to listen, to observe, while he is engrossed in a book one afternoon. I try the back door. It is locked, of course, but as I press against it, I notice a faint give in the frame, almost imperceptible. Maybe, just maybe, it is not as solid as it seems, or maybe it is just wishful thinking. Another time, I try to talk to him, to reason with him. Liam, I say, my voice as calm as I can make it, you know this is not right. I have a life, a job, friends. They will miss me eventually. He just shakes his head, a sad, patient smile on his face. You do not understand. Sarah, they do not truly know you. I do. I know your hopes, your dreams, your fears. I know the little frown you make when you are concentrating. I know the way your eyes light up when you talk about your photography. No one else sees that. They just see a version of you. I see the real you. His words send a shiver down my spine. He truly believes this. He believes he is the only one who truly cares for me, and that this horrifying abduction is an act of love. This is not a man who can be reasoned with. This is a man whose reality is utterly twisted. One evening, as we are eating dinner, a perfectly cooked salmon, another one of my favorites, he brings up Jess again. Jess sent me a text today, he says, taking a sip of his wine. She said she misses you, but she is happy you are enjoying your romantic getaway. She even asked for pictures. My heart leaps. Pictures? If I could just get my hands on my phone, even for a second, what did you tell her? I ask, trying to keep my voice casual, to hide the sudden surge of desperate hope. He smiles. A smug, satisfied smile. I told her your phone broke, and you are enjoying being unplugged. I said I would send her some beautiful landscape photos from my phone to show her how happy you are. She bought it, hook, line, and sinker. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out my phone. My heart stops. He holds it up, displaying a lock screen photo of me and Jess laughing at a concert. Do not worry, he says. I am just using it for messages. I have taken out the SIM card. No calls, no internet, just old texts for reference. He has my phone, my lifeline, and he is using it to further his deception. He puts it back in his pocket, as if it is the most natural thing in the world. The brief flicker of hope dies, replaced by a fresh wave of despair. Days turn into a week, then two. My resolve starts to fray. The constant surveillance, the forced normalcy, the utter isolation, it grinds you down. I still refuse to call this place home, but I find myself going through the motions. Eating, watching movies with Liam, even occasionally talking to him about mundane things, just to keep him calm, to keep his wounded look from hardening. I am a prisoner, but I am also acting. I am performing the role of his girlfriend, waiting for my chance. One afternoon, Liam announces he needs to go into town for supplies. Do not worry, my sweet, he says, stroking my hair, his touch making my skin crawl. I won't be long, and I have made sure everything is secure. He locks me in the living room, a room with no windows, only the heavy oak door that leads to the rest of the house, and another that leads to his bedroom. I hear the front door click shut, then the sound of his truck rumbling away. Silence. Absolute, terrifying silence. This is my chance. My heart pounds like a drum against my ribs. I rush to the door that leads to the main part of the house, the one I have been trying to find a weakness in for days. I push against it, testing the frame. It still gives slightly. I look around for something, anything, to pry it open. My eyes land on a small, decorative metal poker by the fireplace, used for stirring embers. It is heavy, solid. I grab it, my hands shaking. I wedge the tip into the faint gap between the door frame and the door itself, where I felt the give. I push, strain, my muscles screaming. The wood splinters. Slowly, agonizingly. Sweat drips into my eyes. I hear a faint crack. Again. Harder. The wood groans. Finally, with a loud, sickening snap, the door frame gives way enough for me to force the door open, splintering the wood around the latch. I am free from the living room. I race through the house, my bare feet silent on the wooden floors. The kitchen. The back door. I remember that slight give in the frame. I try the handle. Locked? Of course. But I see the deadbolt. It is old, rusty. I grab the fireplace poker again and start prying at the deadbolt mechanism, the metal scraping against the wood. Every creak, every clang, sounds deafening in the silent house. I work frantically, adrenaline coursing through me. The deadbolt is stiff, resisting. I hear a faint sound in the distance. The truck. No, it is too soon. I must be imagining things. I give one last, desperate heave. The deadbolt groans, then with a final, metallic shriek, it gives way. The door springs open a crack. Fresh air, the smell of pine and damp earth, but this time it is the smell of freedom. I push the door open fully and burst out into the dense woods. I do not know where I am, but I do not care. I just run through the trees, over roots, through thick undergrowth. My lungs burn, my legs ache, but I do not stop. I have to get away. I run until I can't anymore, collapsing by a thick cluster of bushes, gasping for breath, my body shaking uncontrollably. I listen. Nothing. Only the sounds of the forest. I am deep in the woods. No sign of a road, no sign of human habitation. Then, through the sound of my ragged breathing, I hear it. A faint, distant rumble, the sound of a truck engine. My blood runs cold. He is coming back. He will know. He will see the broken door. Panic renewed, I force myself up, ignoring the searing pain in my legs. I have to keep going. I have to find a road, a house, anything. I stumble forward, pushing through the undergrowth, branches tearing at my clothes and skin. The rumble grows louder, closer. I burst into a small clearing, my eyes frantically scanning for an escape. And then I see it. A narrow dirt road, barely visible through the trees. Hope flares, bright and desperate. I scramble towards it, my heart hammering. I can hear the truck now, distinctly, on the road, coming from the direction of the house. He must have seen the broken door. I reach the dirt road, tears streaming down my face, a mix of terror and relief. I just need to pick a direction and run. Suddenly, a voice, calm and even, cuts through the forest. Sarah. My sweet, where are you going? I freeze. The voice is behind me, not on the road, in the woods. I turn slowly, my blood turning to ice in my veins. Liam stands there not 20 feet away, emerging from the trees. He is holding a small silver hunting knife. His face is calm, almost serene, a slight sad smile playing on his lips. He is not angry. He is just disappointed. You really should not have done that. Sarah, he says, his voice soft, almost a whisper. I told you I would keep you safe, but you just do not listen, do you? The truck rumble on the dirt road grows louder, then fades, as if it has just passed by. He had not been in the truck. He would have been waiting. He would know I would try to escape. He would let me. The realization hits me with crushing force. This was not an escape. This was another part of his game. His twisted, terrifying game. He takes a step closer, the silver blade glinting in the dappled sunlight. Do not worry, my sweet, he says, his eyes filled with that unnerving intensity. I will make sure you understand. I will make sure you know just how much I love you. And this time, I will make sure you are truly safe. Forever. The trees around us seem to close in, the forest no longer a path to freedom, but a silent, watchful accomplice to my ultimate, terrifying confinement. I am utterly, truly alone, and this nightmare has only just begun. Up next, another story worth listening to. As he steered me towards the cafe's exit, my mind raced, a frantic hamster on a wheel, going nowhere. My throat was tight, my breath catching in shallow gasps. I tried to catch the eye of anyone, in the bustling cafe. The young couple laughing over their lattes, the woman engrossed in her book, the barista wiping down the counter with practiced ease. They were all just living oblivious. Their normalcy felt like a cruel joke, a spotlight shining on my own terrifying reality. My lips parted, a desperate plea forming, but Liam's grip tightened imperceptibly on my fingers. A silent warning that choked the sound before it could even begin. He was smiling now. A small, polite smile, the kind you would offer a casual acquaintance. To anyone watching, we were just a couple leaving after a pleasant afternoon. My legs, still feeling like rubber, moved forward mechanically. Every step was a battle. Every muscle screaming at me to fight, to scream, to kick, to make a scene. But the terror was paralyzing. His eyes, fixed on some point beyond me, held a chilling intensity that promised swift, brutal consequences if I resisted. It was not just a threat, it was a certainty. I could feel the heat of his palm against mine, a mockery of intimacy, a brand of ownership. We reached the door. The chime above us sang a cheerful tune as we pushed through. a stark contrast to the icy dread that had completely encased me. The frigid air outside hit me like a physical blow, but it was a welcome shock compared to the suffocating atmosphere inside. For a split second, a sliver of irrational hope flickered. Maybe, just maybe, he would let go. Maybe he would just walk away, and I could run, disappear into the anonymity of the city street. But Liam did not let go. He did not even pause. He simply tugged, guiding me with an almost gentle insistence towards the curb. My eyes darted around, searching for a taxi, a bus, any sign of public transport, a lifeline, but the street was surprisingly empty, the usual afternoon rush having thinned out, leaving only a few parked cars and the distant hum of traffic. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges, a beautiful backdrop to my unfolding nightmare. "It is just over here," Liam murmured, his voice a low rumble next to my ear, somehow both soothing and utterly menacing. He pulled me towards a dark sedan, parked a little way down the street. It was an older model, nondescript, the kind of car that blended into the background that no one would ever remember, perfect for disappearing. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat signaling impending doom. As we approached the car, I noticed the windows were tinted, dark and impenetrable. I could not see inside, and no one could see out. Another layer of isolation. He opened the passenger door, a chivalrous gesture that twisted my stomach into knots. "Get in," he said, his voice softer now, but with an underlying steel that brooked no argument. My eyes locked onto his. There was no warmth, no sympathy, just a cold, calculating resolve. It was like looking into the eyes of a predator who had finally cornered its prey. My body felt heavy, leaden, but a primal instinct to survive surged through me. I considered screaming, throwing myself to the ground, kicking and fighting with every ounce of strength I had left. But what good would it do? We were on a quiet street, dusk falling. Who would hear? Who would care? And what would he do in response? The thought of his reaction, of the violence I sensed simmering beneath his calm exterior, was enough to keep me frozen. I slid into the passenger seat, the leather cold against my legs. The door clicked shut behind me with a heavy thud, a sound that echoed the finality of a prison door. The locks engaged automatically, a soft clunk that sealed my fate. Liam walked around the front of the car, his silhouette momentarily blocking out the last vestiges of twilight, before he slipped into the driver's seat. He started the engine, a low growl that vibrated through the floorboards. He did not look at me immediately. Instead, he adjusted the rearview mirror, his movements precise and unhurried, as if this were just another mundane task. The silence in the car was deafening, amplified by the low hum of the engine. My breath hitched in my throat. I tried to reach for my phone, a desperate, futile gesture, but it was not there. My purse was still clutched in my hand, but I knew it was useless. He must have taken it at the cafe, or maybe I would dropped it in my panic. My mind was a blur. Finally, he turned to me. His smile was back, a thin, unnerving line. "Better is not it?" he asked, his voice almost conversational. "Out of that noisy place. We can talk properly now." My voice was a strangled whisper. "Where are we going?" He chuckled, a low, humorless sound. "Somewhere safe, somewhere no one will bother us. Somewhere we can be alone." His eyes glinted in the dim light of the dashboard. "You remember what I said, right? About someone visiting." A cold dread, deeper than anything I would felt before, settled in my stomach. "You are the visitor," I stated, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. It was not a question, it was a terrifying realization. He did not deny it. He simply smiled, a knowing, predatory expression. "You are a smart girl. I knew that from your profile. That is what attracted me." He paused, then started driving, pulling away from the curb with a smooth, controlled motion. The cafe, and my last chance at being seen, vanished from the rearview mirror. "I have been watching you for a while, you know." My blood ran cold. Watching me? What are you talking about? "Oh, just around your apartment building, your usual coffee shop, that bookstore you like. Little things. He glanced at me, his eyes briefly meeting mine before returning to the road. I just wanted to make sure you were suitable. Suitable, the word hung in the air, a chilling implication. Suitable for what? My mind screamed for answers, but my mouth was dry, my tongue thick. I pressed myself against the passenger door, as far away from him as I could get, but the car was a small, enclosed space. There was no escape. The city lights slowly began to fade as we drove. We passed familiar landmarks, then less familiar ones, then none at all. The roads became darker, narrower, lined with trees that seemed to grow taller, more menacing. With every mile, the silence stretched between us, punctuated only by the hum of the engine and the frantic pounding of my heart. I tried to map our route, to remember a street sign, anything that could help me later, but my mind was too clouded with terror. Everything looked the same in the deepening twilight. "You are quiet," Liam observed, his voice cutting through my panicked thoughts. "That is good. I like a quiet woman." He reached over, his hand resting on my knee. My entire body stiffened, every nerve ending screaming in revulsion. His touch was light, but it felt like 1,000 spiders crawling on my skin. I wanted to recoil, to swat his hand away, but I could not move. I was paralyzed by fear. "Do not worry," he continued, his thumb stroking my jeans. "You are safe with me. I will keep you safe from everything." The irony was a bitter taste in my mouth. He was the danger, the monster. He was the one I needed saving from. I forced myself to speak, my voice barely a whisper. "Please, just let me go. I won't tell anyone. I promise." He laughed, a low, chilling sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Oh, my dear, that is not how this works. You see, you are special. I have been looking for someone like you for a very long time." He removed his hand from my knee, and I let out a silent sigh of relief, only for my blood to run cold again as I realized he was reaching for something in the center console. He pulled out a small, worn, leather-bound book. It looked like a journal. My eyes widened in horror as he opened it, revealing pages filled with neat, precise handwriting. And photos of me walking out of my apartment building, me getting coffee, me at the bookstore, browsing the shelves, me laughing with a friend in a park, my entire life meticulously documented. There were dates, times, little notes scribbled in the margins. It was a terrifying chronicle of my unwitting surveillance. "You see," he said, his voice laced with a disturbing pride. "I know you better than anyone, probably. I know your habits, your routines, what makes you smile, what makes you frown." He flipped through a few more pages, then pointed to a picture of me, taken from a distance, looking thoughtful. "That is my favorite. You look so contemplative, so full of possibility." Nausea churned in my stomach. This was not just a random abduction. This was calculated, obsessive. He had not just been visiting, he had been stalking me, building an entire narrative around my life without my knowledge. The realization hit me like a physical blow, leaving me breathless and dizzy. He was not just a threat. He was a phantom who had been lurking in the shadows of my life for who knew how long. "Who are you?" I managed to choke out, the words barely audible. He finally looked at me again, and this time, his smile was gone. His eyes were cold, utterly devoid of emotion, like chips of ice. "I am the one who cares about you," he said, his voice flat. "The one who knows what is best for you. The one who will protect you from the world that does not understand how special you are." The last vestiges of daylight had vanished completely now. We were driving through dense woods, the trees forming a dark, impenetrable tunnel around us. The road had devolved into a gravel track, bumpy and uneven. The only light came from the car's headlights, cutting through the inky blackness, illuminating patches of overgrown foliage and ancient-looking trees. My heart was a frantic hummingbird in my chest, beating so hard I thought it might burst. Then, through a break in the trees, I saw it. A house. It was old, 2 stories, with dark, gaping windows that looked like empty eyes staring out from the gloom. It stood alone, miles from anything, isolated and menacing, a perfect setting for a horror movie. No lights were on. It looked abandoned, desolate, utterly unwelcoming. Liam slowed the car, turning off the main track onto an even narrower, barely visible path that led up to the house. The tires crunched on the loose gravel, the sound amplified in the profound silence of the night. My breath hitched. This was it. This was where he was taking me. My prison. He pulled the car to a stop directly in front of the house, cutting the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, a heavy blanket that smothered every sound. Even the crickets seemed to have fallen silent. The only thing I could hear was the frantic thumping of my own heart in my ears. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves, a primal scent that filled me with dread. Liam turned off the headlights, plunging us into complete darkness. For a moment, I could not see anything, only the faint outline of the house against the starless sky. Then my eyes adjusted, and the terrifying reality of my surroundings came into sharp focus. The house loomed over us, a hulking shadow. "Welcome home," Liam said, his voice a low whisper in the darkness. He opened his door and stepped out, and I heard the crunch of his shoes on the gravel. I remained frozen, my hand on the door handle, but I knew it was locked. I was trapped. He walked around to my side of the car, and in the faint moonlight, I could see his silhouette. He opened my door, and a gust of cold night air rushed in, bringing with it the scent of decay. "Come on," he said, his voice gentle, almost coaxing, but the underlying threat was palpable. "Let us get you inside. It is cold out here." I slid out of the car, my legs still shaky, threatening to give out beneath me. My eyes scanned the surroundings, desperately searching for any sign of life, a glimmer of hope. But there was nothing, just the dense, dark forest stretching out in every direction. An impenetrable wall. We were utterly alone. Liam placed a hand on the small of my back, guiding me towards the front door. His touch was light, but it felt like a brand, marking me as his. The front door was old, weathered wood with peeling paint and a rusted handle. It looked like it had not been opened in years. He produced a key from his pocket, a large, ornate iron key that looked like it belonged to a dungeon, and slid it into the lock. The mechanism groaned as he turned it, a metallic shriek that echoed eerily in the night. The door swung open with a low creak, revealing a cavernous darkness within. A wave of stale, musty air, heavy with the scent of dust and disuse, washed over me. It smelled like secrets and forgotten things. Liam stepped inside, then turned, extending a hand to me. "After you," he said, a polite host inviting a guest into his home. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to flee, to fight. But where would I go? The darkness outside was just as terrifying as the darkness within the house. I hesitated for a moment, my breath catching in my throat, before stepping over the threshold. The floorboards groaned beneath my weight, a sound that seemed to reverberate through the entire house. Liam followed me, and closing the door behind us with a soft click, he did not lock it immediately, but I knew it would not matter. I was deep in the woods, miles from anywhere, with a man who had been stalking me for months. He reached for a switch on the wall, and with a faint flicker, a single, dim bulb hanging from the ceiling illuminated the entryway. The light was weak, casting long, dancing shadows that made the old house seem even more menacing. I found myself in a wide, dust-filled foyer. To my left was a grand, sweeping staircase, its banister covered in cobwebs. To my right, a dark hallway stretched into the gloom. The walls were peeling, the wallpaper stained and faded, depicting scenes of nature that now looked grotesque and decayed. "Welcome to my sanctuary," Liam announced, his voice echoing in the vast space. He gestured around with a sweep of his hand, as if presenting a grand estate. "It is a little rustic, but it is private. No one will ever bother us here." I wrapped my arms around myself, shivering, though not from the cold. "Why are you doing this?" I whispered, my voice hoarse. He walked over to a small, dusty table in the corner and picked up a candelabra, then lit the candles with a match. The flickering flames cast a warm but unsettling glow, making the shadows dance even more wildly. "Because you need to be protected," he said, turning to face me, his face half hidden in shadow. "The world is a dangerous place, especially for someone as unique as you. People do not understand. They try to change you, to take advantage. But I understand. I see your true self." His words were sickeningly perverse. He saw my true self through months of stalking, through pictures taken from afar. It was not understanding, it was obsession. "I am not unique," I argued, trying to sound defiant, but my voice trembled. "I am just a normal person. I have friends, a job. They will notice I am gone." Liam smiled, a slow, chilling grin that did not reach his eyes. "Oh, they might, for a little while, but people forget, my dear, and I am very good at making sure no one finds what they are not looking for." He walked towards me, the candelabra held aloft, casting his face in an eerie light. "Besides, I have already taken care of your phone. Your friends will just think you have gone off the grid for a bit. Maybe a spontaneous trip. You are the adventurous type, after all. I read that on your profile." My stomach dropped. He had planned this, every single detail. He had meticulously crafted my disappearance. The realization was a punch to the gut. There was no one coming for me. No one even knew I was in trouble. He led me into a large living room, equally dusty and disused. A cold fireplace dominated one wall, and a few pieces of antique furniture, draped in white sheets, stood like ghostly figures in the dim light. He pulled a sheet off an old armchair, revealing faded velvet upholstery. "Have a seat," he offered, gesturing to the chair. I hesitated, then slowly sat down, my body still rigid with fear. My eyes darted around the room, searching for anything, any small detail that could offer a clue, a way out. The windows were tall and narrow, covered by heavy, moth-eaten curtains that blocked out any view of the outside world. Liam set the candelabra down on a nearby table, then disappeared into what looked like a kitchen. I heard the faint sound of running water, then a clinking of glasses. My mind raced. This was my chance. He was distracted. I could run. But where? The front door, the darkness outside. The dense woods, it felt like running from one trap into another. Still, the urge to escape was overwhelming. I slowly, carefully, began to rise from the armchair, my muscles screaming in protest. Just as I was about to stand, Liam reappeared, carrying a tray with 2 steaming mugs. "Thought you might be thirsty," he said, his voice cheerful, as if we were simply enjoying a quiet evening at home. He offered me a mug. It smelled faintly of herbal tea. My instincts screamed at me not to drink it. "No, thank you," I said, my voice barely a whisper. His smile faltered slightly. "Are you sure? It is chamomile. Very soothing." His eyes narrowed just a fraction. "You look a little on edge." "I am fine." I lied, trying to project a calmness I did not feel. I am not thirsty." He shrugged, a casual gesture that belied the menacing glint in his eyes. He took a sip from his own mug, then placed mine on the small table next to me. "Suit yourself, but it is a long night ahead." My heart pounded. A long night ahead. What did that mean? He sat down on a dusty sofa opposite me, watching me with an unnerving intensity. The silence stretched again, thick and heavy, punctuated only by the crackle of the candles and the frantic beat of my own heart. I forced myself to speak, to try and understand, to buy time. "What exactly do you want from me?" He leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees, his gaze unwavering. "I want to protect you, to cherish you, to keep you safe from a world that does not deserve you." He paused, then his voice dropped to a near whisper. "And I want you to appreciate it, to understand that I am doing this for your own good." His words were a twisted parody of love, a horrifying declaration of ownership. He was not looking for a partner. He was looking for a captive, a doll to protect and control. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room ran down my spine. My eyes scanned the room again, desperately searching for anything. That is when I saw it. Tucked away in a dimly lit corner, partially obscured by a draped sheet, was a small, wooden rocking horse. It was old, painted white, with faded red rockers. It looked out of place, childish, unsettling, and then I noticed something else. Next to it, peeking out from under the sheet, was a small, worn leather shoe. A child's shoe. My blood ran cold. This was not just his sanctuary. This was something else entirely. A sickening realization dawned on me. He was not just a stalker, he was a monster with a history. My gaze snapped back to Liam. He was watching me, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk playing on his lips, as if he knew exactly what I had seen. He knew, and he was enjoying my terror. "What is that?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, pointing a trembling finger towards the corner. Liam followed my gaze, then chuckled softly. "That? Just some old things. This house has been in my family for generations." He picked up his mug, took another sip, his eyes never leaving mine. "Lots of memories here? Lots of stories." The way he said stories sent a shiver down my spine. It was not a nostalgic tone, it was possessive, almost predatory. I suddenly felt a wave of nausea wash over me. The air grew heavy with unspoken dread, with the weight of secrets buried within these old walls. I had to get out. Now, the image of the child's shoe, the rocking horse, haunted me. This was not just about me anymore. This was about a pattern, a horrifying history. "I need to use the restroom," I said, forcing the words out. It was a desperate, flimsy excuse, but the best I could come up with. Liam's eyes narrowed slightly. He seemed to deliberate for a moment. Then he nodded. "Of course, it is just down that hall." He gestured towards the dark hallway to the right of the foyer. "I will come with you, just to show you the way." My heart sank. He was not going to let me out of his sight. But it was a chance, however small. As he stood up, I noticed a slight bulge under his jacket. At his hip, my eyes widened in horror. A knife. A gun. I did not know, but it cemented the fact that he was dangerous, armed, and utterly prepared. He led the way, the candelabra held high, casting our elongated shadows before us. The hallway was long and dark, lined with closed doors. Each door felt like a portal to another dark secret. My mind raced, trying to think of a plan, any plan. If I could just get to one of those doors, maybe I could lock myself in, find a window, scream. We reached a door at the very end of the hall. Liam pushed it open, revealing a small, surprisingly clean bathroom. A single, bare bulb illuminated the space. "Here you go," he said, stepping aside. "Take your time. I will be right outside." My heart hammered. This was it. This was my moment. I stepped into the bathroom, trying to appear calm, then immediately scanned the room. A small window, high up, covered with a grimy screen. Not ideal, but maybe possible. The door had a simple lock. As I turned to close the door, Liam's hand shot out, stopping it from shutting completely. His eyes, in the dim light of the hallway, were cold and calculating. "Do not even think about it," he said, his voice low and menacing. "That window is painted shut. And even if it was not, you are miles from anywhere. Nowhere to run." He pushed the door almost shut, leaving only a sliver of an opening. Then I heard his footsteps retreat slightly. He was waiting just outside. My hands trembled as I splashed cold water on my face, trying to clear my head. My reflection in the dusty mirror was a pale, terrified stranger. I had to think. I had to find a way. Suddenly, a thought struck me. The car. He had left the car keys in the ignition. or at least he had not explicitly taken them out. When he opened my door, he did not have keys in his hand. If I could get back to the car, it was a long shot, but it was the only shot I had. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. I needed to act fast, and I needed to be smart. I opened the bathroom door, stepping out into the hallway. Liam was standing there, leaning against the wall, his arms crossed, watching me. "All done?" he asked, a faint smile on his lips. "Yes," I said, trying to sound as normal as possible. "Thank you." He pushed himself off the wall. "Good. Now, I think it is time we got you settled in. You must be tired." Settled in? The words sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I imagined a locked room, a permanent prison. My mind screamed in protest. "I am actually still a bit cold," I said, feigning a shiver. "Could we maybe light a fire in the living room?" He paused, considering my request. His eyes searched mine, looking for any deception. I held his gaze, trying to project a convincing image of a scared but compliant captive. Finally, he nodded. "A fire. Yes, that is a good idea. Make it more cozy." As we walked back towards the living room, I subtly glanced towards the front door. It was still closed, but I had not heard him lock it. If I could just create a distraction, we entered the living room. Liam walked over to the fireplace, setting the candelabra down. He began to gather some kindling and logs from a nearby stack. This was my chance. "I will just sit down," I mumbled, heading towards the armchair. But instead of sitting, I veered sharply to the left, towards the front door. "Hey," Liam's voice barked. Sharp and sudden, he dropped the logs with a clatter, his head snapping up. I did not look back. I sprinted, my legs finally finding their strength, adrenaline surging through me. My hand reached the cold, metallic doorknob. I twisted it, praying it was not locked. It turned. I yanked the door open, the old wood groaning in protest. The cold night air rushed in, a blast of freedom. I did not hesitate, bursting out onto the porch, my bare hands reaching for the gravel path. "Get back here," Liam roared, his voice filled with a terrifying fury. I heard his heavy footsteps pounding behind me. He was fast. I stumbled down the porch steps, my feet hitting the rough gravel. I could hear him right behind me, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The car was my only hope. I launched myself forward, sprinting towards the dark sedan, my eyes fixed on it like a beacon. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed harder, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. I reached the driver's side door, fumbling for the handle. It was locked. He must have locked it when he got out. No. My heart plummeted. "You are not going anywhere." Liam's hand clamped down on my shoulder, his grip like iron. He spun me around, his face contorted with rage, his eyes blazing in the dim moonlight. He raised his other hand, and I saw a flash of metal. The knife. My scream was ripped from my throat, a raw, primal sound of pure terror. I twisted, fighting against his grip, kicking and flailing. He lunged, the knife glinting in the dark. I ducked, feeling the cold rush of air as the blade sliced past my ear, dangerously close. I tasted blood, a metallic tang in my mouth. My head slammed against the car, sending stars exploding behind my eyes. For a moment, I was disoriented, my vision blurring. He pinned me against the car, the knife pressed against my throat, its cold tip a terrifying promise. "You should not have done that," he snarled, his voice a low, venomous hiss. "You should have just listened. Now you have made me angry." Tears streamed down my face, hot trails against my cold cheeks. I could feel the sharp edge of the blade against my skin, the faint prick of its tip. This was it. This was how it ended. But a desperate, animalistic will to live surged through me. My hands, still free, scrabbled wildly, searching for anything. My fingers closed around something hard and sharp. A small, jagged piece of gravel dislodged from the path with a surge of adrenaline. I brought my hand up, raking the sharp edge across his face. He cried out, a guttural roar of pain and surprise, loosening his grip for just a fraction of a second. It was all I needed. I pushed, twisting my body, breaking free from his hold. I scrambled away, not towards the house, not towards the car, but into the dense, dark woods. The trees were a terrifying labyrinth, but they were also my only hope. I crashed through the undergrowth, branches tearing at my clothes and skin, twigs snapping beneath my feet. I could hear Liam's enraged shouts behind me, his heavy footsteps crashing through the bushes. He was coming. He was still coming. The darkness was absolute in the depths of the forest. I could not see, but I could feel every root, every rock, every thorn. I ran blindly, propelled by a terror so profound it felt like my very soul was being ripped apart. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to keep moving, had to escape. I heard him call. Let us keep the pace and move on. He commanded me to sit, his voice leaving no room for argument. My legs felt like jelly, but it was not from weakness. It was from a primal urge to bolt, to run until my lungs burst. But where would I go? The house was a cage. The forest outside a hungry maw. I sank into the chair he pulled out for me. The cold wood, a stark contrast to the burning rage and fear churning in my gut. My mind was racing, trying to piece together how I would ended up here, in this nightmare. It all started so innocently. Did not it? A swipe right, a match on Tinder. Liam. His profile picture showed a handsome, rugged guy, a friendly smile, standing by a lake with a fishing rod. His bio was short, charming, outdoorsy, loves a good laugh, looking for someone to share adventures with. Sounded harmless enough. Normal. God, how wrong I was. Our first date was at a cozy coffee shop. He was exactly like his pictures, maybe even a little taller. He ordered me a hazelnut latte without even asking. I saw on your Instagram, you love those, he would said, with that easy smile that now made my stomach churn. I would laughed it off, flattered, thinking it was just thoughtful observation. He talked about his work in forestry, his cabin upstate, his passion for vintage books. He listened intently when I spoke, asking follow-up questions, making me feel genuinely seen. It was a good date. So good, in fact, that I agreed to a second. The second date was dinner. He picked a quiet Italian place, and again, he seemed to know my preferences. He knew I hated olives, even though I had not mentioned it. He remembered a throwaway comment I would made about wanting to try a specific wine. A little odd, a little too attentive, but I rationalized it. Maybe he was just really good at remembering details. A part of me, the part that craved connection, wanted to believe that. He started getting a little intense towards the end, talking about how rare it was to find someone so compatible, how he felt like we would known each other forever. It was sweet, but a tiny bell, barely audible, started to ring in the back of my mind. I dismissed it. Then came the third date. He suggested a hike, knowing I loved nature. We drove out to a beautiful state park. He pointed out different wildflowers, including wild phlox, my favorite. Another detail I would only ever mentioned online. That bell started ringing louder. He held my hand a little too tightly on the trail, his eyes lingering on me for just a beat too long. He talked about a future, our future, in a way that felt premature, almost possessive. When we stopped for lunch, a picnic he would packed, he confessed, I have been watching you. Sarah, not in a creepy way, just admiring you from afar. Before Tinder, I knew I had to meet you. My blood ran cold then. Sandwich turned to ash in my mouth. I made an excuse, cut the date short, and rushed home, a knot of unease tightening in my chest. I blocked him on Tinder, on Instagram, everywhere. I told my roommate, Jess, that he was a nice guy but a little too intense, maybe a bit of a stalker, and I was going to ghost him. Jess just shrugged. Happens all the time on dating apps. I thought that was the end of it. I was wrong. So terribly, horribly wrong. Here I was, in his fresh start kitchen, the smell of freshly brewed hazelnut coffee filling the air, a scent that used to bring me comfort, now a sickening reminder of his meticulous invasion. He placed a plate in front of me, pancakes, perfectly golden, with a side of berries and a small sprig of wild phlox, somehow still fresh and vibrant, perched on the syrup. My favorite. He sat opposite me, watching, that same possessive sneer plastered on his face. "Eat, my sweet," he urged, his voice a gravelly rumble. "You must be starving." It was a long drive. I stared at the food, my stomach churning. How could he act so normal, so domestic? As if this was not an abduction. As if I had not just called him a sick bastard. My throat was desert dry, every swallow a painful rasp. I could not bring myself to touch the pancakes. "I am not hungry," I whispered, pushing the plate away slightly. His smile faltered, replaced by that wounded look from earlier. "After all the trouble I went to, I remember you saying you loved pancakes, especially with fresh berries." He picked up a fork, speared a piece of pancake, and held it out to me. "Come on." "Just a bite." I shook my head, my eyes darting around the kitchen. It was a strange mix of old and new. The walls were rough-hewn timber, the floor wide planks, but the appliances, the coffee maker, a gleaming stainless steel refrigerator, a new stove, were all brand new, meticulously arranged. It was like he was trying to force a modern suburban life into a rustic prison. "Sarah," he said, his voice hardening, "do not make this difficult." Difficult? I choked out, a sudden burst of adrenaline making me bolder. "You kidnapped me. You impersonated me. You think this is normal." He sighed, a long, suffering sound. "I did not kidnap you. I saved you. From a life of meaningless dates, from people who would not appreciate you, I am giving you what you deserve. A real home. A real partner." He leaned forward, his eyes dark and intense. "Someone who truly sees you." "You do not see me," I hissed. "You see some fantasy you built in your head. I want to go home." "Liam, let me go." His jaw tightened. "I told you, no one's worrying. Jess thinks you are off on a romantic getaway. She even wished you a good time." He chuckled, a guttural sound that grated on my nerves. "She believed every word. You really need to be more careful with who you trust." "Sarah." My blood ran cold again. He had infiltrated my life so deeply. He had not just stalked me, he would replaced me, built my prison, brick by brick. The realization was a physical blow. "Eat," he repeated, his voice softer now, but with an underlying steel that was unmistakable. He still held the fork out, the pancake, a mocking symbol of his twisted domesticity. Against my will, against every fiber of my being, I opened my mouth. He fed me the bite of pancake. It tasted like ash and fear. I chewed slowly, my eyes locked on his, trying to project defiance, but inside, I was crumbling. He watched me swallow, a satisfied glint in his eyes. "Good girl." He fed me another bite, then another, until the small piece on the fork was gone. "See, it is not so bad, is it?" I did not answer. I could not. After the forced breakfast, he led me back upstairs. The four-poster bed, stripped bare, still waited like a morbid altar. He gestured to it. "I thought you would like a bath before we unpack. There is fresh linen in the closet, and I picked out some toiletries I know you prefer." My mind reeled. Toiletries. He knew what shampoo I used. The level of his obsession was suffocating. I felt a wave of nausea. "No," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "I do not want a bath. I do not want to unpack. I want to leave." He sighed again, running a hand through his hair. "Sarah, we have been over this. This is your home now." "Our home." He walked over to a small antique dresser, Pulling open a drawer, inside lay a neatly folded stack of my clothes. My favorite jeans, my worn-out band t-shirt, my softest sweater. He would taken my clothes. He would gone into my apartment, into my closet. "How did you get these?" I asked, my voice trembling. "When I was getting your phone," he said casually, as if talking about picking up groceries. "I thought you would want some comfortable things. It is chilly up here in the evenings." He smiled, a genuinely warm smile that made my skin crawl. "I even found your favorite fuzzy socks." I felt like I was going to throw up. He had not just visited my apartment. He had rifled through my personal belongings, breathed in my scent, touched my things. The violation was profound, a deep cut to my sense of self. "I need to use the bathroom," I said, a desperate ploy to get away, even for a moment. He nodded, surprisingly compliant. "Of course, it is just through here." He led me to a small, cramped bathroom. It was old, with a clawfoot tub and a pedestal sink, but it was clean. The window was tiny, high up, and sealed shut with what looked like thick caulk and screws. No escape there. "I will be right." "Outside," he said, his voice gentle, but his meaning clear. "Do not try anything foolish." I slammed the door shut, locking it with a flimsy bolt. I leaned against the door, breathing heavily, trying to calm my racing heart. I turned on the faucet, letting the water run, hoping the sound would mask my frantic thoughts. My eyes scanned the room, desperate for anything. A loose tile, a hidden compartment, a weapon. Nothing. Just an old bathroom, a mirror reflecting my pale, terrified face. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to clear my head. This was not a dream. This was real. Liam was real. This house was real. And I was trapped. After a few minutes, he knocked. "Sarah, are you all right in there?" "Just a minute." I called back, my voice shaky. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to compose. I could not give him the satisfaction of seeing me break. I unlocked the door and stepped out. He was waiting, leaning against the wall, a patient, almost loving expression on his face. "Feeling better?" "No," I said, my voice firmer than I expected. He sighed. "You will come around. You will see. This is for the best." He led me back to the bedroom. "No, about that bath." I refused again. He did not push it, surprisingly. Instead, he started unpacking my clothes, humming softly to himself. He hung my shirts in the small closet, folded my jeans into the dresser drawers he had already prepared. He was creating a life for me here, meticulously, terrifyingly. The rest of the day passed in a blur of forced domesticity. He made lunch a salad with all my favorite vegetables. He tried to engage me in conversation, talking about plans for the garden, how he wanted to fix up the porch. I remained mostly silent, offering only monosyllabic answers, my mind constantly searching for an escape route, a weakness in his carefully constructed prison. As evening approached, the oppressive darkness of the forest outside seemed to press in on the house, making the grimy window even more foreboding. He lit a fire in the old stone fireplace in the living room, the crackling flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. He sat me down on an antique sofa, then brought me a cup of chamomile tea. "To help you relax," he said, handing me the steaming mug. "You have had a stressful day." I eyed the tea suspiciously. "What is in it?" He chuckled softly. "Just chamomile. And a touch of honey. I know you like honey." He took a sip from his own mug, then gestured for me to drink. I took a tentative sip. It tasted like normal tea, but the paranoia was a constant companion now, a cold knot in my stomach. I could not trust anything he offered. "You know," he began, settling beside me on the sofa, not too close, but close enough for me to feel his presence. "I have been thinking about this for a long time, ever since I first saw you." My blood ran cold. "Saw me? Where?" He smiled, a gentle, almost wistful smile. "At the farmer's market. You were buying those artisanal soaps, the lavender ones. And then I saw you at the library, browsing the true crime section, and then online. You were everywhere. Sarah, a sign. I knew it was fate. He had been watching me for months, maybe even longer, before he ever swiped right. Tinder was not the beginning. It was just a tool, a way to make contact once he would already decided I was his. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. He had not just stalked me, he had chosen me, meticulously, deliberately. I was not just a random victim, I was his project. I did not want to scare you, he continued, oblivious to my terror. That is why I tried the normal route. But you pulled away. You did not understand. So I had to make you understand. Had to bring you here, where we can truly be ourselves, away from all the distractions. He reached out, slowly, and stroked my hair. I flinched, but I did not pull away. I was frozen, paralyzed by the sheer enormity of his obsession. "Do not worry," he murmured, his fingers tracing the line of my jaw. "We will be happy here. I will make sure of it." That night, he led me back to the bedroom. The antique four-poster bed, now made up with fresh, clean sheets, looked less like a morbid altar and more like a trap. He sat on the edge of it, gesturing for me to sit beside him. "You must be tired," he said. "It has been a long day for both of us. Get some rest. I will be in the other room if you need anything." I stared at him, my mind racing. Was he going to leave me alone? Was this a trick? "You are not staying," I asked, my voice hoarse. He smiled, a soft, almost tender smile. "Not tonight, my sweet. I want you to feel safe, comfortable. This is your room. Our room, eventually, but for now, you need your space. I understand that." He stood up, walked to the door, and paused. "The door locks from the outside, Sarah, and the windows are sealed. Do not try anything foolish. Just rest. We have a lifetime ahead of us." Then he closed the door, and I heard the click of the lock. I was alone, truly alone. I sat on the edge of the bed, the silence of the room pressing in on me, broken only by the distant hoot of an owl and the creaking of the old house. I felt a surge of desperate hope. Maybe I could break a window. Maybe I could force the lock. I tried the window first. It was small, grimy, and sure enough, sealed tight with thick caulk and screws. I tried to pry it open with my fingernails, but it was useless. The wood was old, but the ceiling was fresh, professionally done. Then the door. I threw myself against it, but it was solid, unyielding. I tried to pick the lock with a hairpin, but I was shaking too badly, and the lock felt too robust. Panic started to set in, a cold, suffocating blanket. I spent hours pacing the room, my mind a whirlwind of fear, anger, and a creeping, insidious despair. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the house sounded like footsteps. I knew I could not sleep. How could I, in this mausoleum with Liam just outside, around what felt like the middle of the night? I heard it. A soft, rhythmic scratching sound coming from the wall behind the headboard of the bed. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs. It sounded like something was trying to get in or out. I crept towards the bed, my breath hitched in my throat. I pressed my ear against the wall. The scratching grew louder, more distinct. It was not the house settling. It was deliberate. Then a faint whisper, so soft I almost missed it, seemed to emanate from the wall itself. A woman's voice. "He is watching." I stumbled back, a choked gasp escaping my lips. My skin crawled. Was I hallucinating? Was the fear finally breaking me? The scratching stopped. The whisper faded. The room was silent again, save for the frantic pounding of my own heart. I stood there for a long time, staring at the wall, my mind racing. Had I imagined it, or was there something else in this house? something Liam had not accounted for. A new terror began to bloom in my chest, one that went beyond Liam. This house, this fresh start he had so carefully built, felt like it held its own dark secrets. And I was now a part of them. I did not sleep a wink that night. I sat huddled in a corner of the bed, wrapped in the blanket, staring at the wall, listening, waiting for the scratching, waiting for the whisper, waiting for Liam to open the door and begin his twisted version of our new life. The truth was becoming more disturbing than I could have ever imagined. I was not just trapped by a stalker, I was trapped in a house that might be just as much of a prison for something else. And the thought of being alone in that room, knowing something else was there, was almost worse than the thought of Liam's return. Almost. And now something new begins. My heart thrashed against my ribs like a trapped bird, each beat a frantic, desperate plea to escape. Liam's words, "They do not like it when you try to leave," echoed in the sudden, cavernous silence that had swallowed the cafe whole. The air, already a frigid blanket, now felt like a suffocating shroud. I scrambled for my purse, my fingers fumbling, slick with cold sweat, desperate to grasp onto anything that might offer an escape. My world had tilted, violently, and I was sliding headfirst into an abyss. I need to go. I choked out, the words catching in my throat, thin and reedy. My voice sounded alien, a pathetic croak. I pushed back from the table, the chair scraping loudly against the tiled floor. A jarring sound in the sudden, tense quiet. My legs felt like jelly, threatening to give out beneath me, but the primal urge to flee propelled me forward. Get up, get out. Now, Liam did not move. He just watched me, his eyes, those deep, dark pools, reflecting a knowingness that felt like a violation. A slow, cruel smile stretched across his lips, not reaching his eyes. It was the smile of a predator, utterly confident in its prey. "Already," he murmured, his voice a low, almost sympathetic whisper that only amplified my terror. He leaned forward slightly, his presence suddenly overwhelming, blocking my path, even from his seated position. "But we were just getting to know each other, and you still have not had your coffee." My hand finally closed around the strap of my purse, a small victory, a sliver of hope. I yanked it towards me, prepared to bolt. But as I made to stand, Liam's hand shot out, not grabbing me, but resting lightly on my wrist. His touch was feather light, almost imperceptible, yet it felt like a steel vice. Every nerve ending screamed in protest. "Whoa there," he said, his voice still soft, but now with an undeniable edge of warning. "No need to rush. It is not safe out there. You know, especially not when someone's been." Visiting, the word, visiting, hung in the air like a poisonous cloud. I looked around the cafe, a desperate, frantic scan for help. The other patrons, oblivious, were lost in their own conversations, their laughter and clinking of cups a mocking symphony to my internal scream. There were just faces, blurred and indistinct, none of them seeing the terror etched onto my face, none of them hearing the silent plea in my eyes. The barista behind the counter wiped down a machine, humming softly. Normalcy. A cruel, cruel lie. My gaze snapped back to Liam. His grip, though light, was unyielding. His eyes held mine, unwavering, a silent promise of what would happen if I tried to pull away. I could feel the cold dread spreading through my veins, turning my blood to ice. This was not a date. This was an interrogation. A trap. I really have to go. I tried again. My voice barely a whisper. My mind raced, frantically searching for an excuse, to plan anything. Scream. No, he would just play it off. He was too calm, too collected. He would make me look like the crazy one. Liam's smile widened slightly, a flicker of something truly unsettling in his eyes. "You are right," he said, surprising me. "You do have to go, but not alone." Before I could process his words, he was standing. He did not release my wrist, but instead his fingers slid down, intertwining with mine, a mockery of intimacy. He pulled me gently, firmly, to my feet. My legs, still weak, almost buckled. "Come on," he said, his voice now a low, rumbling command. No longer a whisper. "Let us get you somewhere safe." Somewhere safe. The words were a bitter, horrifying irony. He was the danger. He was the one who had invaded my home, left the rose petal, watched me, and now he was leading me to wherever he considered safe. He did not release my hand. He held it, a firm, possessive grip, as he steered me towards the exit. To anyone watching, we must have looked like a couple, a man gently guiding his girlfriend out of a cafe, but to me it felt like I was being led to the gallows. Every step was a battle, my muscles rigid, screaming for me to resist, to fight. But the paralysis of fear held me captive. We passed the barista, who offered a cheerful, "Have a good one." Liam nodded, a polite, charming smile on his face, a mask of normalcy that sent shivers down my spine. He squeezed my hand slightly, a silent warning. I could not speak. I could not scream. My throat was a desert. The cold air outside hit me like a physical blow, but it was a welcome shock compared to the suffocating atmosphere inside. The street was bustling. Cars whizzing by, people hurrying along the sidewalk. So many people. So much life. Yet I felt utterly, terrifyingly alone. "My car's just over here," Liam said, pulling me gently towards a dark sedan parked a little way down the street. It was nondescript, generic, exactly the kind of car a stalker would drive. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it, the point of no return. I had to do something, anything. I tried to pull my hand away, a sudden surge of adrenaline giving me a fleeting burst of strength. "No, I can get a cab," I stammered, my voice cracking. Liam did not even flinch. His grip tightened, not painfully, but with an absolute, undeniable authority. He just smiled, a chillingly pleasant expression. "Do not be silly. I will take you. It is no trouble at all. And besides," he leaned in, his voice dropping to that low, menacing rumble again, "we have so much more to talk about." He opened the passenger door, a gesture of chivalry that was twisted into something sinister. He did not let go of my hand until I was almost inside the car, then he gently pushed my back, guiding me into the seat. The moment I was in, he closed the door with a soft click, a sound that echoed like a final, definitive thud of a coffin lid. The interior of the car was clean, almost sterile. No personal touches, no clutter, just a faint, almost metallic smell that I could not quite place. As Liam walked around to the driver's side, I fumbled for the door handle, my fingers clumsy, desperate. Locked? Of course. He slid into the driver's seat, the movement smooth and unhurried. He did not immediately start the car. Instead, he turned to me, his dark eyes studying me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "You are scared," he observed. Not a question, but a statement of fact, almost with a hint of satisfaction. "You do not need to be not with me. I am here to protect you." Protect me from himself. The absurdity of it would have been laughable if it was not so terrifying. From what? I managed to croak out, my voice barely audible. His smile was slow, deliberate. "From the darkness, from the ones who watch, the ones who visit." He paused, letting the words hang in the air, a cruel, twisted echo of his earlier pronouncements. "It is a dangerous world out there, but I know how to keep you safe. I know how to make sure no one ever bothers you again." He started the car, the engine purring to life, a low, menacing growl. He pulled away from the curb, merging seamlessly into traffic. I stared out the window, watching the familiar city streets blur by, each passing landmark, a reminder of the life I was rapidly losing control of. My phone. It was in my purse, on the floor of the passenger footwell. Could I reach it? Could I call for help? I subtly shifted, trying to nudge my purse closer with my foot. Liam, without taking his eyes off the road, reached down and picked it up. My breath hitched. He held it in his lap for a moment, then placed it gently on the dashboard, just out of my reach. "No distractions," he said, his voice calm, almost soothing. "We need to focus on us, on your safety." He drove for what felt like an eternity, the city slowly fading into the rearview mirror. The buildings grew sparser, replaced by trees, then fields. The light outside began to dim, the sky bleeding into hues of orange and purple. We were heading out of town, deeper into the countryside. "Where are we going?" I asked, my voice trembling. Liam chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. "To a place where you will truly be safe, where no one can find you, a quiet place. Just for us." He drove in silence for a while, the only sounds the hum of the engine and the frantic pounding of my heart. I tried to think, to plan, but my mind was a jumbled mess of fear and adrenaline. He knew my address. He knew about the rose petal. He knew me. He had been watching me for a long time. Finally, he turned off the main road onto a narrow, unpaved lane overgrown with weeds. The trees here were thicker, older, their branches forming a dense canopy that swallowed the last vestiges of twilight. The air grew colder, heavier. The car bounced and swayed as it navigated the uneven path. After what felt like miles, a clearing appeared, and in the center stood a house. It was not grand or even particularly old, but it had an unsettling, isolated quality to it. Dark windows stared out like vacant eyes from beneath a heavy, sloped roof. A single, weak light glowed from an upstairs window, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. There were no other houses in sight, no sounds but the rustling of leaves in the wind. Utter isolation. My stomach lurched. "Home sweet home," Liam murmured, pulling the car to a stop in front of the house. He turned off the engine, plunging us into a sudden, unnerving silence. The only sound now was the chirping of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. He got out first, then walked around to my side, opening the door. His face, illuminated by the faint glow of the house light and the last sliver of twilight, was unreadable. He offered me his hand. I hesitated, frozen by a terror so profound it stole my breath. "Come on," he said, his voice gentle, but with an underlying firmness that left no room for refusal. "It is cold out here, and I have so much to show you." I took his hand, my fingers cold and clammy. He pulled me out of the car, his grip once again possessive, guiding me towards the dark house. Each step felt heavy, like I was walking through thick mud. The front door, a heavy, dark wood, stood slightly ajar, revealing a sliver of darkness within. He pushed the door open completely, revealing a dimly lit entryway. The air inside was stale, heavy with the scent of dust and something else, something vaguely metallic and earthy, like old soil. "Welcome," he said, his voice echoing slightly in the quiet space. He led me into a living room, where a single, bare bulb hung from the ceiling, casting harsh shadows. The room was sparsely furnished, an old, worn sofa, a coffee table, and a bookshelf filled with what looked like old, leather-bound volumes. But what truly caught my eye, what made my blood run cold, were the walls. They were covered, not with wallpaper, but with photos. Hundreds of them, photos of me. My breath hitched in my throat. There were candid shots of me walking down the street, getting coffee, laughing with friends, even pictures of me inside my own apartment. Through a window, every moment, every angle, meticulously captured. My face, my life, laid bare. "Surprise," Liam said, his voice devoid of any warmth, a chilling, triumphant note in his tone. He released my hand, finally, and gestured around the room with an expansive sweep of his arm. "I told you I have been watching. I told you I know things. This is just a small sample." My eyes darted from photo to photo, each one a fresh stab of horror. There I was, leaving my gym. There I was, picking up groceries. And there, on a small table beneath a particularly large collage of my apartment, was a small, delicate, dried rose petal, carefully preserved under a glass dome. The rose petal, the one he mentioned in the cafe, the one only Sarah knew about, the one he had left on my pillow. You, I started, my voice a strangled gasp. You are the one, you are the stalker. Liam smiled, a slow, knowing, utterly terrifying smile that spread across his face, his eyes gleaming in the dim light. Stalker. That is such a harsh word. I prefer to think of myself as an admirer, a protector, someone who truly sees you. He walked over to the table with the rose petal, picking up the glass dome. This, for instance, a little calling card, a reminder that you are never truly alone, that someone cares enough to be there, even when you do not know it. He turned, holding the dome with the rose petal out to me. I wanted you to know, to understand that you are special, that you deserve to be cherished, and that I am the only one who can truly cherish you. My mind reeled, a whirlwind of disgust, fear, and a desperate, burning need to escape. This was not just a stalker. This was a complete psychopath. His delusion was absolute. You are sick. I spat, the word laced with venom, a desperate attempt to reclaim some shred of power. Liam's smile faltered, a flicker of something dark and dangerous crossing his face. Sick? No. I am devoted. I am dedicated. I have spent months, years, making sure everything was perfect, making sure our paths would cross, making sure you would be mine. His voice dropped, becoming a low, dangerous growl. And you will be mine. You won't leave, not ever again. He placed the rose petal back on the table with a soft click. He then walked over to a large, antique-looking cabinet against one wall. He pulled open a drawer, revealing an array of tools, ropes, duct tape, a heavy-looking hammer. My blood ran cold, a fresh wave of terror washing over me. I have made preparations, he said, his back to me, his voice calm, almost conversational. For everything, for every possibility, including the possibility that you might not immediately understand the depth of my affection. This was my chance. While his back was turned, my eyes darted around the room. The front door was behind him. No, too risky. A window. There was one in the corner, partially obscured by a heavy curtain. It looked old, maybe not locked. I took a deep, shaky breath, trying to steady my racing heart. I had to be silent. I had to be fast. As Liam rummaged in the drawer, his back still to me, I took a tentative step towards the window. Floorboards creaked faintly beneath my weight. Liam froze. Something wrong? He asked, without turning around. His voice was still calm, but it was colder now, sharper. My heart leaped into my throat. He heard me, and no, I stammered, trying to sound nonchalant despite the adrenaline coursing through my veins. Just admiring your collection. He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Good. There is plenty more where that came from. So much to share. So much to learn. He slowly turned around, holding a roll of duct tape in one hand, his eyes fixed on me. But first, I think we need to ensure you are comfortable, and that you do not wander off. He started to advance, slowly, deliberately. Each step he took was a hammer blow to my chest. He was too close, too fast. I had to act. Now, with a primal scream that tore from my throat, I lunged for the window. I ripped back the curtain, revealing an old, grimy pane. I grabbed the latch, twisting it frantically. It was stiff, rusted. My fingers slipped. No, Liam roared, his calm facade finally shattering. He dropped the duct tape and surged forward, a terrifying blur of motion. I put all my strength into one final, desperate twist. The latch gave way with a screech of tortured metal. I shoved the window open, a gust of cold, damp air rushing in. Beyond was pitch black, a dense wall of trees. I scrambled onto the windowsill, my body half out the window. The ground below was dark, unseen, but I knew it was a drop. I did not care. Anything was better than staying. Just as I was about to push off, a strong hand clamped around my ankle. Liam. He had reached me. "You are not going anywhere," he snarled, his voice guttural, raw with rage. He yanked hard. Pain shot through my leg as I clung to the windowsill, my fingers scraping against the rough wood. I kicked out wildly with my free leg, connecting with something solid. A grunt of pain from Liam. He loosened his grip for a split second, just enough. I twisted, throwing myself out the window. I landed hard on the damp, leaf-strewn ground, the impact knocking the wind out of me. A sharp pain bloomed in my ankle, but I ignored it. Adrenaline was my only guide. I scrambled to my feet, limping, and plunged into the darkness of the woods. Branches whipped at my face. Leaves rustled underfoot, every sound amplified by my terror. I could hear Liam's enraged shouts from the house, then the crash of the window as he likely kicked it open fully. He was coming. "You can't hide from me." His voice echoed through the trees, chillingly close. I know these woods. I know every inch of them. I pushed harder, my lungs burning, my injured ankles screaming in protest with every step. I did not know where I was going, just away from him. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the faint, diffused light from the moon struggling through the thick canopy. I stumbled, fell, scraped my hands and knees, but forced myself up again. His voice grew closer. I could hear the snapping of twigs, the heavy thud of his boots on the forest floor. He was gaining on me. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I closed my eyes for a split second, forcing myself to think. Where could I go? What could I do? Then, through the dense undergrowth, I saw it. A faint glimmer of light. Not the house, something else. A road, a distant, faint glow from streetlights. Hope, sharp and agonizing, pierced through my despair. I pushed through a final thicket of thorny bushes, emerging onto a narrow, paved country road. It was empty, silent, but it was a road, civilization, my only chance. I started to run, a desperate, limping sprint, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I heard him burst out of the tree line behind me, his heavy breathing, his angry shouts. "Stop! You can't escape!" I did not look back. I just ran, my vision blurred with tears and exhaustion, my lungs burning, my injured ankle throbbing with every step. I could hear a faint engine sound in the distance. A car! Please! God, let it be a car! The sound grew louder. Headlights appeared in the distance, growing steadily brighter. A lifeline? I waved my arms frantically, screaming, "Help! Please, help me!" My voice was hoarse, raw, barely a croak, but I poured every ounce of my remaining strength into it. The car slowed, its headlights blinding me. I could hear Liam closing in behind me, his footsteps heavy, urgent. This was it. Now or never. The car stopped. A woman's face, confused and concerned, peered out the driver's side window. "Please," I gasped, stumbling towards the car, my hand outstretched. He is after me. He is going to kill me. Just as I reached the car door, a hand clamped down on my shoulder, spinning me around. Liam. His face was contorted with rage, his eyes blazing in the car's headlights. "She is having a breakdown," he snarled at the woman in the car, his voice surprisingly calm, almost apologetic. "My girlfriend? She has been under a lot of stress." But the woman had seen my terror. She had seen the wild, desperate look in my eyes. And she had seen Liam's grip on me, the fury in his face. Her eyes widened. "Get in! she screamed, her voice cutting through the night. "Get in now." With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I ripped myself free from Liam's grasp. He lunged for me, but I was already inside the car, slamming the door shut. The driver, a middle-aged woman with wide, terrified eyes, floored the accelerator. The car lurched forward, tires squealing, leaving Liam standing in the middle of the road, his face a mask of thwarted rage, receding rapidly in the rearview mirror. I collapsed into the seat, sobbing, shaking uncontrollably, the terror finally breaking through the adrenaline. I was safe. For now, but as the car sped down the dark country road, I knew it was not over. Liam knew my life. He knew my home. He knew me, and the chilling image of his face, contorted with fury, burning into my mind, told me that he would never truly let me go. He would linger, he would settle in, and he would always be watching, waiting. The nightmare had just begun. And now the next part begins. The cafe air chilled, and I felt it deep in my bones, a cold hand squeezing my heart. Liam's gaze drifted past me, past my shoulder, not quite meeting my eyes, and his genuine smile, the one that had felt like a lifeline just moments before, tightened into something unsettling. He said, his voice dropping a low rumble that made the hairs on my arms stand up. "It is funny. I was just thinking about how important it is to feel safe in your own home, especially when someone's been visiting." My blood ran cold. The clatter of coffee cups, the gentle murmur of conversations, the soft jazz playing in the background. It all faded into a distant hum, replaced by the frantic pounding in my ears. Visiting, the word echoed, heavy and dark, in the silent space that had opened up between us. My throat tightened, and I could not breathe. This was not a coincidence. It could not be. I tried to force a laugh, a light, dismissive sound, but it caught in my throat, a pathetic croak. "Visiting? What do you mean?" I managed, my voice thin and reedy, completely alien. I could feel the color draining from my face, my hands clammy on the cool ceramic of my mug. Liam's eyes finally met mine, and there was no warmth there now, only a depth that seemed to swallow me whole, a knowingness that felt like a violation. "Oh, he said, his voice still low, almost a whisper. But it cut through the cafe noise like a blade, leaving little calling cards, moving things around, making their presence felt. He paused, and a slow, almost imperceptible smile stretched his lips. Not a kind smile, but something predatory, chilling, like a rose petal on a pillow, maybe. The world tilted. My heart did not just pound, it thrashed against my ribs like a trapped bird. A rose petal? On my pillow? He knew. How could he possibly know? Only Sarah knew, and I had not even told her that detail until a few days ago, long after I would deactivated Tinder, long after I would matched with Liam. The blood roared in my ears, a deafening tide. My mind raced, frantically searching for an explanation, any explanation, to claw my way back from the edge of this abyss. Was he the stalker? Had he found out about me through some other means? Was this some twisted game? I stared at him, my eyes wide with a terror so profound it felt like it would crack me open. I could not speak. My tongue felt thick and useless. The easy banter, the laughter, the fleeting hope, I would felt it was all a cruel mirage, shattered into a million icy fragments. This was not a reprieve. This was the trap. Liam leaned forward slightly, his eyes never leaving mine, a flicker of something dark dancing in their depths. "It is unsettling, is not it?" he continued, his voice softer now, almost sympathetic, but it only made it worse. It was the sympathy of a predator watching its prey squirm. To think someone has been in your most private space, watching you, waiting. He took a slow sip of his coffee, his gaze never breaking contact, and I felt like he was drinking my fear, savoring it, knowing things only you should know. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. My entire body was rigid, poised for flight, but I was paralyzed. I wanted to scream, to run, to disappear, but I could not move. My eyes darted around the cafe, suddenly seeing strangers everywhere. Every face a potential accomplice, every shadow a hiding place. Was someone else watching us? Was this a setup? My paranoia, which I would fought so hard to keep, contained within the walls of my apartment, had burst free, infecting this public space, making everything feel hostile and dangerous. I do not know what you are talking about. I finally choked out a pathetic lie, my voice barely above a whisper. I tried to sound indignant, confused, anything but terrified, but the tremor in my voice betrayed me. Liam just smiled, a slow, knowing curve of his lips. I think you do, and I think you are very, very scared, and you have every right to be. He set his mug down with a soft clink that sounded like a gunshot in my ears. Because the truth is, some things they do not just visit. They linger, they settle in, and they do not like it when you try to leave. My breath hitched. Do not like it when you try to leave. My attempt to escape, to find a moment of normalcy, had not only failed, but had somehow led me directly into the mouth of the beast. My mind flashed to Sarah, her urgent pleas for me to leave my apartment, but leaving felt more dangerous. And now, here, in what was supposed to be a safe public space, I understood why. The world outside was not safe either. He was everywhere. I have to go. I stammered, scrambling for my purse, my movements jerky and uncoordinated. My hands fumbled with the strap, my fingers numb. I needed to get out. Now, Liam did not try to stop me. He just watched, that unnerving smile still playing on his lips, his eyes following my every move with an almost clinical interest. Running won't help, he said, his voice a soft murmur, barely audible over the cafe's gentle hum, but it sliced through me. You can't outrun what is already inside. I did not wait for another word. I practically threw a crumpled $20 bill onto the table, not caring about the change, not caring about anything, but putting distance between myself and him. I pushed back my chair, its scrape against the tile floor, a harsh protest, and practically bolted for the exit. My legs felt like jelly, but adrenaline surged through my veins, pushing me forward. As I reached the door, my hand on the cool metal handle, I could not resist a quick glance back. Liam was still sitting there, exactly as I would left him, his coffee mug untouched. He was not looking at me, though. His gaze was fixed on the empty chair where I would have been sitting, a strange, contemplative look on his face, as if he was observing an interesting specimen that had just fled its cage. And then, slowly, deliberately, he raised his hand and waved, a small, almost imperceptible gesture, but it was enough. It was a wave of farewell, yes, but more than that, it was a wave of, I know where you are going. I burst out of the cafe, gasping for air, the cool autumn wind a shock against my flushed face. The bustling street, once a comforting sign of life, now felt like a labyrinth of unseen dangers. Every passerby was a potential threat. Every parked car a possible hiding place. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. I walked quickly at first, then broke into a half-run, my purse bouncing awkwardly against my hip. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to get away from Liam, away from the cafe, away from the horrifying realization that my nightmare had followed me out into the light. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was Sarah. I fumbled for it, my fingers trembling, and answered on the second ring. Hello. Are you okay? You sound out of breath. Sarah's voice, normally so reassuring, now sounded distant, almost unreal. Sarah, oh God. Sarah, it was him. I gasped, my voice raw with panic. He knew about the rose petal. He knew everything. There was a pause on the other end, a moment of silence that felt endless. Yeah, who knew what? The guy from Tinder. Sarah sounded confused, and I realized I was babbling, incoherent with fear. Liam, from Tinder, he said things. Sarah, things he could not possibly know about someone visiting my apartment, about the rose petal. He knew I was scared, and he told me I could not run, that I could not outrun what is already inside. Tears pricked at my eyes, blurring my vision. The world around me spun, a dizzying kaleidoscope of fear. Whoa, whoa, slow down, Sarah said, her voice laced with concern now. He said all that. Are you sure you heard him right? Maybe it was a weird joke, or he saw something on your profile. No, no jokes. Sarah, it was not a joke. His eyes, he knew. It was like he was telling me he was the one, or that he was working with him. It was terrifying. I was practically sobbing now, walking blindly, my legs aching, but I could not stop. I had to get home, even though home was the source of all my terror. It was the only place I knew, the only place with a door I could lock, even if those locks felt utterly useless. Okay, Sarah said, her voice calmer now, more measured. Listen to me. Do not go home. Go to a friend's. Go to my place. I will come pick you up right now. Just tell me where you are. I can't, I whispered, tears streaming down my face. I have to go home. I have to. I do not know why, but I feel like I have to, like, if I do not, something worse will happen. It was a horrifying, irrational compulsion, but it was there, a cold knot in my stomach. The entity, whatever it was, had already woven itself into the fabric of my life, and leaving felt like abandoning myself to something even more unknown and terrifying. Please, do not, Sarah pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation. This is exactly what I was talking about. You need to get out of there. Let the police handle it. We can tell them about Liam, about what he said. That is concrete evidence. But I shook my head, even though she could not see me. What would I say? My Tinder date knew about a rose petal on my pillow, and I think he is a supernatural stalker. They would lock me up, and anyway, he said I could not outrun what is inside. Maybe he meant my apartment. Maybe he meant me. A new, horrifying thought burrowed its way into my mind. What if this was not just about my apartment? What if I was the target, and the apartment was just the stage? I hung up, unable to articulate the depth of my fear, the insidious nature of the dread that had wrapped itself around me. I needed to get back to my apartment. It was a magnet drawing me in, even as every fiber of my being screamed to run the other way. The walk home was a blur of hypervigilance. Every rustle of leaves, every distant siren, every shadow stretching long in the late afternoon sun sent jolts of pure adrenaline through me. I felt exposed, hunted. The world outside, which was supposed to be a refuge, now felt like an extension of my apartment, a wider net the entity had cast. Finally, I reached my building, a familiar brick facade, the chipped paint on the front door, usually comforting, now menacing. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped them. The lock clicked open with a sound that seemed deafening in the sudden silence. I stepped inside, the familiar scent of my home, a mix of old books and lavender, now tainted with something else, something metallic and cold, like old blood. The first thing I did was check the security camera app. My fingers flew across the screen, my eyes frantically scanning the feeds. Living room empty. Hallway empty. Bedroom empty. But then the alerts started. Not the usual motion detected, followed by a blank 10-second clip. This time they were constant, a rapid-fire succession of notifications, each one a fresh jolt of terror. Motion detected. Living room. Motion detected. Hallway. Motion detected. Bedroom. Motion detected. Living room. I opened the living room clip. It was not just a flicker this time. It was a distortion. A shimmering haze that pulsed and expanded, like heat rising from asphalt, but it was cold. Within the haze, I saw it a vague outline, something tall and slender, momentarily coalescing before dissolving back into the shimmering void. It was quick, too quick, but it was there. And it was moving. My breath hitched. I dropped my phone, the screen cracking against the wooden floorboards. I did not care. My eyes were fixed on the living room, even though it was empty now, bathed in the soft, fading light of dusk. But I knew what I had seen. Then I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible whisper, right beside my ear. My name, not Sarah's voice, not my own internal monologue, but something else, ancient and guttural. Like a dry leaf rustling across stone, it sent shivers down my spine, a wave of pure primal fear that made my stomach clench. "Hello," I whispered, my voice barely audible, shaking. I spun around, frantically searching the empty space behind me. Nothing. The air grew heavy, thick with an oppressive cold that seeped into my bones. The hair on my arms stood on end. I could feel a presence, a weight in the room, even though I saw nothing. It was like standing next to an invisible wall, a solid mass of malevolence. I backed away slowly, my eyes wide, scanning every shadow, every corner. The apartment felt different now. It was not just invaded, it was transformed. The familiar objects around me seemed to shift in the dim light, taking on grotesque shapes. The old armchair in the corner looked like a hunched figure. The coat rack by the door resembled a skeletal hand reaching out. My mind was playing tricks on me, or was this what Liam meant by settle in? I needed light. I fumbled for the light switch, my hand shaking so violently I missed it several times. Finally, the overhead light flickered on, bathing the living room in a harsh yellow glow. The shadows receded, but the feeling of being watched, of being present with something utterly alien, remained. My eyes fell on my chipped mug, the one I always used for tea. It was on the coffee table, right where I had left it this morning. But now, nestled inside it, a single, vibrant red rose petal rested against the ceramic. It was fresh, dewy, almost impossibly perfect. My blood ran cold. The one Liam had mentioned, the one that had been on my pillow, now it was here, in my mug, a direct, undeniable message. I was here, and I am still here. I am everywhere. A choked sob escaped my lips. I felt utterly, completely exposed. No locked doors, no cameras, no public spaces could protect me. The entity was not just visiting, it was living here, with me, and it was actively communicating, taunting me, proving its omnipresence. I stumbled back, tripping over my own feet, and fell onto the sofa, my body racked with tremors. My gaze darted around the room, settling on the hallway leading to my bedroom. The darkness there seemed deeper, more absolute, and from that darkness, I heard it again. A faint dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the floor. My breath caught in my throat. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my hands against my ears, trying to block it out, but it was inside my head now. The dragging sound. And then, a low, guttural chuckle, dry and rasping, right there in the hallway. I opened my eyes, my gaze fixed on the hallway, my heart pounding so hard, I could feel it in my throat. The shadows there seemed to writhe and stretch, deepening into an inky blackness that seemed to pulse with malevolent life. And then, a flash, not a flicker of light, but a flicker of void. A moment where the light seemed to be actively absorbed, creating a perfect, absolute blackness in the shape of something impossibly tall and gaunt. Standing at the threshold of my bedroom, it was only for a fraction of a second, but it was enough to see the impossible length of its limbs, the way its head seemed to tilt, observing me. Enough to feel the icy tendrils of its gaze reaching out, wrapping around me, pulling me into its suffocating darkness. I could not scream. My throat was locked in a vice of terror. I could not move. I was pinned to the sofa, my body rigid with fear, my eyes wide and unblinking. fixed on the doorway to my bedroom. The absolute blackness was gone, replaced by normal shadows, but the impression remained, seared into my mind. Then, from my bedroom, a soft creak, the sound of my bed springs, was in my bed. It was in my room. It was waiting. A whimper escaped my lips. I was trapped. Utterly, irrevocably trapped. Liam's words echoed in my mind. A chilling prophecy: you can't outrun what is already inside. And I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that he was not talking about my apartment anymore. He was talking about me. The entity was not just in my home, it was in my head, under my skin, woven into the very fabric of my existence. It was not just watching me, it was consuming me. The apartment was silent now, but the silence was worse than any sound. It was the silence of a predator, waiting. I sat there, paralyzed, hollow-eyed and hyper-vigilant, watching the hallway, knowing it was there, knowing it was waiting for me to make a move. The rose petal in my mug seemed to glow with a malevolent light. Sleep was no longer a cruel joke. It was an impossibility. My apartment was not a sieve, it was a cage, and I was the prisoner, watching myself unravel, knowing that the nightmare had only just begun, and that there was no escape, not even in death. Because what was death, if not just another room for it to follow me into? What comes next is another personal moment. The word forever still echoes in my ears, a death knell rather than a promise. Liam, the man from the dating app, stood before me, his eyes glazed with an unblinking intensity that curdled my blood. My heart hammered against my ribs, a desperate drumbeat against the silence of this wretched cabin. Let me back up a bit. It all started so normal. Tinder. We matched. Liam seemed charming. A little quiet, but polite. He had a good job, a nice smile, and photos that showed him outdoorsy, hiking. My kind of guy, I thought. We chatted for a few weeks, moved to texts, then calls. He listened intently, remembered details. He seemed genuinely interested in my life, my dreams. I would mention, casually, years ago, on an old blog I barely updated anymore, about a fantasy of escaping the rat race, finding a quiet cabin in the woods. Just a fleeting thought, a romanticized notion of simplicity. He brought it up once, laughing, saying he shared the sentiment. I thought nothing of it. Our first few dates were fine. Coffee, dinner, a movie, pleasant, if a little formal. He was always immaculately dressed, almost too perfect. Then came the fourth date. He said he had a surprise, something really special he would texted, a place I found perfect for us. My stomach fluttered with a mix of excitement and a tiny, almost imperceptible prickle of unease. He picked me up in his pristine black SUV, a vehicle I had not seen before. He always drove a sensible sedan, borrowed it for the occasion, he would said, his smile a little too wide, a little too fixed. We drove and drove. The city lights faded into suburban sprawl, then into increasingly rural roads. My phone signal flickered, then died. Do not worry, he chuckled, noticing me checking. It is a real escape from everything. No distractions. He was right, there were no distractions. Just the endless trees, the narrowing dirt track, and the growing knot of dread in my gut. He kept glancing at me, a strange possessiveness in his gaze, a glint I had not noticed before. He was humming a tuneless melody under his breath, his hands gripping the steering wheel like it was the only thing tethering him to reality. Then we arrived. Not a quaint, rustic cabin, but a dilapidated shack, deep in the woods, miles from anything. The windows were boarded up, the paint peeling, the whole structure leaning precariously. A chill wind cut through the silence. Here we are, DeWitt said, his voice flat, devoid of the charming enthusiasm from earlier. That was the moment, the exact moment the date turned from unsettling to terrifying. I tried to open the door, but it was locked. He just smiled, a cruel, knowing curve of his lips. Do not worry, I have the key. He would pull out a small, heavy key from his pocket, then, with a speed that startled me, he would grab my wrist. The rest was a blur of struggling, a sharp pain, and the cold steel of cuffs snapping shut around my wrists and ankles, anchoring me to a heavy, immovable chair in the grim, dust-filled cabin. "You can't keep me here?" I croaked, straining against the cold steel. He merely chuckled, that low rumble vibrating through the dust-filled air. He spoke of our beginning, gesturing around the grim room as if it were a paradise. A crude cot, a rickety table, and me, bolted down. It was not a quiet life I would dreamed of. It was a prison. But Liam, in his terrifying delusion, believed he was fulfilling my desires, even referencing that old blog post about escaping to a cabin in the woods. The horrifying realization hit me. He had not just found this place, he built it. A cage, designed specifically for me. My blood ran cold. He would have been watching me for years, a predator in plain sight. He offered me water with a paternal gentleness, yet placed the mug just out of reach, a constant reminder of his absolute control. As hours blurred into an eternity, he hummed, tidied, and spoke of a future of domestic bliss, a grotesque fantasy built on my captivity. I tried to reason, to warn him of my family and friends, but he just smiled. He would thought of everything, even a convincing camping trip note left on my kitchen counter. "No one will come looking for a while," he would said, his words striking a fresh wave of terror. And then, the most chilling blow: by the time they do, we will be long gone. Deeper into our sanctuary? That was yesterday. Or was it 2 days ago? Time had lost all meaning. The cabin was perpetually dim, the boarded windows blocking out all but the faintest sliver of natural light. Liam's presence was a constant, suffocating weight. He moved with a quiet efficiency, always within my line of sight, never truly leaving me alone. He would brought in a small, battery-powered lantern at night, casting long, dancing shadows that made the cramped space feel even more claustrophobic. My wrists and ankles were raw, chafed by the steel. The pain was a dull throb, a constant reminder of my helplessness. I tried to talk to him, to appeal to any shred of humanity left, but it was like talking to a wall. He just smiled, a vacant, unsettling smile, and reiterated his twisted vision of our future. "We will be so happy here, my love. Just you and me, no one else to bother us." He seemed to genuinely believe it. That was the most terrifying part. He was not just a monster. He was a deluded man, convinced he was a savior. The air was thick with dust, and the smell of damp earth. The cold seeped into my bones, a constant ache. He brought me meager meals, dry crackers, some canned goods, always just enough to keep me from fading, never enough to feel satisfied. He would sit across from me, watching me eat, his eyes never leaving my face. It was an intimacy more violating than any physical touch. Then came the morning he announced it. "It is time, my dear. Time to move to our real sanctuary." My blood ran cold, again. The idea of deeper was unthinkable. This cabin, as awful as it was, felt like a known horror. The unknown was a black abyss. He spent the next few hours meticulously packing. Not just his things, but mine too. He folded my clothes, which he must have taken from my apartment, with a disturbing reverence. He packed my toothbrush, my small tube of face cream. It was a macabre pantomime of domesticity. "You will need these," he said, holding up a worn, faded t-shirt I had not worn in years. For our new life, he even packed a small, framed photo of my dog, Buster, which had been on my bedside table. A pang of raw grief, so sharp it almost brought me to my knees, hit me then. Buster, my family, my friends, they were looking for me. They had to be, but Liam's words echoed, "No one will come looking for a while." He finally came for me. He uncuffed my ankles first, then my wrists, but immediately replaced them with thick canvas restraints. They were less painful than the steel, but no less secure. "Do not try anything, darling," he murmured, his breath warm against my ear, making me flinch. It would only make things harder for both of us. He blindfolded me with a strip of dark cloth, plunging me into instant darkness. The world tilted. My sense of balance was gone. He guided me out of the cabin, my bare feet stumbling on uneven ground. The cold air hit my face, sharp and biting. I could smell pine needles, damp earth, and something metallic, like old rust. He helped me into the passenger seat of the SUV, securing a seatbelt tightly across my chest. I heard him toss my meager belongings into the back. Then he started the engine. The drive was agonizing. The blindfold made every turn, every bump, every acceleration a jolt of terror. I tried to keep track of the direction, the time, anything. But it was useless. We drove for hours. I could feel the vehicle climbing, descending, turning onto rougher and rougher terrain. The sound of the engine was a monotonous drone, occasionally punctuated by the crunch of tires on gravel or the snap of branches against the vehicle's sides. My body ached, my head pounded, and my stomach churned with fear and motion sickness. At one point, he stopped me. I heard him get out, the crunch of his boots on the ground. My heart hammered. Was this it? Was he going to leave me here? But he returned a few minutes later, and the car started again. He had just been checking something, or maybe he was just enjoying my terror. Finally, the vehicle stopped for good. The engine died, plunging the world into a chilling silence, broken only by the distant rustle of leaves and my own ragged breathing. "We are here, my love." Liam's voice was a low murmur, full of a disturbing satisfaction. "Welcome home." He helped me out, guiding my unsteady feet. The ground beneath me felt different. Not soft earth, but something hard, cold, and uneven. Stone, perhaps. The air here was even colder, heavy with the sand and something else, something stale and metallic. He led me forward, my hands brushing against rough, cold surfaces. We were going down a set of crude, uneven steps. Each step was a plunge into deeper darkness, deeper despair. Then he removed the blindfold. My eyes struggled to adjust to the dim light. It was not natural light. It was a single, bare bulb hanging from a wire, casting a sickly yellow glow on the scene before me. This was not a cabin. This was a bunker, or a cave, or some horrific hybrid of both. The walls were rough, unhewn rock in some places, covered in damp, stained concrete in others. Water seeped from cracks, forming small puddles on the uneven dirt floor. The air was thick, heavy, and freezing. Condensation clung to everything. There was no cot here, just a thin, worn sleeping bag laid out on a raised platform of plywood, crudely nailed together. A small, rusty bucket sat in one corner of my new toilet. In another, a stack of plastic containers, presumably my food and water. "This is our true sanctuary," Liam said, his voice echoing eerily in the confined space. "Completely off-grid, completely secure. No one will ever find us here." He gestured around the cramped, subterranean chamber, his face alight with a manic glee. "I have been working on this for years. For us, years." The word hung in the air, a poisonous miasma. He had not just built this, he had planned this meticulously, obsessively. But for me, the full, horrifying scope of his delusion hit me with the force of a physical blow. He was not just a stalker, he was an architect of despair, a master of control. He recuffed my ankles to a thick, rusted ring, bolted into the rock wall beside the sleeping platform. The canvas restraints on my wrists were left in place, giving me a small range of movement, but not enough to reach the door or anything else of use. Life in the bunker was a descent into a new kind of hell. The cold was constant, gnawing at my bones. The dampness seeped into everything. My clothes were always clammy, my hair perpetually wet. The only light came from the single bulb, which Liam would turn on for a few hours in the morning and evening, and then plunge us back into suffocating darkness. In the dark, the sounds of the bunker came alive, the drip of water, the scuttling of unseen creatures in the walls, the eerie silence of utter isolation. Liam's routine became my routine. He would bring me food, always the same bland, processed fare, He would watch me eat. He would sit for hours, talking, mostly to himself, about our future, about how perfect our life was here. He started calling me Angel. Not my name, never my name. Angel, are you comfortable? Angel, are not you happy we are together? His words were like acid, burning away at my sense of self. I tried to fight it. I tried to scream, but the sound was swallowed by the thick rock walls. My throat grew raw, my voice hoarse. Liam would just watch, his face impassive, sometimes even a little sad, as if my distress was a minor inconvenience, a childish tantrum he had to endure. You will get used to it. Angel, he would say softly, you will learn to love our peace. The days bled into weeks, or perhaps months. I lost all track of time. My body grew weaker. My mind felt like a frayed rope, constantly on the verge of snapping. I yearned for a window, a glimpse of the sky, a breath of fresh air. But there was nothing. Just the cold, the dark, and Liam. One day, I was staring at the rock wall, my eyes tracing the lines of a crack where water slowly trickled down. My mind was numb, but a flicker of something caught my attention. Not in the crack itself, but just below it, where the rock met the crudely poured concrete floor. A faint, almost imperceptible discoloration. It looked like a scratch. A deliberate scratch. My heart gave a sudden, painful lurch. With immense effort, I strained against my restraints, trying to get closer. My fingers, numb with cold, scraped against the rough surface. It was a mark, not just one, a series of small, almost invisible scratches. I squinted in the dim light. They looked like tally marks. My breath hitched. Tally marks. Someone else had been here. Someone else had been trapped here, just like me. A wave of nausea washed over me, followed by a surge of desperate, horrifying hope. If someone else had been here, maybe they had left something else. A message. A way out. I spent the next few days meticulously scanning every inch of the wall within my reach. My fingers, raw and bleeding, traced every crack, every imperfection. Liam noticed my sudden intensity. "What are you doing?" "Angel," he asked, his voice laced with a familiar suspicion. I mumbled something about trying to find a warmer spot. He watched me for a while, then seemed to dismiss it. He was so confident. In his prison. Then I found it, hidden beneath a loose piece of rock, near the floor, almost completely obscured by damp earth and grime. A small, folded piece of paper. My hands trembled as I pulled it out. It was old, brittle, and stained with damp. I carefully unfolded it. The light was terrible, but I could make out the faint, faded handwriting. It was a single word, scrawled in what looked like dried blood. Run. Below it, a crude drawing. A map, not of the bunker itself, but of something outside. A series of arrows, leading away from a large, X-marked spot, presumably the bunker's hidden entrance, and then a small, almost microscopic symbol at the end of the last arrow. A circle, with 3 dots inside. My mind raced. Someone else had been here. They had left a message. They had escaped, or tried to. The word run was a desperate plea, a warning. But the map was hope. A fragile, terrifying sliver of it. I committed the map to memory, tracing the lines with my mind's eye over and over again. I had no idea how I would use it. I was still chained. But the knowledge, the sheer fact that I was not the first, and that someone had tried, ignited a spark within me that Liam's darkness had not been able to extinguish. The next time Liam left the bunker, which was rare, and usually only for a few hours to resupply, I started to test my restraints. The canvas straps were tight, but perhaps not indestructible. I rubbed them against the rough rock, slowly, painstakingly. It was agonizingly slow work. My wrists were raw, but I kept going. I had to. The image of that single word, run, burned in my mind. Days turned into more days. The straps began to fray. Liam did not notice. Or perhaps he did not care. He was too consumed with his delusion, too confident in his control. He would started leaving a small, rusty knife on the rickety table for cutting food. He would said, it was just out of reach, a cruel taunt. But if I could just get my hands free one morning. Liam seemed more agitated than usual. He was pacing, muttering to himself, "They are getting closer," he whispered, his eyes wide and unfocused. "The drones, the signals, they are trying to find us." My heart leaped. Drones, signals. Had my family found a way to track me? Was this bunker not as off-grid as he thought? He spent the entire day fiddling with some strange makeshift antennas he would set up in a corner, muttering about interference. He seemed distracted, his usual meticulous attention to me wavering. This was my chance. I redoubled my efforts on the straps. The fibers were giving way. My muscles screamed, but I pushed through the pain. Finally, with a sharp snap, one of the canvas straps around my wrist broke. I quickly hid the torn part under my other hand, pretending to still be struggling. My hand was free. Trembling, I slowly, cautiously, tested the other strap. It was looser now. I could slip my hand out if I tried hard enough, but I needed to be careful. I needed to wait for the perfect moment. Liam was still hunched over his makeshift equipment, muttering darkly. He was completely absorbed. This was it. With a surge of adrenaline, I yanked my other hand free. The raw skin on my wrists burned, but I ignored it. I looked at the knife on the table. It was still just out of reach, but I was free of the chair. I crawled, slowly, silently, towards the table. Every muscle screamed in protest. My breath hitched in my throat. I could hear Liam's ragged breathing, his low muttering. He was so close. My fingers brushed against the cold, smooth handle of the knife. I grabbed it, my heart hammering against my ribs. It was heavier than I expected, the blade dull with rust, but it would have to do. I looked at Liam. His back was still to me, his shoulders hunched over his equipment. He was lost in his paranoia. This was my only chance. My only chance to run, but then a chilling thought struck me. Run. The map. The 3 dots in a circle. What did they mean? And who was the person who left the message? Did they make it out? Or did Liam? I took a shaky breath, the rusty knife clutched in my hand. I could try to attack him, but he was bigger, stronger, and he had a gun. I would seen it tucked into his waistband before, though he had not touched it in here. My best bet was to get out, to follow the map. I turned, silently, and began to crawl towards the heavy metal door, hidden behind a stack of supplies. It was my only way out. My only chance to run, to finally escape Liam's sanctuary. But as I reached the door, my fingers fumbling for a latch I could not find, I heard Liam's voice, startlingly close, right behind me. "Angel," he said, his voice soft, almost a whisper, but laced with an icy menace that made my blood run cold. "Where do you think you are going?" I froze, the knife still in my hand. He had not just heard me. He had been watching me all along. He had, let me think, I was escaping. Slowly, I turned around. Liam stood there, not a foot away, his face still, his eyes wide and unblinking. In his hand, he held a small, dark object. Not the gun. Something else. Something I had not seen before. It was a small, crudely carved wooden bird, and on its base, 3 dots in a circle. The same symbol from the map. My heart plummeted. The map had not been a guide to freedom. It had been another of his traps. Another cruel game. The person who left the message, they had not escaped. They had been part of his collection. Liam smiled, a slow, terrible smile that did not reach his eyes. "You found it," he whispered, his voice full of a dark pride. "My little scavenger hunt. You are learning." "Angel," You are finally learning to appreciate our forever. The bunker door remained shut. The cold seeped deeper into my bones, and the word forever echoed not as a promise, but as a silent, terrifying judgment. Prepare to hear the next experience forever. The word hung in the air, thick and suffocating, like a shroud woven from damp earth and old wood. It was not a promise of love. It was a death sentence, delivered with a sickening smile. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate drumbeat against the silence that followed Liam's declaration. I stared at him, my mind trying to process the impossible, to find a crack in the nightmare. Liam, I croaked, my voice raw. This is not forever. This is insane. You can't keep me here? He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that vibrated through the small, dusty cabin. He did not look angry or even particularly disturbed by my words. Instead, his eyes, which had seemed so kind in his Tinder profile picture, now held a glazed, unblinking intensity that made my stomach churn. Anna, 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 he murmured, shaking his head slowly, always so dramatic. Do not, you see, this is our beginning, our beautiful, secluded beginning, just like you always dreamed. He gestured around the grim room again, as if it were a luxurious resort. The cabin was tiny, just one main room, with a crude cot pushed against one wall, a rickety wooden table, and the sturdy, immovable chair I was currently bolted to. Dust motes danced in the single shaft of weak sunlight that pierced through a grimy window, illuminating the ancient wood and the faint metallic smell that now seemed to cling to everything. I pulled against the cuffs, the cold steel biting into my wrists and ankles. It was useless. He had chosen the chair. Well, it was solid, heavy, anchored to the rough floorboards in a way that suggested it was not going anywhere. I did not dream of being kidnapped. Liam, I dreamed of a quiet life, not a prison. His smile faltered, replaced by a slight frown, as if I would misunderstood a simple concept. But it is quiet. Anna, and it is life. Our life, just you and me, away from all the noise, all the distractions. No more strangers on Tinder, no more competition. His gaze lingered on my face, a possessive, unsettling stare that made my skin crawl. I have been watching you, for a long, long time, longer than Tinder. You mentioned a cabin in the woods once in a blog post from years ago, a place to escape the world and find yourself. I found it for us. Anna, I built this for us. My blood ran cold. He built this. This was not some random abandoned cabin he stumbled upon. This was a deliberate construction, a cage designed specifically for me. The thought made the hairs on my arms stand on end. You are sick. Liam, you need help, he sighed, a long suffering sound. No, Anna, I am just dedicated, and now you will see, you will understand, we will be happy here. So happy. He took a step closer, and I instinctively flinched, pulling back as much as the cuffs would allow. He stopped, noticing my reaction, and his expression clouded slightly. Do not be afraid. Anna, I would never hurt you. Not truly. I just want you safe. Secure. With me. He turned and walked over to a small, rough-hewn shelf on the wall lined with a few dusty jars and what looked like old tools. He picked up a chipped enamel mug and a plastic bottle of water. You must be thirsty, he said, his voice surprisingly gentle, almost paternal. He poured water into the mug and brought it over to me. I eyed it suspiciously. What is it? Water. Anna, fresh spring water from the stream nearby. I would not poison you. Do not be silly. He held it to my lips. My throat was parched, my mouth like sandpaper from fear. My body screamed for hydration, but my mind screamed caution. Yet what choice did I have? If I refused, he might force it, or worse, deny it completely. I took a small sip. It was cold, clean, and tasted like freedom. A bitter irony. After I had taken a few more sips, he pulled the mug away. Good, we need to keep your strength up. He placed the mug on the floor beside my chair, just out of reach. A chilling reminder of my helplessness. He was in control of every basic need. The first few hours blurred into an eternity. Liam moved around the cabin, tidying things that did not seem to need tidying, humming tunelessly. He would occasionally glance at me, a soft, almost wistful expression on his face, as if I were a delicate piece of art he would finally acquired. He talked, sometimes to me, sometimes to himself, about their future together. He spoke of planting a garden, of watching the seasons change from their little window, of reading books aloud by a crackling fire. His words painted a picture of domestic bliss, but the reality of my chained wrists and ankles shattered the illusion with every syllable. I know it is a shock now. "Anna," he said at one point, settling onto the cot and watching me. "But you will adapt. We all adapt. Think of it as a forced retreat, a chance to truly disconnect." He smiled again. That unnerving, satisfied grin. No more notifications, no more scrolling. Just us. Is not that what you craved? Simplicity. I tried to reason with him again, to appeal to any shred of humanity left in him. "Liam, my family will be looking for me. My friends, they will know something's wrong." He merely chuckled. "Ah, the Mene camping trip, remember?" I left a note. A very convincing one, if I do say so myself. "You are off the grid, darling. Exploring the wilderness, finding your inner peace. No one will come looking for a while. And by the time they do, well, we will be long gone. Deeper into our sanctuary?" His words struck a fresh wave of terror through me. He had thought of everything. He had planned this for months, maybe years. The casual way he spoke of deeper into our sanctuary suggested there were other places, other cages. As evening approached, the single window grew dark, casting long, distorted shadows across the cabin. Liam lit a lantern, its flickering glow making the cabin feel even smaller, more isolated. He brought me a plate of food, a simple stew, hearty and warm. My stomach growled, but the metallic taste of fear was still strong in my mouth. I ate slowly, forcing myself, knowing I needed strength. He watched me eat, his gaze unwavering, like a hawk, observing its prey. "Good girl," he murmured when I finished. The words were infantilizing, dehumanizing. I felt a surge of anger, a desperate need to lash out, but I bit my tongue. What good would it do? He had all the power. The night was the worst. Liam lay on the cot, seemingly sleeping peacefully, his soft snores filling the cabin. But I could not sleep. Every creak of the old wood, every rustle of leaves outside sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. My wrists ached from the cold steel, my ankles throbbed. I tried to shift, to find a more comfortable position, but the chains were unforgiving. I was trapped, utterly and completely. I spent hours in the dark, tears silently streaming down my face, imagining my life before. My apartment, my friends, my job, the freedom to walk out the door. It all felt like a dream, a fading memory from another lifetime. This was my reality now. A dusty cabin, the smell of damp earth, and the chilling presence of a man who believed he owned me. Over the next few days, the initial shock began to wear off, replaced by a dull, aching despair, punctuated by flashes of frantic hope and defiance. Liam maintained his routine. He would bring me food and water, usually at regular intervals. He would talk to me, sometimes for hours, about his life, his twisted philosophy, his plans for us. He saw himself as my rescuer, my soulmate, the only one who truly understood me. "You were so lost. Anna," he would say, staring into my eyes with an unnerving intensity. Chasing fleeting connections, swiping left and right, looking for something real but never finding it. "I have given you real. I have given you permanence." I tried to argue, to plead, to reason. Permanence is not about being locked up, Liam. It is about choice, about mutual respect. He would just shake his head, a pitying look on his face. You do not understand yet. But you will. In time, you will see. You will thank me. He never physically hurt me, not in the way one might expect. His control was far more insidious, more psychologically damaging. He controlled every aspect of my existence. When I needed the bathroom, he would unlock my ankle cuffs and lead me to a small, crude outhouse behind the cabin, always keeping a firm grip on my arm, never letting me out of his sight. The humiliation was crushing, stripping away my dignity piece by piece. I started observing him, looking for patterns, for weaknesses. He seemed to have a schedule. He would leave the cabin for a few hours each day, ostensibly to hunt, gather firewood, or check traps. During these times, he would lock the heavy wooden door from the outside, the sound of the bolt sliding home, a sickening reminder of my imprisonment. One afternoon, maybe a week into my captivity time, had become a blur. He left for what felt like an unusually long period. The sun had climbed high in the sky, then begun its slow descent, painting the small window in shades of orange and pink. I heard no sounds from outside, no distant axe chops, no rustling in the undergrowth, just the oppressive silence of the cabin. My mind, dulled by despair, suddenly sparked with a flicker of hope. This was it. This was my chance. I began to test the cuffs again, with renewed vigor. My wrists were raw and chafed, but I ignored the pain. The metal was old, scarred, but sturdy. I pulled, twisted, strained, my muscles screaming in protest. Nothing. The chair was solid. The cuffs were solid. Then, my gaze fell upon the rough-hewn floorboards beneath me. They were not perfectly flush. There was a small gap, just barely visible, between two of the planks, and within that gap, something glinted. My heart leaped. It was a nail, a rusty bent nail, but a nail nonetheless. It was wedged deep, almost invisible. But if I could just reach it. I strained, leaning forward, trying to hook my fingers around it. The handcuffs on my wrists prevented me from getting close enough. I tried to use my feet, but my ankles were also cuffed. Desperation set in. I twisted my body, contorting myself in an agonizing attempt to reach the nail with the edge of my shoe. It was impossible. The angle was all wrong. My muscles burned. My head swam with the effort. I slumped back, defeated, tears welling in my eyes. But then, a new thought sparked. The chair, it was old, wooden, with visible joints. What if one of the joints was loose? What if the wood itself had aged and weakened? I began to push and pull at the armrest, then the backrest, then the legs, testing every part of the chair. It felt solid, unyielding. But I would not give up. I focused on the leg closest to the nail, the one that held my ankle cuff. I pushed, pulled, twisted. Nothing. I closed my eyes, took a deep, shaky breath, and tried again, this time with a frantic, desperate energy I had not known I possessed. I pushed my cuffed ankle against the chair leg, feeling the rough wood scrape against my skin. I twisted my foot, putting all my weight, all my terror into the movement. A faint creak. My eyes snapped open. Had I imagined it? I pushed again, harder, twisting my foot. Creak. It was not my imagination. The chair leg, specifically the joint where it met the seat, was giving way. It was not breaking, but it was loosening. The wood was old, perhaps rotted slightly from dampness, and my constant straining had finally begun to take its toll. I redoubled my efforts, ignoring the pain in my ankle, the burning in my muscles. I pushed, pulled, twisted, grinding the metal cuff against the weakening wood. Splinters flew. The creaking grew louder, more pronounced. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Sweat plastered my hair to my forehead. My breath came in ragged gasps. My vision blurred from exertion. and the constant fear of Liam returning. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every distant sound became his footsteps. Finally, with a loud crack, the chair legs splintered. Not completely off, but enough that the heavy, old-fashioned cuff around my ankle now had a significant amount of play. It was not off, but it was loose. I could almost slip my foot through the gap. My heart pounded with a mix of triumph and terror. I had to be quick. If Liam came back and found me like this, I did not know what he would do. I strained, pulling my foot, twisting it at an unnatural angle. The rough edges of the broken wood scraped against my skin, drawing blood, but I barely registered the pain. My foot was swollen, but I was so close. One final, desperate yank. Click. The cuff around my left ankle was not open, but my foot, bruised and scraped, was free. I gasped, a sob escaping my lips. I was half free. One ankle. It was not much, but it was everything. Now, the nail. I leaned forward, my free leg allowing me just enough maneuverability to reach my hand down to the gap in the floorboards. My fingers fumbled, brushing against the cold, rusty metal. I grabbed it, pulling it free. It was bent, sharp at one end, and surprisingly sturdy. My hands were still cuffed, but I now had a tool. A small, insignificant tool, but a tool nonetheless. I looked at the handcuffs. The heavy steel. Would this old nail even make a difference? I remembered a trick from a movie once, about picking a lock. I did not know how to pick a lock, but these were old-fashioned cuffs. Maybe there was a weak point, or maybe I could just try to pry them open, break the mechanism. I brought the nail up to my cuffed wrists. The metal was thick, unyielding. I tried to wedge the nail into the keyhole, but it was too big, too clumsy. I scraped it against the edge of the cuff, looking for a seam, a crack. Then, I heard it. A faint sound from outside. A rustle. A snap of a twig. Liam. Panic seized me, cold and absolute. He was coming back. I had to hide the nail. I shoved it quickly under the broken chair leg, hoping it would not be visible. The sound grew closer. Footsteps, heavy and deliberate, crunching on the dry leaves outside. I froze, my body rigid, my breath caught in my throat. My heart hammered, louder than ever, a frantic drumbeat of pure, unadulterated fear. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. I squeezed my eyes shut, silently pleading with whatever gods might be listening. Then, the distinctive clunk of the heavy wooden bolt sliding open, the door creaked inward, revealing Liam. He stepped inside, carrying a small bundle of freshly cut firewood in his arms. He looked tired, but his eyes, when they met mine, still held that unnerving, possessive gleam. He did not notice the broken chair leg immediately. He walked over to the small, crude fireplace, dropped the wood with a thud, and turned back to me, a small smile playing on his lips. "Anna," he said, his voice soft, "you look flushed. Have you been exercising?" My blood ran cold. He knew, he always knew. My gaze darted to the broken chair leg, then back to his face. He followed my gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly as he took in the splintered wood, the raw skin on my ankle. The smile vanished. His face hardened, transforming into something I had not seen before. A cold, calculating fury that sent a shiver down my spine, far worse than any physical threat. He walked slowly towards me, his gaze fixed on my ankle, then my face. "Anna," he repeated, his voice low and dangerous, "what have you done?" I could not speak. My tongue felt thick and useless. All I could do was stare at him, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. He knelt down, examining the broken chair leg, his fingers tracing the splintered wood. He did not touch me, but his proximity was suffocating. He saw the raw skin on my ankle, the faint smear of blood. He stood up, his eyes meeting mine. There was no pity, no understanding, only a chilling disappointment. I thought we were making progress. "Anna, I thought you were starting to understand." But you still resist. You still try to run. He walked over to the cot, picked up a coil of thick, rough rope I had not noticed before, and started walking back towards me. My eyes widened in terror. "This won't do," he said, his voice devoid of emotion. "This simply won't do. I told you, Anna, you are safe here. You are secure. But if you insist on trying to hurt yourself, I will have to make sure you can't." He reached me, his eyes locked on mine. The rope felt coarse and rough in his hands. It was not the metal of the cuffs that terrified me now. It was the raw, brutal simplicity of the rope. The implication, "Please, Liam," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Do not. Please." He did not answer. He just started tying my free ankle to the chair leg, not with a quick, efficient knot, but with slow, deliberate movements, making sure each loop was tight, secure. He tied it so tightly that the rope cut into my skin immediately, far worse than the metal cuffs had. Then he moved to my wrists, still bound by the handcuffs. He threaded the rope through the metal, then around my arms, binding them to the chair arms, immobilizing them completely. I could not move my hands, my arms, my legs. I was a statue, a living mannequin. He stepped back, admiring his work, that chilling, satisfied grin returning to his face. "There," he said, his voice soft. "Now you are truly safe. Anna, truly secure. No more struggling. No more pain. Just peace." He reached out a hand and I flinched, expecting a blow. But he merely brushed a strand of hair from my face, his touch surprisingly gentle. His eyes, however, held no gentleness. They were cold, calculating, and utterly devoid of human empathy. "We have a lot of time, Anna," he whispered, his voice a low, terrifying hum. "A lot of time for you to learn, to understand, to love me forever." He turned and walked back to the cot, settling down as if nothing had happened. The rope dug into my flesh, a constant burning reminder of my broken hope, my failed escape, and the terrifying reality of my future. The cabin was dark again, save for the flickering light of the lantern. And in the silence, broken only by the crackle of the fire he now lit, I heard his soft, contented humming. I was his, and the horror had only just begun. The metallic tang of fear coated my tongue, a taste that I knew now would be with me forever. Let us step further into today's stories. Okay, so imagine this. You think you have done everything right. You have changed the locks. You have told your best friend. You have tried to reclaim your sanctuary. But that feeling, that icy grip of dread that tells you something is fundamentally wrong, that you are not as safe as you think you are, that feeling just lingers. After that terrifying first date with Mark, after I found my spare key gone and scrambled to change every single lock in my apartment, I thought I would bought myself some peace. A new deadbolt, a reinforced strike plate, even a chain lock. I meticulously checked them every night, every morning. My apartment, once a place of comfort, was now a fortress, or so I desperately hoped. But the peace never came. Not really. The initial panic subsided into a low hum of anxiety that thrummed beneath my skin. A constant reminder that something was off. Sleep became a battlefield. Every creak of the old building, every whisper of wind outside my window, sent my heart leaping into my throat. I would wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I would hear a floorboard groan inside, or the faint click of a door latch. I would lie there, rigid, listening to the suffocating silence, until the first rays of dawn brought a fragile sense of safety. Then, the insidious changes began. Just like in my summary, small, almost imperceptible things that, at first, I dismissed as my own paranoia, or maybe just forgetfulness. My toothbrush. I was meticulous about hygiene, always placing it bristles up in its holder. But sometimes, when I would go to brush my teeth, there it would be, bristles down. I would stare at it, a cold knot forming in my stomach, trying to rationalize it away. Maybe I would accidentally knock it. Maybe I would put it back wrong in my sleep-deprived haze. My coffee maker, I always turned it off at the wall after making my morning brew. But a few times, coming home from work, I would see that faint digital glow from the clock, a sign it was still plugged in, sometimes even warm to the touch. It was unsettling, but again, easily dismissed. Maybe I just forgot this one time. Maybe the power flickered. My mind, desperate for normalcy, clung to these flimsy excuses. But the window, that was harder to explain. It was in my living room, one of those old, double-hung types, with a latch. I made sure it was always latched, always secure. But one evening, as I walked past, a faint draft caught my attention. I glanced at the window, and there it was, subtly, almost imperceptibly, ajar. The latch was still down, but it was not fully engaged, leaving a tiny gap. I pushed it firmly, and it clicked into place with a sound that sent a shiver down my spine. He could not get in. I told myself. He absolutely could not get in. I had new locks, better locks, but these tiny shifts, these whispers of presence, they told a terrifying truth. He was still finding a way. The nightmare was not over. It was just beginning. My best friend, Sarah, was a godsend. I would pour out the entire story to her. The coffee shop, the horror movie posters, the key, the new locks, and now these disturbing little gifts. She was horrified, supportive, and urged me to go to the police. But what would I tell them? My toothbrush is sometimes upside down, and my coffee maker is occasionally on. They would think I was crazy, or just forgetful. Without any proof of theft, vandalism, or direct threats, it was just weird. And terrifyingly personal. Get cameras. Sarah suggested hidden ones. Then you will have proof. It felt like a surrender, an admission that my home was no longer mine alone. But the alternative was living in this constant state of gnawing uncertainty, feeling my sanity fraying at the edges. So, I bought them. Tiny, discrete cameras, motion-activated, that connected to my phone. I placed them strategically, one facing my front door, another covering the living room and kitchen, and a third in the hallway leading to my bedroom. It felt like I was turning my home into a surveillance state, but at least, I thought, I would finally know. I would finally have answers. For a few days, nothing. The cameras remained silent, sending no alerts. I started to breathe a little easier, telling myself that maybe, just maybe, he would given up. Maybe the new locks had deterred him. Maybe my paranoia was just getting the better of me. Then came the first alert. It was a Tuesday afternoon. I was at work, staring blankly at my computer screen. My phone buzzed. A notification from the camera app motion-detected living room. My heart hammered against my ribs. I fumbled with my phone, my fingers trembling as I opened the app. The live feed loaded, showing my empty living room, sunlight streaming through the window. Nothing. No one. My breath hitched. Had it been a bug? A shadow. Then, the app showed a 10-second clip of the motion event. I watched, holding my breath. The video began with the empty room. Then, a faint flicker, a brief distortion in the corner of the frame, near the bookshelf. It was almost imperceptible, like a subtle shimmer in the air, or a lens flare. But it was there. And then, just as quickly, it was gone. The room was empty again. I replayed it a dozen times, zooming in, trying to make sense of it. It looked like nothing. A glitch. My mind screamed at me to believe it was a glitch, but the pit in my stomach told me otherwise. It felt like a ghost, a presence that was just outside the camera's ability to fully capture. The next day, it happened again. This time, the hallway camera. Motion detected. Another subtle flicker, a fleeting shadow that seemed to dart just out of frame, near the bathroom door. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped my phone. This was not a glitch. This was him. He was in my apartment, and he was somehow evading my cameras, or at least making it incredibly difficult to catch him. The thought was chilling. He was not just getting in, he was playing a game, a terrifying, mind-bending game. I started to feel like I was losing my mind. Sarah tried to reassure me, suggesting the cameras might be faulty. But I knew, I felt it, the intrusions grew bolder. I would come home to find my mail, which I always left neatly stacked on the console table, spread out across the floor. Not ripped, not damaged, just scattered, as if someone had picked it up, sifted through it, and then casually dropped it. One morning, I went to make toast, and my toaster, which I always kept on the counter, was pushed back against the wall, nestled between the microwave and the fruit bowl. A small thing, easily overlooked, but it sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. Then, there was the note. I found it tucked into the spine of my favorite book, a worn copy of Frankenstein on my bedside table. It was a small, folded piece of paper, the kind torn from a notepad. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. The handwriting was neat, almost elegant. Still love your taste in classics. You are even more beautiful when you are scared. My blood ran cold. My entire body went numb. This was not a subtle shift or a rearranged item. This was a direct message. A confirmation. He was not just getting in. He was watching me. He knew I was scared. He liked that I was scared. Panic seized me. A cold, suffocating wave. I ran to the door, checking the locks again, pushing against it with my shoulder as if to physically reinforce it. I ran to the windows, making sure the latches were tight. My cameras? I checked my phone. No alerts. Nothing. He had been here, in my bedroom, while I was out, and the cameras had not caught a thing, or at least nothing tangible. I called Sarah, my voice a frantic whisper. He left a note. Sarah. He left a note in my bedroom. He knows I am scared. Sarah was furious. That is it. We are going to the police. This is harassment. This is breaking and entering. He is explicitly threatening you now. At the police station, the officer was sympathetic, but his expression was weary. I showed him the note. He took it, bagged it as evidence, and listened patiently as I recounted everything. The date, the key, the changed locks, the subtle shifts, the camera glitches, the scattered mail, the moved toaster. He asked about Mark's full name, his address, any contact information. I only had his first name and his Tinder profile, which I would immediately unmatched and blocked. He was untraceable. Without a last name, without a clear address, it is incredibly difficult to track him down, the officer explained, his voice gentle but firm. And while this note is disturbing, it is not an explicit death threat. We can open a file, we can put out an alert if he contacts you again, but as for active surveillance or immediate arrest, we just do not have enough. My heart sank. I felt utterly, completely helpless. The law, which was supposed to protect me, could not touch him. He was a ghost, a shadow, and he was haunting my life. I went home, feeling more exposed than ever. The note had confirmed everything. He was a professional, he was methodical, and he was enjoying every terrifying moment of it. That night, I did not sleep at all. I sat on my couch, a kitchen knife clutched in my hand, staring at the front door. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every sound seemed amplified. My apartment, once my sanctuary, was now a cage, and I was the trapped animal. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and exhaustion. I hardly left my apartment, working remotely, ordering groceries. The outside world felt hostile, but my apartment felt even more so. I started to notice patterns. He seemed to come when I was out for short periods, grocery runs, errands. Never when I was at work for the full day. It was as if he knew my schedule, knew when he had just enough time to slip in, leave his calling card, and slip out again. One afternoon, I returned from a quick trip to the pharmacy. As I unlocked my door, a faint, unfamiliar scent hit me. Not unpleasant, but definitely not mine. It was a subtle, almost woody cologne. Mark's cologne. My blood ran cold. He had been just here. I walked into the living room, my eyes scanning frantically. Nothing seemed out of place. No scattered mail, no moved toaster. Then, I noticed it. On my coffee table, nestled among a stack of magazines, was a single perfect red rose. My breath hitched. My hand started to shake. I picked up the rose, its petals soft against my skin, but it felt like a venomous snake. Tucked beneath one of the petals was another small, folded piece of paper. You look lovely in red. It suits you. My favorite sweater, the one I would worn to the pharmacy, was a deep crimson. He had seen me. He had been watching me as I left, or as I returned. He was not just getting in, he was stalking me from the outside too. The realization sent a fresh wave of terror through me. He was not just breaching my home, he was breaching my entire sense of reality. I called Sarah again, my voice hoarse. He left me a rose. Sarah, and he knows what I was wearing. That is it. Sarah said, her voice grim. You are not staying there another night. You are coming to my place. We will figure something out from there. Relief washed over me. A tiny crack in the wall of terror that had built around me. Sarah was right. I could not stay here. Not anymore. I started to pack a bag, throwing essentials in with frantic haste. I needed to get out. As I was zipping up my duffel bag, my phone buzzed. A notification. Motion detected front door. My heart leaped into my throat. My hands froze. I stared at the phone, my breath caught. He was here. Now. I slowly, carefully opened the camera app. The live feed loaded. My front door, seen from the inside. Empty. I held my breath, watching. Then, the doorknob slowly began to turn. My eyes widened in horror. It was not just a flicker, not a shadow. It was real. Someone was trying to get in. He was trying to get in, and I was still inside. I dropped my phone. It clattered to the floor, the screen still showing the turning doorknob. My mind screamed. I had to hide. I had to get out. I scrambled, grabbing the kitchen knife I would left on the coffee table. My hands were slick with sweat. I backed away from the living room, towards the hallway, towards my bedroom. The doorknob was still turning. Then, a soft click. The sound of the deadbolt retracting. No, this could not be happening. My new locks. How was he doing this? I heard a faint creak as the door began to open. Slowly, just a crack. My breath hitched. I could see a sliver of darkness, then a glimpse of a dark jacket. I did not think. I reacted. I darted into my bedroom, slamming the door shut and fumbling for the lock. It was a simple push-button lock, flimsy against a determined intruder. I pushed it, but knew it would not hold. I looked around frantically. The window, my bedroom window was old, but it opened onto a fire escape. It was my only way out. I rushed to it, my hands shaking so violently I could barely unlatch it. The sounds from the living room were getting closer. A soft thud. A slow, deliberate footsteps. He was not rushing. He was savoring this. The window creaked open. I pushed it up, cold air rushing in. I could hear him now, right outside my bedroom door. A low chuckle. I know you are in there. Mark's voice, smooth and chillingly calm, drifted through the thin wood of the door. Do not be shy. We can finally talk. My blood ran cold. He sounded so normal, so utterly, terrifyingly sane. I swung my legs over the windowsill, scrambling onto the fire escape. The cold metal bit into my bare feet. I did not care. I just needed to get away. I heard the flimsy bedroom door splinter behind me, the lock giving way with a pathetic snap. Leaving so soon. Mark's voice, closer now, right in my bedroom. I scrambled down the metal stairs, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. I did not look back. I just ran down the fire escape, onto the alleyway behind my building, and into the street. I did not stop until I reached Sarah's apartment building, gasping for breath, tears streaming down my face. Sarah opened the door, her eyes widening at my disheveled appearance, the knife still clutched in my hand. What happened? He was there? I choked out, collapsing into her arms. He broke in. He knew I was there. I barely got out. The police were called again, this time with a broken door and a direct confrontation. They took it seriously. They investigated. They found evidence of forced entry, subtle marks on the doorframe where a lock-picking tool had been used with expert precision. He had not just used my key. He was a professional. He could get in whenever he wanted. They searched for Mark, but he was gone. No trace. His Tinder profile had been deleted, his photos scrubbed from the internet. He was a ghost. I never went back to that apartment. Sarah let me stay with her indefinitely. We changed our routines. We checked our locks obsessively. We looked over our shoulders everywhere we went. I moved to a different city a few months later, hoping a fresh start, a completely new environment, would finally sever the connection. But the feeling never truly left. The paranoia became a part of me, a constant companion. Every time I heard a faint creak in my new secure apartment, every time a shadow shifted in my peripheral vision, every time I saw a man with a too wide smile, my blood would run cold. Sometimes I would find things, a book subtly moved on my shelf, a light left on, a window just slightly ajar, tiny, almost deniable things. I would tell myself it was just my imagination, a habit I would picked up from the trauma. But deep down, a cold, hard knot of fear would tighten in my stomach. Because the truth was, I never truly knew if he was gone, or if he was just waiting, watching. And that, dear listener, is the most terrifying thought of all. The nightmare was not over. It was a part of me now, and it would never truly end. After a brief pause, the next story takes over. The cloying scent of hazelnut coffee, once my favorite, now burned my nostrils. A constant reminder of how Liam had meticulously woven himself into the fabric of my life, then ripped it to shreds. My legs trembled, not from weakness, but from a desperate, animalistic urge to shatter the window, to claw my way out of this rustic cage. But Liam stood there, a fork extended, a pancake adorned with wild phlox, a grotesque offering, his eyes fixed on me, dark pools of possessiveness. And I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that my nightmare had only just begun. "Eat, my sweet," he urged, his voice a low, terrifyingly normal command. I shook my head, my throat a dry tunnel. A dark flicker crossed his face then, a wounded look that hardened into icy resolve. He was not angry, not exactly. It was something colder, more calculating, something that made my blood run even colder than it already was. "I did not kidnap you," he insisted, steel in his voice, his eyes never leaving mine. "I saved you." Saved me from what? The crushing horror dawned on me then, a cold, sickening wave. He had told Jess, my best friend, that I was on some spontaneous, romantic getaway. He had not just stalked me, he would replaced me. He would erase me from my own life, leaving no trace, no alarm bells. I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. How had a simple Tinder swipe led to this nightmare? Looking back, it all started so innocently, the kind of innocent that, in hindsight, feels like a cruel joke. I was a sucker for a good story, a hopeless romantic perpetually swiping left on the endless parade of gym selfies and fish pictures. Then Liam's profile popped up. Rugged, charming, a picture of him smiling, a genuine crinkling at the eyes smile, standing next to a mountain vista. His bio mentioned a love for hiking, old books, and quiet evenings. My passions, exactly my passions, it felt like fate. We matched. His messages were instant, articulate, and thoughtful. He did not just ask, "How are you?" He asked about my day, really listened, and commented on things I would mention in my profile, not in a creepy way, but in a way that made me feel seen. He seemed to get me, even through a screen. I was starved for that kind of connection. I realize now, starved for attention, for someone to truly listen. Our first coffee date was at that little indie place downtown. I walked in, a nervous flutter in my stomach, and there he was, already seated, a hazelnut latte waiting on the table. My favorite. I had not mentioned it to him. I took a chance. He would smiled. That same charming, crinkling at the eyes smile. Just a gut feeling. I laughed it off. A small, easily dismissed detail. A coincidence. A lucky guess. He was just attentive, right? Flattering, even. We talked for hours. The conversation flowing effortlessly, like we would known each other for years. He quoted lines from my favorite obscure poets, discussed hiking trails I would only dreamed of exploring. It was perfect. Too perfect. The second date was dinner. He would pick a cozy Italian place, dim lighting, red checkered tablecloths, the kind of place where you could lose yourself in conversation. He ordered for us, not asking, just stating, with a confident ease, a bottle of my exact Pinot Noir, a specific pasta dish, no olives. Again, my exact preferences. I would mention the wine on a throwaway comment during our coffee date, and the olive thing, well, that was just a general dislike I had. Nothing I would ever explicitly told him. Every detail about you is worth remembering, he would said, his eyes warm, intense. I felt a blush creep up my neck. My rational mind, the tiny voice of caution, tried to whisper, "This is a little much," but I drowned it out. I wanted to believe it was infatuation, the kind of intense, all-consuming attention I would always secretly craved. He was just really, really into me. And I, desperately wanting to be seen, to be cherished, rationalized away the growing possessiveness as pure, unadulterated adoration. Then came the third date. A hike. We drove out to a nature preserve, the air crisp and clean, the trees beginning to show the first hints of autumn color. It was beautiful. We talked about everything and nothing as we walked, the kind of easy companionship that felt so right. We paused by a small clearing, dappled with sunlight, where a patch of wild phlox bloomed, delicate purple petals against the green. My absolute favorite, I exclaimed, kneeling down to admire them. He knelt beside me, his hand brushing my hair, a touch so light it almost felt like a breeze. "I know," he murmured, his gaze chilling. "Not warm, not adoring, chilling. You mentioned them online in a comment on that old blog post about local wildflowers from, 5 years ago?" My blood ran cold. An obscure blog post from years ago, a comment I barely remembered making, buried deep in the internet's forgotten corners. This was not attentive. This was not infatuation. This was something else. Something predatory. My stomach dropped like a stone. The air suddenly felt thick, heavy, suffocating. The charming smile he would worn for weeks seemed to melt away, revealing a sharper, harder edge to his features. I stood up abruptly, a nervous laugh catching in my throat. "Wow, you really did your homework, huh?" I tried to make it sound light, playful, but my voice wavered. My heart was pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. He just looked at me, his eyes unblinking. The kind of look that makes you feel like an insect, pinned under glass. "I like to know everything about the people I care about," he said, his tone still calm, but with an underlying current that was anything but reassuring. "Especially you." A primal instinct screamed at me to run and never look back. But we were deep in the woods, miles from my car, and his car was the only one in the small, secluded parking lot. My phone was in my backpack, buried under a water bottle and a jacket. I forced myself to breathe, to appear calm. I had to get out of this. "Well," I said, trying to force a smile, It is getting late. We should probably head back. He did not argue. He just nodded, that unsettling gaze still fixed on me. The walk back to the car felt like an eternity. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig, sent shivers down my spine. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone, anyone, but there was only the quiet, indifferent forest. When we finally reached his car, a wave of relief washed over me, quickly followed by a fresh surge of dread. I needed to get home. I needed to block him, to disappear, but I still had to get in the car with him. The drive back was silent, save for the hum of the engine. I stared out the window, pretending to be absorbed in the passing scenery, but my mind raced, frantically trying to construct an escape plan. I would tell him I had an early morning, that I was tired, that I needed to go straight home. I would make an excuse, any excuse, to avoid inviting him in. He pulled up to my apartment building. I reached for the door handle, my hand shaking slightly. "Thanks for the hike." "Liam," I said, trying to sound normal, casual. It was interesting. He turned off the engine. The sudden silence was deafening. He did not look at me, but stared straight ahead at my building. "I know you are scared," he said, his voice soft, almost tender, but it only amplified my terror. "You do not have to be scared." Why would I be scared? I tried to scoff, but it came out as a pathetic squeak. He finally turned to me, a small, sad smile on his face. "Because you are finally seeing the truth about how much I care about you, how much I understand you, how much I know what you need." Before I could react, before I could even formulate a scream, he leaned over and pressed a cloth to my mouth and nose. A sweet, cloying smell, like almonds, mixed with something metallic, filled my senses. My vision blurred. My limbs felt heavy, like lead. I struggled, my hands scrabbling uselessly at his arm, but it was no use. The world spun, then dissolved into a terrifying blackness. When I woke, it was to the smell of pine and something distinctly earthy. My head throbbed, a dull ache behind my eyes. I was lying on a soft, lumpy mattress in a room I did not recognize. The walls were rough-hewn logs, the windows small, paned with thick, wavy glass that distorted the outside world into blurry greens and browns. A rustic cabin, a cage. My first coherent thought was, where am I? My second, Liam. I tried to sit up, but my muscles protested, stiff and sore. My phone, my purse, my keys all gone. I was wearing the same clothes from the hike, but they felt rumpled, foreign. Panic began to claw its way up my throat. The door creaked open, and there he was. Liam. He was not smiling. His face was unreadable, calm. He carried a tray with a steaming mug, a plate of pancakes, and a small vase holding a single sprig of wild phlox, the very flowers that had been the catalyst for my terror. "Good, you are awake," he said, his voice as even as if he were greeting me for breakfast in my own home. "I made your favorite coffee, hazelnut, and I picked these for you." He gestured to the phlox. That is when the reality truly hit me, a punch to the gut that stole my breath. This was not a misunderstanding. This was not a bad dream. This was real, and he was utterly, irrevocably insane. He set the tray down on a small wooden table beside the bed. "You must be hungry. You have been asleep for quite a while. What is this?" I rasped, my voice barely a whisper. "Where am I?" He sat on the edge of the bed, his presence overwhelming. He reached out, slowly, to brush a strand of hair from my face. I flinched violently, pulling back. His hand paused, then dropped. A flicker of that wounded look crossed his face again, quickly replaced by that terrifying resolve. "You are safe," he said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "You are away from all the noise, all the distractions, all the people who did not truly see you. You kidnapped me." The words burst out of me, raw and desperate. He shook his head, a patient, almost pitying look on his face. "No." I told you. I saved you. You were lost. You did not even know how lost you were. You were chasing superficial connections, letting people walk all over you. I watched you. I saw it all. I stared at him, horrified. He watched me. How long? How much did he know? The thought made my skin crawl. The casual mention of watching me, as if it were a perfectly normal thing to do, was chilling beyond belief. You do not understand, he continued, oblivious to my terror. I have been watching you for months. Since before Tinder, since I first saw your comment on that blog post, actually. I knew then. I knew you were special. I knew you needed someone who truly understood you. Months. He had been lurking in the shadows of my online life, piecing together my preferences, my habits, my very essence long before he ever swiped right. The hazelnut coffee, the Pinot Noir, the no olives, the wild phlox. They were not guesses. They were data points. A meticulously compiled profile of my life, built for one purpose: to ensnare me. I told Jess you were on a romantic getaway with me, he said, almost as an afterthought, picking up the pancake and offering it to me again. She seemed happy for you. That it was about time you found someone who really cared. The words hit me like a physical blow. Jess, my best friend. He had not just taken me, he would taken my life, my connections, my very identity. He would orchestrated my disappearance, making it seem like a joyous event, an exciting new chapter. No one would be looking for me. No one would suspect a thing. I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. I tried to push past him, to get to the door. My legs were still weak, but the surge of adrenaline gave me a desperate strength. Let me go, I screamed, my voice raw. He moved with a speed I had not anticipated, blocking the doorway before I could take more than 2 steps. He did not grab me, did not physically restrain me, but his presence was an unyielding wall. His eyes, those dark pools of possessiveness, held me captive more effectively than any chains. Where would you go, my sweet? He asked, his voice still calm, but with an edge of steel that sent shivers down my spine. Back to that empty apartment, back to those people who do not appreciate you. No, you are with me now, and I will give you everything you have ever wanted. True love, true understanding. I felt a sob tear through me. This was not love. This was a nightmare. This was pure, unadulterated terror. I looked around the room, frantically searching for an escape. Small windows, too high, too thick. The heavy, wooden door, solid and unyielding. This was not just a rustic cabin, it was a fortress. Days blurred into a terrifying monotony. Liam was always there. He cooked for me, cleaned, talked to me about my interests, reciting facts about my favorite authors, or recounting details of hiking trails I would only dreamed of. He treated me like a precious, fragile doll, to be admired and cared for, but never truly free. He never raised his voice, never laid a hand on me in anger, but his constant presence, his unwavering gaze, his calm insistence on his twisted reality, was a form of psychological torture, more insidious than any physical pain. He would sit across from me at the rough-hewn table, just watching me eat, or read, or stare blankly at the wall. He would talk about our future, a future where I was always by his side, always cared for, always saved. We will build a life here, he would say, gesturing vaguely around the small cabin. Away from the world, just us. Is not that what you always wanted? Peace, solitude. I wanted to scream that I wanted my own peace, my own solitude, on my own terms. But I knew it was useless. He did not hear me. He only heard the version of me he had constructed in his mind. One evening, while he was out, chopping wood, the one time he left me truly alone, albeit with the door locked, I tried the window. The glass was too thick, the frame too sturdy. I searched the cabin, desperate. There was no internet, no cell service. The nearest town, he would casually mention, was miles away, through dense forest. I found a small, rusty screwdriver in a toolbox in the corner. My heart hammered with a desperate hope. I tried to pry open the window latch, but it was old, rusted solid. The screwdriver snapped. My hands were raw, bleeding, but I barely felt it. The despair was a cold, heavy weight settling over me. When Liam returned, carrying an armload of logs, he saw the broken screwdriver, the faint scratches on the window frame. His face remained calm, but his eyes, they were like chips of ice. "You tried to leave," he stated. "Not a question, not an accusation, just a statement of fact." I braced myself for his anger, for a punishment, but it never came. Instead, he walked over to the window, ran a finger over the scratches, then turned back to me. "I understand," he said softly. "It is hard to adjust. But you will see, you will understand that this is for your own good. I can't let you go back to that life. It was not good for you." He then spent the rest of the evening talking about how he was going to reinforce the windows, make them even more secure, not as a threat, but as a loving act of protection. My protection? The twisted logic was suffocating. I started to feel like I was losing my mind. The isolation, the constant surveillance, the gaslighting. It was all designed to break me, to make me accept his reality. I would catch myself almost believing him, almost succumbing to the terrifying comfort of his care. Then, a memory of my old life, a friend's laugh, the smell of my own apartment would snap me back to the horror. One night, I woke to the sound of him talking. Not to me, but to himself. I held my breath, straining to hear. He was at the kitchen table, illuminated by the soft glow of a lantern. He had my laptop, the one he must have taken from my apartment when he abducted me. He was scrolling through old photos, pictures of me with Jess, with my family, at parties, at work. He was not just looking at them, he was narrating them, as if talking to a ghost. "This was a good day, was not it, my sweet?" he murmured, his voice laced with a strange melancholic affection. "But you were always so tired after these social gatherings. Too much effort for people who did not truly appreciate you." He scrolled to a picture of me and my ex, Mark. A pang of something, not regret, but a ghostly memory, went through me. Liam's voice hardened. "He never deserved you. He never saw your true potential. He just used you. I saw it. I knew I had to intervene. He was not just stalking me. He was rewriting my past, reinterpreting every event through his own deranged lens, justifying his actions. He truly believed he was my savior, rescuing me from a life he deemed unworthy." My heart hammered. He had my entire digital life. My emails, my social media, my old journals, everything. He knew everything. The thought made me sick to my stomach. There was nowhere left for me to hide, not even in my own memories. I spent the next few days in a haze of despair. My attempts at escape had failed. My hope was dwindling. Liam's presence was a constant, suffocating blanket. He saw my despair, but interpreted it as my coming to terms with my new life. "You are starting to accept it, are not you?" he said one morning, watching me sip my hazelnut coffee. "The peace, the quiet, the understanding, this is where you belong." I looked out the window at the endless trees, the vast, uncaring wilderness. I was a tiny speck, swallowed whole by his obsession. My life, my future, my very self, had been meticulously stolen, replaced by a terrifying, inescapable reality. I still remember the way the sunlight filtered through the trees that morning, painting the rustic cabin in a deceptively serene glow. I remember the smell of pine, the cloying scent of hazelnut coffee, and the sight of wild phlox wilting in a small vase. And I remember Liam's calm, possessive gaze, fixed on me, as if I were the most precious treasure he had ever found. I was trapped, utterly, terrifyingly alone. And the nightmare, I knew with a chilling certainty, had only just begun. There was no escape. Not from him, not from this cabin. And perhaps, worst of all, not from the terrifying realization that no one, not a single soul, knew where I was, or would ever think to look. I was gone. Replaced. And in Liam's eyes, I was finally, irrevocably saved. And now the next part begins. My breath hitched, a ragged gasp caught in my throat. The elegant restaurant, once a comforting hum, felt like a suffocating cage. Liam was not just a stalker, he was a captor, even in plain sight. "What do you want?" I whispered, my voice a thin, reedy sound. The other diners remained blissfully unaware, enjoying their wine while I was trapped in a silent horror film. Liam chuckled, a low, guttural sound. "I want to help you on your journey, to guide you." He gestured to my compass, nestled innocently in its velvet box. My stomach churned. Patagonia, my personal dream, shared only with a select few. His knowledge of my conversation with Sarah last Tuesday sent icy terror. He was inside my life, a parasite feeding on my every move. I stammered, trying to inject authority, but my voice trembled. My fingers ached to snatch the compass, my small anchor. But his eyes, once kind, were now sharp, calculating. "It is a gift," he corrected, his soft, soothing voice making it more horrifying. He closed the box with a soft click, echoing like a gunshot, then slid it to himself. "I promise that I will always be with you, guiding your way." My heart pounded a frantic rhythm. A desperate instinct to flee was instantly crushed. Where would I go? He knew everything. "This is not right," I whispered. "This is not a date." Liam chuckled, devoid of humor. "No, darling. It is an introduction to us." He reached for my hand. I flinched back. His smile did not falter. He then signaled the oblivious waiter, his voice perfectly normal. His smile charming. How could he be so utterly, terrifyingly normal? The waiter, a young guy with a tired smile, approached our table. Liam, still maintaining that unnerving, perfectly charming facade, ordered the check. His hand, which I would flinched away from, now rested casually on the table, just inches from mine. I could feel the heat radiating off it, a silent threat. Every fiber of my being screamed to bolt, to knock over the table, to cause a scene, but the words were stuck in my throat, choked by the terror that Liam seemed to know my every move, my every thought. He knew about Patagonia, about Sarah, about my compass. It was inside my head, a venomous whisper. He paid with a credit card, signing the slip with a flourish, then looked at me, his eyes crinkling at the corners in what was supposed to be a warm smile. "Ready, darling?" he asked, his voice a low purr. It was a question, but it was not. It was an instruction. I tried to gather my purse, my hands shaking so badly I fumbled with the clasp. Liam's hand was suddenly there, steadying mine, his fingers cool against my skin. He did not squeeze, did not grip, just held it. It was a gesture of help, but it felt like a restraint. I pulled my hand away sharply, as if burned, and finally managed to snatch my bag. "Let us go," he said, rising smoothly from his seat. He moved to my side of the table, and before I could even think about getting up myself, he had his hand gently on the small of my back, guiding me. It was not a push, it was a subtle pressure, just enough to propel me forward, to remind me that I was no longer in control. It was like being led by a puppeteer, every step a forced movement. We walked through the bustling restaurant, past laughing couples, and clinking glasses. Each face I saw, each carefree smile, felt like a cruel mockery. They were living their lives, oblivious to the silent horror unfolding beside them. I wanted to scream, to grab someone, anyone, and beg for help. But what would I say? This man, who looks perfectly normal, just told me he is going to guide my life and stole my compass, and he knows everything about me. They would think I was crazy, or drunk, Liam's normalcy was my cage. Outside, the cool night air hit my face. A brief moment of freedom that was quickly stolen. Liam did not hail a cab. He did not even look around. He simply walked to a sleek, dark sedan parked directly in front of the restaurant, as if it had been waiting for us all along. The driver, a shadowy figure, opened the back door without a word. "After you, my dear," Liam said, his hand still on my back, urging me into the car. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. This was not right. This was a nightmare. I hesitated, my feet planted. "Where are we going?" I managed to whisper, my voice barely audible. Liam leaned in close, his breath warm on my ear. "Somewhere we can truly begin our journey," he murmured, his voice laced with an unsettling tenderness. "Somewhere we can be us." He gave me no choice. The gentle pressure on my back increased, and I found myself sliding onto the plush leather seat. He followed, settling in beside me, and the driver silently closed the door. The car moved off, smoothly, silently. The inside of the car was dark, the windows tinted heavily. I could not see where we were going, only the blurry streaks of city lights passing by. Liam was beside me, a comforting presence that was anything but. He did not speak, just sat there, occasionally glancing at me with that same unsettling smile. I could feel his gaze, even in the dark. It was heavy, possessive. I tried to reach for my phone, a desperate hope that I could text Sarah, call 911. But my hand met empty air. My purse was on my lap, but the phone was not in the easy access pocket. Had I put it away deeper, or had he looking for something? Liam's voice, soft and close, made me jump. He held up my phone, dangling it by one finger. "Do not worry, darling. I have taken care of everything. No distractions tonight. Tonight is for us." He slipped it into his own jacket pocket, a gesture so casual, so proprietary, it sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. The ride felt endless. Minutes bled into an eternity. I lost all sense of direction. We left the city lights behind, eventually traveling down darker, tree-lined roads. The car finally slowed, turning onto a long, gravel driveway. I could hear the crunch of tires under us. The car stopped in front of a house that was both beautiful and utterly chilling. It was a large two-story colonial, perfectly maintained, painted a soft, muted gray with white trim. There were lights on inside, casting a warm, inviting glow. It looked like a picture from a magazine, a dream home. And that was the problem. It felt too perfect, too staged. The driver, still silent, opened the door for Liam, who then exited and opened my door. He offered his hand, but I ignored it, scrambling out on my own. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. There was no other house in sight, just trees, dense and dark, pressing in from all sides. We were isolated. Liam led me up a short path to the front door. He did not use a key. The door was already ajar, just a hair, as if expecting us. He pushed it open, and a wave of warmth, mixed with the smell of something sweet like vanilla and cinnamon, washed over me. "Welcome home, darling," he said, stepping aside and gesturing for me to enter. I hesitated, my heart hammering. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to flee into the dark woods. But where would I go? He knew everything. He had my phone. I was alone, trapped, with a deep, shuddering breath. I stepped inside. The interior was just as perfectly curated as the exterior implied. It was tastefully decorated, modern but with classic touches. Soft lighting, plush rugs, a fireplace crackling merrily in the living room. It was the kind of home people dreamed of. But as I looked around, a cold dread began to seep into my bones. On a small side table in the entryway, nestled on a velvet stand, was my compass. The one he had slid to himself in the restaurant. It gleamed under the soft light, a stark reminder of his control. "Make yourself at home," Liam said, closing the front door with a soft click that echoed ominously in the quiet house. He did not lock it. Not overtly, but I knew it was locked. I could feel it. He walked past me, into the living room, and gestured to a plush sofa. "Can I get you something to drink?" "Tea." "Wine." I stood frozen in the entryway, my eyes darting around the room, searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. My gaze fell on a bookshelf. And then, my breath caught. Among the carefully arranged books and decorative items, there were photos of me, not just the ones from my social media, but candid shots, me laughing with Sarah at a coffee shop, me walking my dog in the park, me bundled up in a winter coat, buying groceries. Photos I did not remember being taken. Photos taken without my knowledge. He had been watching me for a long, long time. My stomach churned. This was not just a Tinder date gone wrong. This was an obsession, meticulously planned and executed. "Liam," I said, my voice trembling but trying to inject some authority. "What is this? Why am I here?" He turned from the small bar area he had been heading to, a faint smile on his face. "Why, darling? This is our beginning, our sanctuary. I have spent so much time preparing it for us." He picked up a framed photo from the bookshelf, one of me hiking, my face flushed with exertion but beaming with joy. It was a picture I would taken myself, a selfie against a mountain backdrop. "You are so beautiful when you are truly alive," he murmured, stroking the glass with his thumb. "So full of potential, and I am here to help you unlock it." He placed the photo back down and walked over to me, slowly, deliberately. I instinctively took a step back, my heart pounding. "Do not be afraid," he said, his voice soft, coaxing. "I would never hurt you. I only want what is best for you, what is best for us." He reached out, and this time, I did not flinch away fast enough. His hand gently cupped my cheek, his thumb stroking my skin. His touch was cold, clinical, not warm or comforting. "You see, I have been watching you, observing you. You are lost, darling. You wander, you are looking for something, but you do not know what it is. You think it is Patagonia, but that is just a symptom. You are looking for guidance, and I am your guide." His words, spoken with such conviction, such unwavering certainty, were more terrifying than any threat. He truly believed he was helping me. He truly believed we were meant to be. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. "You have been stalking me. This is illegal. Let me go. Liam. Now." His smile did not falter, but his eyes hardened just a fraction. Stalking is such a harsh word. I prefer to think of it as dedicated observation. Research. How else could I know you so intimately? How else could I know your true desires, your fears, your dreams, if I had not taken the time to truly see you? He dropped his hand from my face, and the sudden absence of his touch was almost as unsettling as its presence. "And as for letting you go, darling, you are already home. Why would you want to leave?" He walked into the living room, gesturing for me to follow. "Come, let me show you around. I want you to feel comfortable." I felt like a fly caught in a spider's web, every movement a struggle, every struggle only tightening the strands. I followed him, my eyes constantly scanning, searching for an exit, a weapon, a weakness. He showed me the living room, the beautiful kitchen with its state-of-the-art appliances, the dining room. Everything was immaculate, almost sterile. There were no personal touches, no clutter, except for the carefully placed photos of me. On the kitchen counter, next to a bowl of fresh fruit, was a small, framed photo of me laughing with Sarah. On the dining table, a picture of me reading in a park. It was like a museum dedicated to my life, curated by a madman. "I know you like to cook," he said, opening a pristine refrigerator. It was stocked with organic produce, healthy meats, and even a specific brand of sparkling water I favored. "I have made sure we have everything you could possibly want." My stomach rebelled. He knew my grocery list, my preferences. He had not just observed me, he had researched me. He had become an expert on my life. He then led me upstairs. There were 2 bedrooms. One, a master suite, was clearly his. It was minimalist, almost monastic, but impeccably clean. The other was clearly meant for me. It was decorated in soft blues and greens, colors I loved. The bed was made with crisp white sheets and a duvet that looked incredibly soft. On the nightstand, there was a stack of books, all authors I enjoyed. A new journal lay open, with a fresh pen beside it. And on the wall, above the headboard, was a large framed map of Patagonia, with a small, red pin marking the exact spot I had dreamed of hiking to. My eyes widened in horror. This was not just a room, it was an extension of my mind, a physical manifestation of my desires, twisted and perverted by his obsession. He had created a prison that looked like a dream. "Do you like it?" he asked, his voice full of genuine pride. "I tried to capture your essence, to create a space where you can truly thrive." I could not speak. I just stared at the map, at the journal, at the books, feeling my identity being slowly, systematically stripped away and reassembled by his hands. This is not thriving. "Liam," I finally managed, my voice hoarse, "this is a nightmare. You have kidnapped me." His smile vanished. For the first time, I saw a flicker of something cold and dangerous in his eyes. "Do not use such harsh words, darling. I am protecting you. The world out there, it is chaotic, it is cruel, people will hurt you, mislead you. I won't. I will guide you. I will protect you. I will show you your true path." He walked to the window, looking out at the dense woods. This house, these woods, they are safe. We are safe here. Together, he turned back to me, his expression softening, but the threat lingered in his eyes. "Now, I imagine you are tired. It has been a long day. Why do not you get some rest? I will be downstairs, preparing dinner. We can talk more over a meal." He left the room, closing the door softly behind him. I rushed to it, my hands fumbling for the doorknob. It turned freely, not locked, but I knew it was a trick. I knew that even if I opened it, I would not get far. He was downstairs. He would know. I ran to the window. It overlooked the backyard, a neatly manicured lawn that sloped down into the dark, impenetrable forest. The window was old-fashioned, with a latch. I struggled with it, my fingers clumsy with panic. It finally gave way, and I pushed the window open. A gust of cool air swept into the room. My heart leaped with a desperate hope. I could climb out. It was not too high. But then I looked down. The ground was further than I thought, and below, neatly spaced along the perimeter of the lawn, were small, motion-activated lights. If I stepped onto the grass, they would flare to life, illuminating me like a deer in headlights. And Liam would know. I closed the window, defeat washing over me. I was trapped. Days blurred into a horrifying routine. Liam was always there, always observing, always guiding. He would bring me meals, all healthy and delicious, but each bite felt like poison. He would talk to me endlessly about my interests, my past, his plans for our future. He spoke of my friends, my family, my deepest secrets, all gleaned from his years of dedicated observation. He knew about my childhood dream of being an astronaut, about the scar on my knee from a bike accident when I was 7, about my fear of deep water. He knew everything. He never raised his voice, never physically harmed me, but his control was absolute. My phone remained in his pocket. The house phone, I quickly discovered, was a dummy, not connected to an outside line. He would leave me alone sometimes, for hours, but I knew he was watching. There were cameras, small, almost invisible, tucked into corners and disguised as smoke detectors. I would spotted one in the living room, its tiny red light blinking almost imperceptibly. Every escape attempt was thwarted before it even began. If I tried to open the front door, he would appear from nowhere, a gentle smile on his face, asking if I needed something. If I tried to sneak out a back door, he would be there, offering to take me for a walk in the safe part of the woods. He would never let me out of his sight for long. My mind began to fray. The isolation, the constant surveillance, the sheer normalcy of his madness, it was all chipping away at my sanity. He wanted me to accept this, to internalize his narrative. He wanted me to believe that this was my new, better life. One evening, he sat me down in the living room, the crackling fire casting dancing shadows on the walls. He held my compass in his hand, turning it over and over. He began, his voice soft. I always knew you were special. From the first time I saw you, years ago, at the university library. My blood ran cold. Years ago, the library? I whispered. He nodded, a fond look on his face. Yes. You were studying for a philosophy exam. You had this intense focus, this hunger for knowledge. I was captivated. I knew then that you were the one I was meant to guide. He was not a Tinder match. He was a predator who had found me years ago, waited, watched, cultivated this elaborate fantasy, and then used Tinder as a pretense to finally ensnare me. The horror of it was suffocating. So, Tinder was just a lie. He chuckled, a gentle, almost paternal sound. A tool, darling, a way to initiate contact without alarming you. You would not have accepted a stranger approaching you in the library, would you? But a connection through an app, a mutual interest that was acceptable. You chose me in a way. He smiled, and I felt a fresh wave of nausea. I had not chosen him. I had been lured into his trap. That night, something inside me snapped. I could not live like this. I could not be his puppet. I had to fight. I started observing him. I noticed his routine. He always went to his study, a small room off the living room, around 10 p.m. He would spend an hour or two there, reading, planning, doing whatever it was he did. And during that time, he was less attentive to me. The cameras were still on, but he was not physically present. I also noticed a small, old-fashioned toolbox in the utility room, next to the laundry. It had a screwdriver, pliers, a small hammer, primitive but potentially useful. My chance came 2 days later. It was late, around 11 p.m. Liam was in his study, the faint glow of his desk lamp visible under the door. I had been in the kitchen, pretending to make myself a cup of tea, but really, I was casing the place. I crept to the utility room. The door was unlocked. Inside, I quickly located the toolbox. My hands trembled as I grabbed the heaviest screwdriver. It was not much, but it was something. My plan was simple. Disable the camera in the living room, then try the front door. If that failed, I would try the back door. If that failed, I would smash a window. Anything. I moved silently into the living room. The small red light of the camera blinked from its perch on the wall. I stood on a chair, my heart pounding, and with a desperate surge of adrenaline, I jammed the screwdriver into the lens, twisting it until I heard a faint crack. The red light died. I jumped off the chair, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Now or never, I crept to the front door, the screwdriver clutched in my hand. It still was not locked. I pulled it open, my eyes wide, expecting Liam to appear at any second. Nothing. The night air was cool, the woods silent. I took a step out, then another. I was outside. I was actually outside. I did not run down the path. I ran straight into the woods, crashing through bushes, ignoring the scrapes and scratches on my arms and legs. The darkness was absolute, but I preferred it to the false light of Liam's house. I just ran blindly, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. Branches whipped at my face, roots tripped me, but I kept going. I could hear my own ragged breathing, the pounding of my feet on the forest floor. I did not know where I was going, but it had to be away from him. Then, a light A single, powerful beam cutting through the trees behind me. "Darling." Liam's voice, calm and clear, echoed through the quiet woods. "Do not be foolish. You will get lost out here." He was behind me. He had a flashlight. He was coming. Panic surged through me, giving me a fresh burst of speed. I ran harder, faster, my lungs burning, my legs aching. I could hear the crunch of leaves behind me. "Closer now. I know these woods, darling," he called out. "Every path, every hidden trail. You can't escape me." His voice was no longer soft. It held an edge of something cold, something truly menacing. The game was over. I stumbled, falling hard, scraping my knee on a sharp rock. Pain shot through me, but I ignored it, scrambling back to my feet. I could see the beam of his flashlight dancing through the trees, getting closer, closer. Then, through a gap in the trees, I saw it. A faint, distant glow, not a flashlight. Streetlights. A road. I pushed forward, ignoring the pain, ignoring the fear, focusing only on that faint light. I burst out of the tree line, onto a narrow paved road. It was deserted, but it was a road, civilization. I started running down the road, not looking back. I could still hear Liam's calls, fainter now, but still there. "You are making a mistake. You need me." I did not stop. I ran until my lungs felt like they would burst, until my legs gave out from under me. I collapsed on the side of the road, gasping for breath, my body shaking uncontrollably. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, listening, waiting. The woods were silent now, save for the chirping of crickets. No flashlight beam, no voice. After what felt like hours, a car approached in the distance. Its headlights pierced the darkness. I scrambled to my feet, waving my arms frantically. The car slowed, then stopped. An older couple, looking bewildered, stared at me through the window. I was covered in dirt, my clothes torn, my hair a mess, tears streaming down my face. "Please," I choked out, "please, help me." He tried to keep me. They eventually took me to the nearest police station, a small, sleepy place in a town I did not recognize. I told them everything, my voice hoarse, my body still shaking. They listened patiently, their faces grim. They went to the house. It was empty. Not a single photo of me, no compass, no sign of Liam. It was a perfectly normal, empty house for sale. They found the disabled camera, but Liam had clearly removed any other evidence. It was gone, vanished, as if he had never been there. I am safe now, or so they tell me. I am back in my apartment, but it does not feel like home anymore. Every shadow is a potential threat. Every unexpected sound sends a jolt of terror through me. I changed my locks, got a new phone number, moved to a new apartment, and even changed my name. I deleted all my social media. I quit my job. I cut ties with everyone, even Sarah, because I could not risk Liam finding them, or finding me through them. But I know he is still out there. I feel his eyes on me, even when there is no one there. I see his face in the crowd, in the reflection of a shop window. Every time I get on a bus or walk down a street, I check over my shoulder. I know he is watching. He is always watching. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is silent, I swear I can hear his voice, a low, comforting purr, whispering in my ear, "I will always be with you, darling," guiding your way. Here comes the next voice in our lineup. I still remember the way the fluorescent lights of the cafe hummed, a dull, unremarkable sound that, by the end of that afternoon, would feel like the buzzing of a fly trapped in a spider web, and I was the fly. It all started innocently enough, like most nightmares do. I would met Liam on Tinder. His profile was charming, witty, full of pictures of him hiking and volunteering. He seemed like a genuinely good guy, the kind you hope to actually meet in person. Our first date was supposed to be a casual coffee, just to see if the chemistry was there. And for the first 20 minutes, it was He had a smooth, baritone voice that was easy on the ears, and his hazel eyes were captivating, crinkling at the corners when he smiled. We talked about travel, about our jobs, about mundane things. Then, the conversation took a turn. He was casually leaning back in his chair, a picture of relaxed confidence, when he mentioned my Q3 financial projections and the new regional marketing strategy I had been working on. My heart did not just skip a beat. It hammered a frantic drum solo against my ribs. My breath hitched. I had not shared those details with anyone outside of my team, let alone on a dating app profile. A cold dread began to seep into my bones. "How did you know that?" I stammered, the bustling cafe suddenly dissolving into a silent stage for my silent terror. The clatter of coffee cups, the murmur of conversations, it all faded into a distant hum. Liam's smile did not falter, but something in his hazel eyes shifted. They were no longer captivating. They were cold, polished stones, reflecting an unyielding certainty that sent a shiver down my spine. He offered a flimsy explanation, something about a quick search on LinkedIn, but I knew my public profile could not yield such specifics. It was a thin veil, barely concealing a much darker truth. I tried to force a light laugh, an excuse about an early start, desperate to escape. I pushed my chair back, ready to bolt, but Liam delivered another blow, his voice still dangerously soft, almost a murmur. He had made a dinner reservation for us, without asking. This was not charming spontaneity, it was an assumption, a declaration. My blood ran cold. I tried to politely decline, my voice shaking slightly. He tilted his head, like a curious predator observing its prey, his light tone underpinned by steel. "Do not be silly." "Sarah," he murmured, his gaze locking onto mine. It was not a request. It was an order. I glanced around, a silent plea for help in my eyes, but everyone was oblivious to the invisible chains he was fastening around me. As I grabbed my purse, Liam stood, subtly blocking my path. His fingers brushed my back, making my skin crawl. That is when he delivered the final, devastating blows. My love for old French cinema, my dream of visiting Patagonia, and how I always ordered a chai latte, extra hot with oat milk, at this very cafe. Each detail was a hammer blow, shattering my sense of privacy, leaving me exposed and vulnerable. He had not just looked me up, he had been watching me. He knew my routines, my habits, my deepest desires. My world, once a safe, predictable place, felt like it was crumbling around me. I do not remember much of the walk to his car, just a blur of city streets and a suffocating sense of helplessness. My mind was screaming, but my body felt frozen, unable to resist. Liam held open the passenger door of a sleek, dark sedan. It was immaculate inside. Not a single personal item, no stray papers, no forgotten coffee cups. It was unsettlingly sterile, like a waiting room designed for an interrogation. The drive to the restaurant was a silent nightmare. I tried to subtly reach for my phone and my purse, to text a friend, to call for help, anything, but Liam's eyes, even when focused on the road, seemed to know exactly what I was doing. He would make a casual comment about the traffic, or point out a landmark, and I would freeze, my hand hovering, too terrified to complete the action. The car felt like a soundproofed box, cutting me off from the world. The restaurant he would chosen was an upscale Italian place, dimly lit, with hushed conversations and the clinking of silverware. It was the kind of place you would go for a romantic evening, not a terrifying abduction masquerading as a first date. He navigated us to a secluded booth in the back, tucked away from the main dining area. Perfect. I thought, for a quiet conversation, or for a predator to corner his prey. Liam was perfectly at ease, ordering a bottle of wine, chatting with the waiter like they were old friends. He even ordered for me, asking for the grilled salmon, because you prefer something light. Do not you? Sarah. My stomach churned. I would mention a preference for fish once, maybe twice, in passing, to a coworker. He knew everything. The conversation over dinner was a twisted dance. Liam maintained his charming facade, asking about my day, my interests. But beneath the polite veneer, his questions were probing, his gaze intense, never leaving mine for too long. He dropped more small, personal details, not just about my hobbies, but about my apartment building, the specific coffee shop I visited on Tuesdays, the route I took to work. Each detail was a fresh stab of fear, a reminder that he was always watching, always there. My internal state was a chaotic mess of terror and paranoia. Every glance he made, every word he spoke, felt like a threat. I tried to maintain a semblance of composure, forcing polite smiles, but inside, I was screaming. I subtly scanned the room, desperate to catch someone's eye, to signal for help. But everyone was engrossed in their own dinners, their own conversations. I felt utterly alone, trapped. Then came the gift. Mid-meal. Liam reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small, beautifully wrapped box tied with a silver ribbon. My heart pounded so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. He pushed it across the table. I saw this and immediately thought of you, he said, his voice a soft purr, a little something to remember our first date. My hands trembled as I unwrapped it. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, was a silver locket. It was intricately carved, a delicate bird perched on a branch. But it was not just any locket. It was an exact replica of a vintage locket I would inherited from my grandmother, one I kept in a small, wooden box on my dresser, rarely ever wearing it. My grandmother's locket had a tiny, almost invisible scratch on the back, near the clasp. I flipped Liam's locket over. There it was, the exact same scratch. My breath caught in my throat. This was not a coincidence. This was not a quick search. He had not just been watching me from a distance, he had been inside my apartment. He had been in my private space, touching my most cherished possessions. The thought made my skin crawl, a cold wave of nausea washing over me. I felt violated, exposed in a way I could not even comprehend. That was my breaking point. I pushed the locket back into its box, my hands shaking so violently I could barely hold it steady. I do not feel well. I choked out, my voice barely a whisper. I need to go. Right now? Liam's smile finally faltered, replaced by a look of mild disappointment. But his eyes remained cold, unblinking. Sarah, that is a shame. We were having such a lovely time. His tone was light, but there was an undercurrent of something sinister, a silent warning. He did not immediately stop me, but his demeanor implied, you can run, but you can't hide. I did not wait for another word. I pushed myself out of the booth, knocking over my water glass in my haste. I did not care. I just needed to get out. I stumbled past tables, ignoring the curious glances, my mind screaming for escape. The cool night air hit me like a slap as I burst out of the restaurant doors. I hailed the first taxi I saw, practically throwing myself into the back seat. Drive, I gasped, giving him my address, my voice high-pitched and frantic. I risked a glance back at the restaurant. Liam was standing just outside the entrance, silhouetted against the warm glow of the interior. Watching me, he was not smiling. His face was a mask of calm, almost serene, intent, and that was terrifying. The taxi ride home was a blur. I kept looking out the rear window, half expecting to see his sleek, dark sedan tailing us. Every shadow seemed to shift, every car seemed to be following. My heart pounded a relentless rhythm against my ribs. I practically sprinted into my apartment building, fumbling with my keys, my hands slick with sweat. I slammed the door shut behind me, engaging every lock, pushing a chair against the knob for good measure. I leaned against the door, gasping for breath, tears streaming down my face. I was safe. I was home, but the terror did not subside. My apartment, once my sanctuary, now felt tainted, violated. I walked through each room, a chilling sense of dread settling in my chest. I checked every window, every closet, under the bed. My eyes darted to the small wooden box on my dresser where my grandmother's locket usually rested. It was still there, but the lid was slightly ajar, just enough to notice. I always closed it completely. He had been there. He had been in my home. I called my best friend, Jessica, my voice trembling, barely coherent. She tried to calm me down, but I could hear the shock in her voice as I recounted the horrifying details. She told me to call the police, to change my locks, to stay with her for a few days. The police were sympathetic, but their hands were tied. Without a direct threat or physical evidence of a break-in, "It is difficult, madam," the officer explained kindly, but firmly. "We will open a report, but for now, we advise you to be vigilant, change your routine, and consider security measures." Vigilant, change my routine. My life was already shattered. I spent the next few days at Jessica's, a nervous wreck. When I finally returned to my apartment, it was with a locksmith to change all the locks and a friend to help install a new security camera system. I changed my phone number, deleted all my social media accounts, and started taking different routes to work. I even dyed my hair, hoping to alter my appearance just enough. But the fear, that chilling, pervasive dread, never truly left me. It became a constant companion, a shadow lurking at the edges of my vision. Every time my phone buzzed with an unknown number, my heart leaped into my throat. Every time a car that looked remotely like Liam's passed by, my breath hitched. Weeks turned into months. The initial panic began to subside, replaced by a dull ache of paranoia. I still checked my locks 3 times before bed. I still glanced over my shoulder constantly. I still felt his eyes on me, even when no one was there. Then the subtle reminders started. I found a single perfectly white feather on my doorstep one morning. I would always loved birds, a detail I would only ever shared with my closest friends. Another time, my favorite coffee shop, the one I would started going to after avoiding the cafe, played a specific, obscure French movie soundtrack, a piece I would once told Jessica was my absolute favorite. It was too specific, too niche, to be a coincidence. The most terrifying incident happened on a cold Tuesday night. I was walking home from work, bundled up against the chill, my new circuitous route, taking me through a quieter residential area. Streetlights cast long, dancing shadows. As I passed a parked car, a dark sedan, my breath caught. It was Liam's car. I knew it. The exact make, model, and color. It was idling, its windows tinted, so I could not see inside. My heart hammered. I picked up my pace, trying not to run, trying to seem normal. As I hurried past, the car's headlights flashed once, a quick, silent signal. Then, from the passenger side, a hand slowly emerged, holding a single, vibrant red rose. It was placed gently on the windshield, then the hand retreated, and the car's engine hummed, pulling away smoothly, silently disappearing into the night. I did not scream. I did not cry. I just stood there, paralyzed, watching the empty street where the car had been. He had not just been watching me from afar. He had been there. He had known my new route. He knew I was coming. That night, I called the police again, my voice resigned. They took down the details, but their tone was still the same. No direct threat, no physical harm, just a rose, just a feather, just a song. But for me, it was everything. It was a constant, chilling reminder that I was never truly safe. He was always there, a ghost in the periphery of my life, an unseen presence, always watching, always waiting. My world had shrunk to the confines of my apartment, my life, a constant game of hide and seek with a predator who always knew where I was. I still live in that apartment. I still go to work. I still try to live a normal life. But the innocence is gone. The laughter feels forced. Every shadow holds a potential threat. Every unknown number on my phone makes my stomach clench. Every casual glance from a stranger sends a shiver down my spine. Sometimes, late at night, I stand by my window, staring out at the city lights, and I feel it. That familiar chill, that sense of being watched, and I know with a terrifying certainty that Liam is still out there. And he is still watching, and I will never truly be free. And now another story joins in. I swiped right on Mark because his profile was pretty normal. A cute dog, a hiking photo, a cheesy joke about dad bods. He had a nice smile, nothing too intense, just a regular guy looking for a date, same as me. Our first date was at a busy coffee shop downtown, the kind with exposed brick and too loud indie music. He seemed charming enough, maybe a little quiet at first, but he warmed up. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, the usual first date small talk. Everything felt normal, comfortable. Even then he mentioned my unusual collection of vintage horror movie posters. I remember freezing, my coffee cup halfway to my lips. My what? Now? I asked, trying to sound casual, like I had not just had a sudden shot of ice water injected directly into my veins. He just smiled, a little too wide, and took a sip of his latte. Oh, the old ones, like that original, Creature from the Black Lagoon, Glitter Run, and the back one, House on Haunted Hill. Poster. They are pretty cool. My heart started hammering, a frantic drum solo against my ribs. I would never, ever share that detail online. Not on my Tinder profile, not on Instagram, not even on my private YouTube, which only had like 10 friends anyway. It was a niche hobby, a personal little collection tucked away in my spare room, something I rarely even showed to close friends. How did you know about that? I asked, my voice a little too high, a little too strained. His smile did not falter, but his eyes held something I could not quite place. Something cold and knowing. I guess I saw it somewhere, he mumbled, waving a dismissive hand. Maybe you mentioned it in passing to someone I know. Small world, right? I tried to brush it off, tried to tell myself it was a coincidence, a trick of memory. Maybe a mutual friend had mentioned it, though I could not think of anyone. My brain was already trying to find a rational explanation, but a shiver ran down my spine, tracing an icy path from my neck all the way to my tailbone. It was unsettling, deeply unsettling. Then, as he leaned in to tell a story about a terrible first date he would had, trying to lighten the mood, I caught a glimpse of something glinting from his open jacket pocket. It was small, silver, and utterly terrifyingly familiar. A key. Not just any key, but my spare key, the one I kept hidden under my doormat, tucked away in a tiny magnetic box. It had a distinctive scratch near the top, a little imperfection that made it unmistakable. My breath hitched. The entire coffee shop, the chatter, the music, faded into a dull roar. All I could see was that key. All I could hear was the frantic thump of my own heart. It was not just a stranger on a date, he was something else. Something dangerous. He would been to my apartment. He would had access. My sanctuary, my home, had already been breached, and I had not even known it. I mumbled something about having to leave, a sudden emergency. He looked disappointed, but did not argue. As I hurried out, I felt his eyes on my back, a burning sensation that made me want to run, to scream, to just disappear. I did not look back. I just walked faster, then faster, until I was practically sprinting down the street, my purse clutched tight to my chest. When I finally got to my apartment building, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely get my own key into the lock. I burst inside, slammed the door shut, and immediately checked under the doormat. The magnetic box was there, but it was empty. My spare key was gone. The one I would seen in Mark's pocket. Panic, cold and sharp, seized me. I tore through my apartment, checking every window, every closet, every corner. Nothing seemed disturbed. My laptop was where I would left it, my jewelry box untouched. Everything was exactly as it should be, which only made it worse. It meant he had not taken anything, had not vandalized. He would just been there. He would entered, taken my key, and left. Why? Just to show me he could. I sank onto my couch, tears pricking at my eyes. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling as I typed out a frantic message to my best friend. Sarah, you won't believe what just happened. My Tinder date, Mark, he knew about my horror movie posters, and I saw my spare key in his pocket, the one from under my doormat. It is gone. Sarah, he has been in my apartment. Her reply came almost immediately. Whoa, slow down. Are you sure? Maybe you just misplaced the key and the posters. Maybe it was a guess, or you mentioned it once. No, I typed back, my voice cracking even though she could not hear me. This is not me being paranoid. Sarah, this is him. He is doing this. He took my key. I saw it. I blocked Mark on Tinder, deleted the app, and changed all my locks that very evening. It cost a fortune, but I did not care. I felt a tiny sliver of relief, a fragile sense of security returning. He could not get in now, not with a new set of keys. I told myself it was over. Just a creepy first date, a close call. I would be more careful next time. But the feeling did not go away. The feeling of being watched. Days blurred into a hazy nightmare. Sleep was a distant memory, haunted by the image of Mark's knowing smile and that glinting key. I tried to go about my normal routine, but every creak of the floorboards, every shadow, every unexpected sound sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I would check the locks 3, 4, 5 times before bed. I would peer through the peephole before opening my door, even for the mailman. Then, the small things started. Nothing overtly threatening, nothing stolen, just shifts, subtle, unsettling changes that chipped away at my reality. One unsettling detail at a time. My toothbrush, which I always kept bristles up in the cup, would be bristles down. My coffee maker, which I always turned off after use, would sometimes have a faint indicator light on, as if it had just been used. A window, which I distinctly remembered latching shut, would be slightly ajar, just enough to let in a cold draft. I started blaming myself. You are forgetful. Chloe, you are stressed. You are imagining things. But deep down, I knew I was not. I was meticulous, almost obsessively so, about my home. These were not my mistakes. I started creating little tests. I would place a book on my nightstand, open to a specific page, with a bookmark carefully positioned. The next morning, the bookmark would be in a different spot, or the book would be closed. I would leave a small, cheap item, a specific earring, a novelty pen, in a noticeable place. A few hours later, it would be gone, only to reappear a day or two later in the most bizarre spot, like inside my cereal box, or tucked into a shoe I had not worn in weeks. Never anything valuable, always small, intimate gestures, psychological warfare designed to chip away at my sanity. I was losing. Sarah, bless her heart, had moved from skepticism to genuine concern. She started spending nights at my place, trying to offer comfort, though I could see the unease growing in her eyes. She would try to rationalize things at first, just like me. Maybe the wind blew the window open. Chloe. Or, are you sure you did not just move the bookmark yourself and forgot? But even she could not explain everything. One evening, as Sarah used the bathroom, a cold draft enveloped me in the living room. It was not coming from a window. All were shut tight. It felt like it was coming from inside the walls. I shivered, pulling my blanket tighter. A faint, almost imperceptible scratching sound echoed from behind the drywall. I strained my ears, holding my breath. It sounded like tiny claws or something dragging. Did you hear that? I whispered when Sarah emerged from the bathroom. She paused, listening. Hear what? That scratching sound in the wall. She frowned. Probably mice. Chloe, this is an old building. I wanted to believe her, but the sound felt different. Too deliberate. Too close. The next morning, I found a small crumpled piece of paper on my kitchen counter. It was not there when I went to bed. I unfolded it with trembling fingers. On it, scrawled in neat block letters, was a single word: watching. My blood ran cold. This was not a coincidence. This was not me forgetting. This was real. He was here. He was still getting in. Calling the police felt useless. What would I tell them? My Tinder date left a note saying, watching, and moves my toothbrush. They would see a paranoid woman, not a victim. Mark was clearly counting on that, using my own sanity against me. Sarah, seeing the note, finally understood the true gravity of the situation. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with fear. "Okay." "Chloe," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Okay. We need to do something." Her idea was simple cameras, just like I had considered before, but this time it was a joint decision. We bought a set of cheap, motion-activated security cameras online. We strategically placed them in the living room, kitchen, and my bedroom, angled to cover every possible entry point and most of the living space. The setup was crude, but we hoped it would catch them. We spent the next few days in a state of high alert, reviewing the footage like detectives. Hours and hours of me making coffee, Sarah scrolling on her phone, us talking, eating, living. But every time we checked the clips triggered by motion, there was never anyone there but us. Never Mark. Never a shadow, a fleeting glimpse, nothing. The door remained locked, the windows sealed. Yet the incidents continued. My favorite chipped mug, which had been in the dishwasher, suddenly appeared on my nightstand, filled with dead flowers. A terrifying declaration. I am here. I can be anywhere. My book, again, moved, this time to a page describing a character being stalked. It was a cruel, twisted game, and I was the unwitting star. He is like a ghost. I whispered one night to Sarah, the word hollow and terrifying. How is he doing this? There is no forced entry, no alarms, the locks are secure. The cameras show nothing. Sarah, who was now barely sleeping herself, looked utterly defeated. I do not know. Chloe. I do not know. We started sleeping in shifts. One of us always awake, watching the camera feeds, listening for any sound, but the exhaustion was crushing, and the fear was a constant, suffocating blanket. One night, I was on watch. Sarah was asleep on the couch, snoring softly. I sat upright in an armchair, staring at the monitor displaying the 4 camera feeds. The apartment was still, silent, save for the hum of the refrigerator. I felt his eyes on me, even when he was not physically present. I knew he was here. I just could not see him. Suddenly, a faint flicker on the screen for the living room camera. I leaned forward, my heart leaping into my throat. It was just a brief, almost imperceptible glitch, like a tiny dust particle crossing the lens. But then, it happened again. And again, a series of tiny, rapid blips, always in the same spot, near the ceiling in the corner of the room. I rewound the footage, playing it back in slow motion. The blips were too fast to be dust. They looked like something moving behind the camera, or within the wall itself, like a tiny eye, opening and closing. My blood ran cold. I remembered the scratching sounds, the cold drafts, the feeling of being watched. It was not just a ghost. It was not just someone breaking in. He was already in. I got up slowly, my legs trembling, and walked towards the corner where the blips were occurring. There was a small, decorative vent near the ceiling, one I would never paid much attention to. It was just an old, painted-over vent, probably for some defunct air circulation system. I reached up, my fingers brushing against the dusty grate. It felt loose. Too loose, with a surge of desperate adrenaline. I tugged at it. It came away with a soft clink, revealing a dark, narrow opening behind it. My breath hitched. My eyes slowly adjusted to the gloom within. It was not just a vent, it was a crawl space, a hidden cavity within the building structure. Running along the ceiling, and inside, nestled amongst old wires and insulation, was a small, makeshift bedroll, food wrappers, a half-eaten granola bar, a water bottle. And then I saw it. A tiny, almost invisible pinhole camera, no bigger than a thumbtack, expertly drilled through the drywall, pointing directly into my living room. It was connected to a small, portable monitor that was currently displaying a live feed of me, standing there, staring into the dark. My stomach churned, and I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. He had not needed my key. He had not needed to break in. He was already here. He had been living inside my walls, watching me, listening to me, the entire time. Every shower, every private moment, every conversation with Sarah. He had not just visited, he would moved in. And then, as my eyes darted around the cramped, dark space, I saw it. Tucked neatly beside the bedroll, glinting in the faint light filtering in from my apartment. A small, silver key. It had a distinctive scratch near the top. It was the same key I had seen in Mark's pocket at the coffee shop. But it was not my spare key. It was his key, the key to his secret living space, from which he could access mine. A low, guttural sound escaped my throat, a mix of horror and pure, unadulterated terror. The entire apartment suddenly felt like a tomb, a cage. I was not alone. I had not been alone for weeks. He was just on the other side of a thin layer of drywall. As I stood there, frozen, staring into the abyss of his hidden lair, I heard it. A soft, almost imperceptible shuffle from deeper within the crawl space, like someone shifting their weight. Or maybe someone was still there. The air in my apartment grew cold, colder than any draft. I wanted to scream, but no sound would come out. My eyes were fixed on the darkness, on the terrifying implication of that sound. He was not just a stalker, he was a phantom, living within my own home, unseen, unheard, always watching. And now he knew, I knew. The game was over, but the nightmare had just begun. You have been listening to Daily Story, where real experiences are shared with honesty. We hope today's story offered something meaningful to you. If you would like to support the channel, you are welcome to subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments, or pass this story along to someone who might appreciate it. Until next time, take care and stay aware.